Block 1 Audiobook title, Arc, An Op-I's Kylet Rebounds per Game Chapter, 01 to 106, by Azri. Chapter 1, Resolution of Survival. Hell. I was in hell. I was panting. My heart was working overdrive in order to keep me running. My legs screamed after every step as they felt like giving up at any given moment. I was never athletic, always preferring to stay inside and paint. I was an art major, a lazy one at that. Exercise was never really a priority in my life. I never thought it would be a priority, but I was wrong. The white beast behind me shrieked, trying to rip me to shreds. I gritted my teeth, expecting the twisted monster to catch up at any moment. Yesterday had been a normal day, with art studies and practices. It ended uneventfully, until I found myself in this white snowy hell. Plains of white, dead grass and trees, and a wretched creature that immediately attacked me. Over 5 minutes had passed and the thing wasn't letting up. I looked behind only to see the incarnation of hatred, a beast of white fur and red eyes that resembled a wolf. An animal that was more aggressive than anything I knew of, one seemingly driven by primal hatred. Why was it attacking me? Why did it have a personal grudge against me? What the fuck is your problem? I screamed, jumping over a fallen tree. The dead tree exploded right behind me as I stared in horror, my question resounding in the air, never to be answered until a screen flashed in front of the wolf. Arctic wolf. Tier F. What the fuck? I cried before focusing on running. What was? And another screen flashed before my vision with a chime. The Arctic wolf is the starting enemy for your training as a hero. My eyes skimmed over the words before screaming out loud, that doesn't make sense. I ran into a forest of dead trees. What were the floating screens? Was I in some kind of game? Nothing made sense, not even how rabid the beast behind me was. And another screen appeared. Arc, you have been chosen as a hero by the system due to your talents. You have been summoned to error in order to maintain the error and purge the uncoyote noun. You are currently undergoing training. That still doesn't make sense. I panted. What system? What hero? Error. Unknown. Training? What the fuck? I wove in between the numerous dead trees, trying to run away from the rabid beast chasing behind me. My eyes darted, trying to find the best path for me to take. But at that moment, I heard the breathing of the beast behind me on my neck, and the explosion of wood. My heart skipped a beat as I immediately swerved in a different direction, nearly tripping. Why was it so relentless? I heard the roars of hatred coming for me. Where had the wolf even come from? It appeared midair. I ran from the beast as it tore through the forest. I'm going to die. There was no other way about it. It was only a matter of time. I don't want to die, I cried, running. And at that moment, a new screen appeared. You have received Tier F weapon, training spear. Show your resolve to become a hero or die trying. A small light fixture appeared from thin air as a black spear manifested before me, floating at the same speed I ran. My mind spun. Show resolve or die? Was there no other option? I heard the wolf chasing after me. It was an impossible situation, but now I had a weapon. I hesitated, but I still reached out for the spear as I held it in my hand. I didn't want to die. I didn't want to fight either, but running wasn't getting anywhere, and the more I ran the more tired I felt. I didn't want to fight, but I literally had no other choice. Gritting my teeth, I spun around to face the wolf, only to see it already jumping towards me. I raised my spear, almost by instinct, as I thrust into the jumping beast. The black blade of the weapon pierced the shoulder of the wolf as it squealed. The weight of the monster made my arms tremble as I somehow sent the massive white wolf onto the ground, shrieking in pain. I didn't understand how I had enough strength to do so, how I still had breath even after running for so long. But it didn't matter now. I drew back my spear as adrenaline pumped through my veins, immediately driving the weapon into the wolf's neck. Somehow managing to pull it back before dodging the claws of my adversary, driven by nothing by instincts, I sidestepped yet again as I stabbed forward. The Arctic wolf shrieked as its crimson blood splattered, and at that moment another screen flashed. You have defeated Arctic wolf. Tier F. I drew back the spear, deep breaths as I stared at the limp white beast. It was dead. I sighed. I had managed to kill it, and I was now safe. My eyes wandered around the vast white land and decayed forest. Just how did I get here? I stared at my surroundings for a few moments, before another screen flashed before my eyes. You have acquired a skill, Frenzied Whirlwind. Tier F. Well done. Intensity has been increased. Skill. My mind paused. I didn't understand what that meant, and what did it mean by intensity. I stared at the screen for a few moments, before a flash in the distance distracted me. I turned and more flashes of light appeared around me, all spawning new enemies into the world. The same kind of hate-driven beast I had just killed. Arctic Wolf Tier F. Arctic Wolf Tier F. Arctic Wolf Tier F. Dozens appeared in my surroundings and I paled. There were so many of them. My mind almost stilled as I stared at my surroundings. They had practically come from thin air. The same kind of hate-driven beasts as the one I had just killed, except there were dozens instead of one. Was this what it meant by intensity? And they growled as they immediately took notice of me. My mind spun as I immediately turned round, gripping my spear in fear. I couldn't fight so many at once. There were far too many of them. If they caught up to me I would be done for. My heart raced as I jumped over a dead tree. The growls of the numerous Arctic wolves resounded in my ears as I made my attempt to escape. The forest in my surroundings blurred as I quickly exited it, with the wolves following closely behind me. Rabid and full of hatred, I ran for my life as the symphony of death chased after me. There had to be something, a way to escape, and my eyes saw a rock formation in the distance, one that resembled a cave. It was far away, and it wasn't a guaranteed way to escape, but the snarls behind me kept me from thinking as I focused on running. I just had to escape. I was tackled, rolling through the snow as I tussled with an Arctic wolf. My heart raced. Fuck off. Get away, fuck. I cursed, slamming and kicking it. My spear stabbed into its shoulder as I managed to kick it away. Gah! It scratched my leg as I finally managed to kick it away. I scrambled, making distance between me and the wolf, and another wolf tackled me as I hit the cold hard ground with a grunt. It went directly for my neck as I raised my spear and made it bite into its shaft. The Arctic wolf pressed down as I struggled to fight with its strength. The growls rushed as I rolled with the wolf, finally managing to break its grip and drawing back my spear before stabbing it in its direction, nicking its leg as it snarled, and at that moment, by sheer instinct, I sidestepped as a wolf narrowly missed me. I backed off only to hear growls behind me, and that's when I realized I was surrounded. Fuck. A deep bellow shook the land as my heart instinctively felt primal fear. What was that? And the land shook. Trees inside the forest fell, as a shadow towered over the sky. Almost every single wolf in unison shivered as they all turned, and at that moment I saw it, an impossibly large being of white fur and animal features, imposing with red lights for eyes. And it stepped forward as its step seemed to dwarf the land, immediately slamming down. Blood and entrails, snow and dirt exploded as two wolves not too far away from me were stomped out of existence in just a single moment. What is the Overlord? Tier? And another screen flashed. The final opponent of training. Training will come to an end once the Overlord has been defeated. I had no time to even try and understand what the screen just said as it stomped once more, killing another wolf in an instant. Snarls and growls drew me back to reality as I turned around and ran. All of the Arctic wolves in my surroundings shrieked as they spread in multiple directions. I ran in the direction of the cave as all the wolves spread out, panic blaring through the atmosphere as my mind blared warnings in all directions. I ran with all I had. The panicked shrieks in my surroundings echoed as I rapidly closed in towards the cave. However, I was not alone as another Arctic wolf chased after me. Its ragged and desperate breath sent shivers down my spine as it sped up before it jumped. I ducked, barely avoiding its tackle as it landed with a burst of snow. The Arctic wolf immediately turned to attack me once more, frenzied and panicked, its fur standing on end as it took a step towards me, and it exploded. An icicle of ice appeared along with an explosion of snow as I heard the roars of the Overlord in the distance. I craned my head only to see a silhouette with flashes of lights moving. Hearing distant slaughter, my heart skipped as I turned around and ran towards the cave. Those few seconds were grueling, seared into my mind as I was terrified beyond reasonable belief, but eventually, I made it inside before going down the ice ravine it was connected to. Once I heard calm, that was when I finally relaxed. I was safe. I stared at my shaking hands, at the spear lying next to me, and there was only one thought in my mind after all of that. What the fuck is going on? I stared at the icy ceiling, I was just doing fucking anatomy practice out of all things, and now I am in this frozen hell. What even is the system anyway? What is this hero thing? I cried in anger. I didn't understand it. The flashing screens, were they the system like a video game or something? No, ignoring that. What even was happening? What was this training thing? What was this place? And at that moment, a screen appeared. These are the training grounds for you, Ark, to become a hero in order to maintain the era and purge the uncoyote noun. I snorted. Fuck off. And a sigh left me. I just want to go home. I didn't understand what was going on, or what the purpose of things was. However, I didn't want to deal with this bullshit. You will remain in this place until your training is finished. Great talent resides within you. Shut up. I was stranded in fantasy land. I didn't want to fight anymore. I didn't even want to kill that Arctic wolf, but I had no choice, and for some reason, I didn't even fucking hesitate to stab it. For some godforsaken reason, I even had a vague instinct of what to do. The impression of its death was practically nothing in my mind. I could sleep and forget about it. I closed my eyes. Fuck. I shouldn't have been able to run for so long, nor have that much strength. It took me a moment to calm down before I stared at the fallen spear on the ground. Right now, nothing made sense to me. I wasn't this strong or physically gifted in the past. Why now? Because you are a hero candidate. Great potential resides within you. You have learned a skill. It should come in second nature to use it, so long as you desire it. I scowled. I said to shut up, but even then, the words of the floating screen resided in my head. I had been able to run for so long because I was a hero candidate. And then there was the skill I quote-unquote learned. I remembered that notification. But still. Second nature? I slowly stood up and grabbed my spear. I didn't want to believe the floating words, but I still prepared a stance and focused for just a moment. Frenzied whirlwind, and during that instance, I could imagine the skill for a moment. A series of fast and lethal thrusts of the spear. I just had to do it. I lunged with my spear forward as my muscles tensed, and at that moment a familiar feeling overtook my actions as I followed it, stabbing multiple times in quick succession towards the air, and the feeling ended as soon as it came. The skill ended just like that. I stared at the air in silence. What was that? Things didn't make sense right now. I shook my head. Even if I accepted everything I had just been told in full stride, there was still a huge problem. What am I even supposed to do now? I didn't want to die in this place. I was stuck in a cave. The twisted overlord thing was still above ground. And at that moment a growl entered my ears. I looked towards the curve of the tunnel, where an Arctic wolf immediately ran towards me, baring its fangs. Arctic wolf Tier F. I raised my spear as I prepared myself to receive the pouncing beasts, but at that moment more roars joined it, as two more monsters rounded the corner. Arctic wolf Tier F. Arctic wolf Tier F. Fuck. I stabbed forward, making the Arctic wolf squeal, and without giving me respite, the two other monsters pounced on me, forcing me to draw back. My heart was rushing once more as I took deep breaths. My arm was still in pain from the injury earlier. I didn't want to die, and the wolves attacked again as I was pushed back. It was 3 against 1. My mind whirled, panicking for answers as I somehow dodged and ducked between the attacks. I had to use the skill. Otherwise, I was going to die. And a wolf pounced as I prepared the spear, this time following the familiar motions as something inside of me engaged, my arm muscles tensing. Frenzied whirlwind, I stabbed multiple times forward in an instant, piercing through the torso of the wolf numerous times as a screen flashed. You have defeated Arctic Wolf Tier F. Then, the two other wolves pounced on me as I drew back. One missed and the other one managed to scratch my arm as I grunted, holding my spear before thrusting once more. I stabbed onto the closest wolf, drawing blood, before reeling my spear and, frenzied whirlwind, stabbing multiple times through the wolf. You have defeated Arctic Wolf Tier F. I panted, watching the now dead wolf on the ground. I felt more tired than ever. Meanwhile, the last remaining Arctic wolf pounced on me as I attempted to dodge, but I was sluggish as it managed to slash at my arm, drawing a grunt from me. Just once more, my body was screaming at me to stop, and yet I raised my spear anyway, ignoring all protests. If I stopped now, there would be no tomorrow. There would be no nothing. The wolf snarled as I prepared my spear and it rushed. Frenzied whirlwind. I stabbed thrice onto the wolf before the skill ended from pure exhaustion. The beast yelped as it drew back bleeding, but I marched forward with labored breaths as I used all my remaining strength with one final stab. You have defeated Arctic Wolf Tier F. And it died. I collapsed on the ground as another screen appeared before me. You have leveled up. Levels are a window to growth, granting you attributes and the capacity to be stronger. Certain milestones will grant bonus rewards as well as skills to aid you in battle. As a hero, your attributes have been automatically distributed in an optimal manner. I stared, glazing over all of the text, as I barely registered its meaning past being stronger. After, a long sigh of relief hit me. Despite everything that had happened, I was still very much alive. My mind wandered back to the initial chase, the confusion I felt upon getting to this frozen land, and finally, the Overlord, the final opponent of training. I still didn't understand what the system was, or if I could even return home, but right now, there was a simple resolve in my mind: I'm going to kill the Overlord. Slowly, I stood up and reached for the spear impaled on the Arctic wolf, drawing it from its body with a splatter of blood. I'm going to live no matter what. Author notes: thanks you all for reading. I will be posting a bunch of chapters today, and from there on 5x a week. Or at least that's the plan. I'm pretty excited about Arc, and had a blast writing it. I want to extend a special thank you to Mela Stelter, author of Amelia, The Level 0, Hero, and Salvos for helping me with feedback and constructive criticism and beta reading during the writing of Arc, as well as simply being an amazing friend and mentor throughout my writing journey. If you haven't read their works, I highly recommend them. Chapter 2, Passage of Time. I didn't know how long had passed. With a grunt, I used Frenzied Whirlwind. My spear blurred and stabbed numerous times through the last of the Eldar Arctic wolves, and then, drawing back my spear, I used one of the many skills I had learned, Fatal Surge. My spear blurred, and immediately pierced a fist-sized hole with a burst of blood through the Eldar Arctic wolf as it unleashed a dying screech. Blood trailed down my arms and spear. My ragged breath echoed through the ice caves along with the dying breaths of the beast before me. And then, the notifications came. You have defeated Eldar Arctic Wolf Tier E. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Processing. I stared at the notifications for a few moments. It was the first time I saw the processing one, but I decided it wasn't worth thinking about it. The more I tried to understand the system, the bigger of a headache it became. I turned to my corpse-filled surroundings. Around 20 Eldar Arctic wolves laid on the ground, dead. Numerous stab wounds filled their bodies. Unlike Arctic wolves, they were bigger and stronger, more ferocious too, and could even unleash frost spikes. I still hardly understood where I was aside from being in a different world, one with an underground cave system and a gigantic final boss roaming about on the surface. The system was still as mysterious as ever to me. Its purpose unknown, its information nonsensical, but even then, through all of my headaches, I had learned a few things here and there. The system was similar to a video game, and I even had a status. Hero. Name, Arc. Level, 38. Tier, E. Attributes, unavailable. Tiers seem to indicate strength, F being the lowest. And now I was a tier stronger, which was E. The difference between them was massive as well. As soon as I became E tier, the F tier Arctic wolves became a bit of a joke. In a way, it was an easy way to gauge strength. The other things in the status were a bit useless. For example, attributes got distributed by the system itself. Sure, I always felt different after every level up, most of the time in different ways. From agility to awareness to just raw strength. But there was no way for me to know what my actual attributes were. And even though I had seen magic firsthand, I still hadn't been able to use it. So if there was an attribute for it, I wouldn't know. I could also bring up a skill list, but it was about as helpful as the status. Useless. I shook my head and knelt down, not intending to think about things any longer. I began to dismember the corpses of the numerous monsters with a knife I had received as a reward a while back. Rewards from the system included weapons, clothing to even potions. However, there was a common theme. It always gave me things I needed. Thankfully, I had grown much stronger and much more experienced at fighting, so potions were rarely rewarded. However, one thing that was never rewarded was food. There was no way to cook it, so I shook my head. In the end, the only way to get out of this place was to defeat the Overlord, and I would do just that. But first things first. My stomach growled. I focused on collecting the meat. I found myself sitting down on a wolf pelt, eating raw meat as I stared at the walls. Its taste was not one I could describe, but its texture was slimy and rubbery. There were various carvings on the frost around me that I had made with a knife in my spare time. Most of the time they depicted landscapes. They helped me stay sane for the most part, but they also reminded me of the past. To think I was an art student, huh? I stared blankly at the walls. Now I am stuck becoming a hero or whatever. I laid back as I turned to the frosty ceiling. This sucks. Being honest, I was growing fond of the feeling of constantly growing stronger and becoming better, but at the same time, there was a constant dread and pressure to survive. As far as returning home, I didn't know if it was possible, but I still held hope. I stared at the ceiling for what felt like an eternity before I shook my head and let out a deep sigh. My situation was depressing. I couldn't remember what normal food tasted like anymore, and if by some miracle I returned, I still had no family to turn to. It was a bit complicated, but they hadn't been in my life for a while now, so if I returned, ignoring how I would solve my disappearance, nothing much awaited me. I finished eating as I simply just grabbed my dagger and picked a random unused spot on the walls. Right now, all there was to do was wait and rest. The system and its monsters, in my experience, were random, so there was no use in worrying about them. At least, I had grown numb to that worry after a while. And so, I busied myself carving on the ice. Processing finished, I blinked to the floating screen in my vision, as I was immediately reminded of the reality I was in, and that I was stuck in a desolate land. My mood went from okay to just plain bad. Still, what had the system finished processing? Congratulations, Ark. Your performance during training has been evaluated to be extraordinary, and therefore training will be expedited. I blinked while reading the message. Expedited? There was some excitement. That meant that I wouldn't be here for as long as I was meant to be here, right? Things would go faster. But my excitement immediately turned into horror as the next screen appeared within my vision. Monsters have been upgraded to D tier. Wait. I stammered, dropping my knife. D tier? Doesn't that mean that? And a deep roar echoed through the cave system and I shivered. I hurriedly stood up and reached for my spear as I held it tight. I hardly understood the laws of this world, but if I had learned anything, it was that the difference between tiers was, I didn't know how big the gap was, but the notification was bad news. And at that moment, from afar in the distant tunnels, I saw it. Lesser Alkaline Wolf Tier D. My eyes went wide seeing the azure-furred monster. Were all the monsters in this place wolves? The lesser alkaline wolf immediately met my gaze and rushed in my direction with growls of anger, and within his maw, there was magic. The air glittered like stardust as frost gathered at its maw. The sight made me shiver as I prepared to dodge, and it fired. A blast of ice was sent in my direction as I hurriedly moved out of the way. In an instant, the ice wall behind me was blasted with flakes of frost as it turned into a deformity of ice spikes. My head craned in the direction of the lesser alkaline wolf who was already pouncing towards me. Quick step. With a swift dash of a skill, I got out of the way and I brandished my spear. I wasn't planning on dying just yet. Frenzied whirlwind. My spear stabbed numerous times into the side of the wolf as it let out a miserable shriek of pain, drawing blood in an instant through punctured holes, then drawing it back once more. My muscles tensed. Fatal surge, and I punched the fist-sized hole through the alkaline wolf with a burst of blood. The beast shrieked in pain as frost mist gathered around it, and before I could react, ice spikes were shot my way. I dodged, but one still grazed my side, making me grunt in pain. Immediately, the warmth of blood spread down my ribs and I let out a breath. Fuck. The monster, not letting go of its opportunity, immediately pounced in my direction as I dragged myself out of the way, and this time, I felt it. I saw it. All of my instincts screamed, opportunity. The azure beast flew through the air as I readied my spear and tensed my muscles, following a feeling, ancient blow. My spear blurred and pierced through the neck of the alkaline wolf. Drawing back my spear, I followed with another skill, frenzied whirlwind. I stabbed numerous times through the alkaline wolf, I grinned knowing that I could soon finish this. So what if it was D tier? I had more battle experience than some feral wolf. I was better and more intelligent. There was no reason for me to lose. Drawing a deep breath, my whole body tensed. Immediate impalation, and the spear vanished. Clashed against the wolf as I felt its ribs break and its organs split. The spear went halfway into the wolf as it screeched before being violently pulled back with a burst of blood. The beast quivered and then, the air glittered. All my instincts blared danger as I watched with wide eyes. Quick step, ice spikes exploded around the alkaline wolf with a mist of frost. I was immediately blasted and thrown back. I cursed, feeling the burning pain on my stomach as I dislodged a single ice spike from there. Then I turned to the alkaline wolf, which was wobbling as it stared at me, frost gathering at its maw. It was over. I raised my spear, my arm muscles tensing. Throw of death, and the spear was launched. Blurring through the air, it immediately hit the wolf through the head with a burst of blood and gore. Bits of bones flew through the air as the spear impaled the monster onto the ground. And finally, the notifications came. You have defeated Lesser Alkaline Wolf Tier D. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have acquired a skill, Ice Creation Tier D. It was finally dead. I sighed in relief. I had killed a D-tier monster. I stared at the notifications, finally landing on the skill that sounded like magic. But before I could try anything, another notification came. You have received Tier E potion, health. And a familiar flask dropped onto the ground with a flash of light. Without hesitation, I grabbed it and drank its tasteless liquid as my wounds immediately began to itch and slowly regenerate. Then, I focused on what was important. I had gained a skill, and just like all others, it had a familiar feeling. A very cold one, almost imaginative. I followed it and immediately found ice forming in my hand, one that I could shape according to my desires and was much harder than regular ice. Within seconds I found I could even make an ice spear in no time. It was natural to me. I blinked. Is this magic? And familiar bellows shook the cave as I turned towards the distance. My wounds were almost healing when I saw 3 of them. Lesser Alkaline Wolf Tier D. Lesser Alkaline Wolf Tier D. Lesser Alkaline Wolf Tier D. I would survive this challenge. I continued to slay the lesser alkaline wolves that came my way. At first it had been hard to deal with them in groups, but as I grew more used to ice creation, everything became gradually easier. Even after my adversaries became stronger. Impaled right through. You have defeated Alkaline Wolf Tier D. Stabbed by dozens of ice spears. You have defeated Alkaline Wolf Tier D. Frozen to death. You have defeated Alkaline Wolf Tier D. I tried all ways I could think of to kill them, all to learn magic. I learned more skills as I grew stronger. You have defeated Alkaline Wolf Tier D. You have leveled up. You have acquired a skill, Weak Death Frost Tier D. Then, those skills helped me reach new heights. A dozen of dead elder alkaline wolves surrounded me. They had all died gruesome deaths, frost flaking off their bodies with artifacts of ice jutting out of them. Dried blood littered the ground, and in the middle, I stood victorious as I stared at the system notification. You have leveled up. You have ascended to D tier. I faced monsters I had never seen before, twisted abominations of snow and ice, elementals, hybrids, yetis. But I killed them all. Every battle was hard fought, but even after everything I survived. Blood trailed down my body as I was on the border of passing out. A single sword of ice hung from my hand, and around me there was multicolored blood, remains of purple snow, and flakes of blue ice. Dead monsters. You have defeated Erema Yeti Tier C. You have defeated Lesser Ice Elemental Tier C. You have defeated Lesser Apparition Tier C. You have leveled up. Skill Weak Death Frost has become Lesser Death Frost Tier C. I continued to grow. Before me laid a gigantic monster, one that was twice as tall as me and stood on 4 legs with crystal-like horns, akin to a moose of ice. Blood pooled at my feet as I stared at the notification in front of me. You have ascended to C tier. Skill Ice Creation has become Greater Ice Creation Tier C. And it didn't stop there as I clawed through the tiers, struggling for my life with every single encounter and growing stronger. You have defeated Ice Elemental Tier B. You have defeated Ice Elemental Tier B. You have defeated Ice Elemental Tier B. You have ascended to B tier, and slowly I adapted to life here. I sat in the commodity of my home, a small isolated cavity that was filled with monster furs and ice furniture that never seemed to melt. It wasn't much, but I had a bed and had found comfort in this frosted hell. I didn't know how long had passed since I had gotten here, but day by day I was growing stronger, overcoming new challenges and slowly getting closer to my goal to defeat the Overlord. Chapter 3. Freedom. I couldn't remember what home was like, and perhaps it didn't matter. So long had passed that my life before getting to this place was a blur at this point. However, I still wanted to leave this place, this land of frost, and see what was waiting for me out there. I knew this place like the back of my hand after all, and it wasn't very big with a thick mist signaling the end of it. I couldn't leave this place, wherever I was. It was akin to an isolated small snowy region. Any attempt at going past the border was met with an invisible force that I couldn't break or go past. The only way to leave this place was to kill the Overlord, and after so long, I was going to finally do it. I had grown so much stronger, the system stopped sending monsters not too long ago, and now, my preparations were coming to an end. I had trained, refined my skills, learned the intricacies of my magic abilities, stared death in the eyes more times than I could count, and finally, I could see the fruits of my suffering. Now I had gone past superhuman and was stronger than I could have ever imagined. Status: Hero. Name: Arc. Level: 148. Tier: S. Attributes: Unavailable. Tiers: a representation of strength, the culmination of all the levels of a being, and the divider between the strong and the strongest. And now, I stood a single step away from the next tier. There were no monsters that could help me cross it, no training that would make me stronger. There was only one thing that would help me now: killing the Overlord. And once I did that, I would be free. Everything would come to an end. This long-lasting nightmare, this everything. I closed my eyes for a moment and stood up. My surroundings were lined with felt and carefully carved ice furniture, a proper living space that I was now leaving behind. So much had changed even while being here. I touched my now white hair for a moment before shaking my head and walking down the tunnel. Everything has come to this, I whispered to myself. All my struggles will finally be rewarded. The time without monsters was spent observing and testing the Overlord with traps and random attacks. And now, I was more than ready. I walked down the icy cave walls, parting from the place I had called home for a very long time and heading towards the exit of the underground. On my way there I saw things of the past, dried blood, bones of monsters, and even my first weapon, the training spear. I made my way past everything as I quickly found the upward slope of the cave, and soon, I found myself on the icy plains, a place I rarely if ever visited, because after all, the apex predator was here. I sidestepped and the ground exploded next to me as a pillar of ice struck deep into the snow. A small smile appeared on my face as I turned to look at the shadowed figure in the distance, magic already gathering at its hands. A furred body like a yeti, a head reminiscent of a horse with the horns of a moose, and bright red eyes. It was none other than the final boss of practice, my last opponent, the Overlord. Tier S. Missed me? I asked with a wide grin as I heard a roar in the distance. Frost gathered at my fingertips as a ghastly sword of ice appeared, mist ever flowing from its surface as I jumped towards the Overlord, shattering the ground beneath me with an explosion of ice. Hundreds of meters were crossed in an instant, and just as I was about to arrive the Overlord launched another pillar of ice in my direction. I swung through the air, immediately slicing it in half with a spin. Numerous skills were used in tandem as the two pieces of ice fell to the ground. My body elegantly spun as I carried into yet another crescent slash, the ice sword sparkling with magic, ice aura, death rend, haunting sharpness, many more skills piled on top of one another as I swiped. With a flash, a torrent of blue blood exploded from the Overlord as it let out a deep bellow of pain. I landed on the ground with a roll as the sword of ice was dismissed into non-existence. This was everything I could have desired and more. With a flick of my fingers, ice creation, erupted a pillar at the feet of the Overlord, instantly making it lose balance as the gigantic beast screeched. But at that moment, I saw magic. The air turned to a beautiful static as I froze for a moment. The temperature dropped below freezing, and in an instant, a blizzard erupted. Ice shards flew through the air, instantly cutting my skin and cheeks as I smiled, blood dripping into my mouth as I flicked my fingers, calling forth the perfect skill. Frost purge, and everything returned to normal in a single second as the Overlord unleashed another roar, magic coalescing around its body as I simply smiled. I had prepared. I had spent hours if not days looking through all my skills and practicing, looking for the most destructive and effective skills to use against the Overlord. And now that it was before me, there was no way for me to lose. A loud laugh escaped my mouth. I have anticipated this for so long. I raised my hand into the air as I could feel my magic draining, the temperature above me shifting as I used one of my strongest skills. And now, I am finally going to reap my reward. Judgment of the Ice God. My thrill-filled voice echoed as I brought my hand down. The air ruptured, and a spear the size of a building fell from the sky, impaling the Overlord with a burst of blue blood and a terrifying screech of pain. The gigantic austere final boss of this place thrashed on the ground as I basked in its misery. Soon, I will leave. And at that moment the Overlord roared, a primal roar that shook the land, and before I could react a pillar of ice impaled me as I was sent flying through the air. I hit the ground with an explosion of snow, rolling through it as drops of blood fell from my mouth. I looked down only to see chunks of ice falling from my body. It was a skill called Armor of Permafrost, also S tier, but it had been practically cracked right through in a single attack. It was insanity, but I began to laugh. I expected no less from the Overlord. It could kill me in its next attack for all I knew. But the thrill of battle kept me from panicking. I had anticipated this. I had anticipated everything. After a moment, I got back up and saw the Overlord looking at me in the distance. The beast had a gaping hole in its chest from my previous attack. Its eyes had turned yellow as it locked onto me, and with a growl the entire place became enshrouded in a blizzard of razor-sharp ice flakes. And then, in front of me, figures of ice began to appear. Familiar monsters made out of ice, except these ones seemed much stronger. Apparition of the Overlord Tier S. Apparition of the Overlord Tier S. Apparition of the Overlord Tier S. Dozens surrounded me, but it didn't matter. I simply summoned a sword of ice and muttered under my breath. I had prepared for this day for so long, even before monsters had stopped coming. Long before practicing my other skills, I already knew how to deliver the killing blow. In a whisper I called, "God step." The world blurred around me as I immediately appeared next to the Overlord. The beast immediately turned to me to stomp me, but before it could do that, I jumped into the air. The snow burst beneath me as I immediately faced down on the Overlord. This was everything I had prepared myself for. The mighty being that had once terrified me was looking up at me with beady eyes. Its horns shone as I heard a deep growl. This was my reward. I saw more magic than ever before gather as I called out every single skill I knew to make my blow more powerful. I saw a haunting sharpness, blessing of the Ice God. Gift of Frost. The list continued on as the sword of ice shone with a radiant light. The Overlord gathered more magic than ever before as it prepared its attack, but it was useless as I muttered my strongest skill, stasis. And for a moment, time itself froze. I swiped, my freedom. Time resumed and a scintillating light flashed through the landscape. Everything around the Overlord exploded as the ground was carved into a large ravine, and then blood burst from the creature's neck as its colossal head slid off from its body. The Overlord tumbled back dead. I landed on the ground with deep breaths. Suddenly, everything around me became quiet as the climate itself cleared and I saw the sun for the first time. However, I didn't care about it much as I began to shed some tears. "Yes!" I screamed. I fell to the ground, my magic almost completely exhausted from that. It was over, and then, the system notifications came. "You have defeated the Overlord Tier S. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have ascended to the tier of heroes, SS. As a boon all your skills have been upgraded to SS tier." Even though those weren't supposed to be the main news, I couldn't help but pause. As soon as the notifications appeared, I felt better, well rested almost. Not only that, but all my skills became infinitely more strong. And then, another screen flashed. "Congratulations Ark. You have become a hero and can now fulfill your duties of protecting Error and maintaining the Error and purging the Uncoyote noun." "Right." I smiled wryly. "I forgot you did that." The text continued. You have officially become a hero and are now crowned as the heroine of Frost. You have completed hero practice in a record time of 5 years, 134 days, 22 hours, and 20 minutes. Reading the text made me feel sick to my stomach as I digested what it had just said. So long? For a moment I felt empty. I've been here for 5 years. 5 years of constant fighting, 5 years of suffering to stay alive. I didn't know how to feel. I really didn't know how to feel. Even now, I hoped that the things it was saying were a sick joke, but the system continued disregarding my feelings. Having completed practice, you can now go to Error and fulfill your duties. At that moment a black hole appeared just a few meters away from me. I could see swirling particles of magic inside, almost like a portal. And at that moment, I knew that was the exit. That was freedom. I already knew I wasn't going to return home, and well, I didn't really care. I didn't have anything to return to, and perhaps even better prospects awaited me in this new era place. But still, the fact that I had spent half a decade just killing shit consumed me. What happened now? The duties I had were basically glitched text, with no information about them. So that meant that once I left this, I would be free. I was stronger than ever too, so I had to be able to fend for myself in case of danger from monsters. Perhaps the 5 years hadn't been a waste. I stared at my surroundings, at the land of frost with a scarce dead forest surrounding me. For 5 years I called this place home, but now, I smiled somewhat bitterly. It was a mixed bag. I want to see what this world has to offer, and maybe find a home. Though, even though I said it out loud, I understood it was going to be hard, because even if I didn't want to admit it, these 5 years had been enjoyable. Not the torture, but the constant fighting was something that made me happy in a strange way. I wasn't going to go seeking out battles, but if one occurred, I definitely wasn't going to shy away from it. The realization made me laugh. I really changed. I shook my head before standing up and walking towards the portal. I paused right in front of it as I looked back to the land of frost. I'll miss this home. And then, I stepped into the portal. Chapter 4, Reflection and Peacefulness. I blinked looking around, unable to see anything. I could just sense that I was in a dark cave. I expected to be met by a beautiful moon or the shining sunlight, but instead I got neither of them and appeared underground or inside a mountain or somewhere. Finally, after a second of thought, I sighed. This is dumb. I took a step forward in the darkness intending to brute force my way out, but instead, a chittering sound interrupted me. It crawled above me with small clicks, yet there was no danger to be felt. I looked up to the darkness as I conjured a small blue flame from the palm of my hand, and finally, I managed to see the cave. Lining the walls were black blotches, and at the very top, hanging from a myriad of webs, was a gigantic black spider. Its maw dripped with black liquid. Its 8 beady eyes stared at me as its sharpened legs aimed at me. I'm a spider. Tear. A tear? I raised my brow. It wasn't too weak then. I was still mentally tired from fighting the Overlord, but I wasn't going to back off, especially if the monster was clearly going to attack me. I smiled, thinking of all the ways to beat it up, and then the spider pounced. I swung my free arm upwards. Ice creation. I called as a pillar of frost erupted from the ground, and at ballistic speeds it hit the spider against the roof and exploded the roof along with the spider itself in a burst of gore and liquid. You have defeated a spider. Tear. Chunks of spiders rained upon me as I simply stared for a moment. My skill was certainly stronger now. The moonlight shone upon me and I finally blinked. It's already dead? I even held back. And then I shook my head. Well, that's disappointing. I turned to the cave walls where I saw multitudes of small spiders, fist-sized spiders. Fledgling Chimera spider. Tier D. Fledgling Chimera spider. Tier D. Fledgling Chimera spider. Tier D. There were hundreds of them. However, I ignored all them as they started to pull out from the hole in the ceiling, going into the wilderness. They were D tier. Nothing that I could actually entertain myself with, let alone care about. Though I guess it's interesting that even as babies they are D tier, the same as all those insufferable wolves in the ice world. I mused, reminiscing for a moment before shrugging. Well, time to leave. And I jumped, instantly going past the hole in the ceiling and even overshooting it as I finally saw nature. My eyes went wide for a moment as I stared at a crescent white moon in the distance, at the sparkling stars, and the nebulous gases of the vast night sky. It was pretty. The sight didn't last long as I came down to the ground. I landed on solid grass and immediately took in my surroundings as I was blown away once more. A thick canopy of trees surrounded me, one with lush and dark greens, rustling wind with the sounds of insects, and the smell. It was refreshing, earthy. I took a deep breath in a particularly good mood as I relished in the new sights and smells I was feeling. There was hardly any smell back in the ice plains, but here everything felt so vibrant. I inadvertently yawned, feeling particularly drowsy, and I recalled, oh, I haven't slept since the system stopped sending monsters. I trailed off for a moment. I felt so relaxed with the flora and fauna around me. The grass was so soft. Normally I'd make an ice bed or something considering I couldn't even feel the cold anymore, but instead, I decided to lie down on the soft grass. I murmured, "This is nice." Feeling it within my hand I couldn't help but smile. It was soft, slightly moist, refreshing. It was comfortable. With a small smile, I cozied up to the grass as I relaxed my whole body. Small aches of pain passed for a moment, probably from taking the Overlord's attack and general exhaustion. But soon, they too were gone, and slowly, for the first time since I could remember, I slept in peace. I woke up to a funny wet feeling on my face as my eyes fluttered open, feeling warmth all over, and as soon as my eyes focused I paused. It resembled a deer except its fur was darker, and it was licking my face non-stop. What? I tried to block with my hand only to have it licked as well as I tried to stop the relentless assault of the inoffensive animal. Stop. It seemed unrelenting until I started to stand up. At that point, the animal stopped and went in a different direction without making much of a noise. I stared at the unfamiliar being, and just as it was about to leave my vision I saw its tier and name. Linnu tier. Deer seems surprisingly common, I muttered as I looked at the forest once more, this time under the warm sunlight. Everything was vibrant. I saw bushes and multitudes of colorful flowers that I once more stopped to appreciate. Compared to only seeing shades of blue, everything was infinitely nicer. Though looking down at my winter clothes I was definitely ill-dressed for such a sunny day. Not like I really felt it. In the end, even though I was standing alone in a forest, I felt anything but alone. I felt connected. Not everything here was out to kill me. And at the same time, the variety of the environment was something that I truly appreciated. That said, what should I do now? I asked out loud, a bit bored, and after a second of having no answer, I shrugged. Guess I'll explore the forest. Picking a random direction, I began to walk, not looking for anything in particular other than entertainment. I took everything around me, from the common things I was familiar with, such as trees, to the more strange things such as a random two-headed snail I found on a grass leaf. In comparison to where I had come from, everything was so relaxing. For a moment, I thought about things and a small sigh left me. Still, to believe I spent 5 years there. I continued walking as I tightened my fist. But now, the Overlord is dead, and I am free. I took a breath as I washed over my temporary emotions with nothing but the relaxation of the forest. Things were different now, and that was the only thing I had to care about. Nothing else, nothing more. My duties for the system? I didn't know what I'd do about them given how broken they seemed. But right now they were the least of my worries. As for whether there too was an Overlord to defeat here, I also didn't care. I continued walking, going over a river by walking on its water by partially freezing it. As I absent-mindedly thought, looking at the blue sky, I didn't understand how strong I was now, but even when I was dear, something like freezing a river seemed trivial to me. Ice came naturally to me. Even if the skills were a bit weird, there was nothing I couldn't do with it. Even my clothes were made out of thin ice threads woven together. One part was due to my massive skill repertoire and the other was, a sigh left me. It was due to the so-called potential the system had spoken about. Perhaps it was the constant fighting for my life for 5 years, but I knew how to use every weapon imaginable. If I was honest, compared to my vague memories of the past, I was now a monster through and through. Now the real question was, would it get in the way of finding a place to call home? That, I didn't know. I continued walking. If I was honest, I still had no idea what I was meant to do now. Something about fighting for years on end and then having freedom was particularly off-putting. I knew I had plans, but they were rather aimless and unclear. In the end, I found myself at a small secluded lake underneath a cliff, and without thought of care, I undressed myself and plunged into the water. I saw it lightly freeze for a few moments as I made a conscious effort to not do that. As strange as it was, not once had I seen my bare body during the 5 years spent in the ice plains, and aside from lightly toned muscles it could be said to be athletically average, which was nice, I supposed. I washed for a few moments for the novelty of it. There really wasn't any filth to clean considering it was always frozen off from my body. And finally, after a few moments, I looked down at my reflection, only to pause. An unfamiliar yet familiar face stared back at me. I looked young. My face shape was familiar to me, and I looked no different than from what I could barely remember, but my hair had turned white and my eyes were light blue. It was odd. I touched my features for a moment before shaking my head and plunging myself into the water. For better or for worse, I wasn't the same person as 5 years ago, and I had to accept it as the system had called me. I was the heroine of Frost. Whether I accepted that title, I didn't know. I had a mild dislike for the system, but at the same time it was the only reason I survived, but also the only reason I found myself in that place to begin with. I closed my eyes. It was also the only reason I was this strong now and the only reason I found how much I enjoyed fighting. In the end, there were only mixed feelings. I stood up from the water and I took a step forward. The water beneath the surface started freezing and then I took another step. Like a staircase I reached the water surface and walked to the shore where I began to redress. Things have already happened, I said somewhat wistfully. All I can do is move forward and enjoy things. And I finished redressing. I will do just that. With those words, I headed elsewhere. Tomorrow, I'll leave this forest. The day came to an end as I sat on a grassy hill. I cast my gaze at the sea of forest in front of me, at the tall tree crowns, and at the horizon, watching the setting sun. The orange sky was charming, and I simply smiled. As much as I had enjoyed the day in the forest and seeing the large amount of peculiar animals, I also wanted to see other places. I had seen beautiful flowers, strangely friendly animals, weird insects, and wonderful sights. If all of this was here, then what was out there? This forest was but the first place I saw in this world, and it certainly wouldn't be the last. With a smile, I saw the sun hide itself behind the horizon as I laid back on the grass. I wasn't tired, but even then, I planned to sleep and enjoy this peace. After so long trapped, I had attained freedom and I was planning on enjoying every ounce of it. Whether it was through battle encounters, exploration or just doing whatever I pleased like doing. I smiled, stretching on the grass. This is just great. I looked at the dark orange sky. Everything was so peaceful. It was still a bit hard to digest that I was now in a new world given I had spent maybe a day in total here. There was still a weird feeling at the back of my mind thinking this was just all a dream. But even though it was there, I just ignored it. I'd enjoy it for as long as I could. And just as I was about to close my eyes, I saw it. A column of smoke rose from the opposite direction. It was almost imperceptible, but as I turned the other way around, I saw fires. It didn't seem like the forest was burning, but rather something else was happening. Hearing a small cry of pain echo through the air, my curiosity rose as I immediately stood up. My heart fluttered for a second in anticipation. I hadn't talked to anyone in so long. I had to check it out. With a smile, I muttered under my breath, "God step," and I vanished from my spot. Chapter 5, First Contact. I arrived in an instant expecting to see people being attacked by monsters, but what greeted me was quite the opposite of my expectations. Burning carriages in the middle of a road and a raging battle, one in which people were killing each other. I paused at the edge of the forest staring at the road. This is not what I expected. With some hesitation, I stepped forward as the last of the guards died. There was someone still alive in the fire. Salon was going to die. Everything had gone wrong. It was a land of death. Dismembered bodies littered the ground, incandescent fires crackled, ash rained, all accompanied by the sounds of howling laughter. She was certain that none of her guards remained alive, and all because they had been attacked. "Little noble, you cannot hide forever," a cackling voice called, and another one soon joined. "The faster we find you, The sooner this will be over. Salon trembled. She was hiding under the ruins of the carriage that transported her. She could hear its wood breaking down and acting as fuel for the fires. Soon it too would be burned to cinders. And then, everything would be lost. She had been sent on a journey to save her nobility. All she had to do was seek aid from the hermit, and even though she expected to run into monsters, especially in such a dangerous forest, she didn't expect mercenaries to be sent after her life. Let alone such strong mercenaries. They had dispatched her D-tier guards so easily. They had to be in the next tier. C-tier. Salon gritted her teeth as another part of the carriage collapsed, the carbonized wood falling apart. She had been so close to reaching her destination, but her convoy had been attacked. And now, she looked forward, at the desolation in front of her, at the dozen moving shadows, and at the corpses of her guards. In the end, not only had she failed in her duty, but also the legacy of her family would be lost. And she closed her eyes. There was nothing that could stop the downfall of her house and much less her death. In the end, she just waited for the hired mercenaries to finish the assassination. Everything was over. A cacophony of footsteps resounded. An asymmetric symphony that slowly but surely drew closer. It was the toll of the bells of fate. She tightened her fists as she gritted her teeth. This was it. And soon, the footfalls arrived. "Guys, I found her," a man called in front of her. Salon shook. She didn't want to die. She didn't want to die. Wait. There was a silence. "Who the fuck are you?" There was someone else? Salon's eyes snapped open as she saw the man standing a few meters in front of her looking in her direction, and standing before her was a stranger. A young woman with white hair and a strange outfit, akin to a leather jacket lined with fur. She had no weapons. Nothing at all. What was she doing here? Salon wanted to scream to tell her to run. But before she could do that, more mercenaries arrived, and she just knew it was too late. The woman too would die, and join her in her tragic fate. Salon's ears buzzed as the fire crackled in the background. "I'm Ark," the woman said casually. "I don't like senseless slaughter, so step away, you say?" The mercenary man asked, laughing. Other footsteps were rapidly approaching. "Is that some sort of threat, girl? Actions speak louder than words." And with those words, the mercenary rushed, brandishing his sword. Salon couldn't bear to watch a bystander be slaughtered just like that. She closed her eyes and heard the swooshing of empty air. She looked once more only to see Ark standing next to the mercenary with a small frown. "You're acting like a senseless monster right now. Do that again and I'll kill you." Salon shivered hearing her voice, but the mercenary was unfazed as he turned and swiped. He missed as the stranger frowned. "You're right, actions speak louder than words." The mercenary attacked once more and she punched. A shrill cacophony of metal sounds broke through the air. "What?" Salon stared wide-eyed. Sword fragments flew through the air. The gloved fist of the girl loomed in the air, covered by a thin layer of ice. What had happened? Why had the sword shattered? Why was there ice? Before Salon could make sense of anything, the young woman flicked her fingers and ice burst around the man, turning him into an ice sculpture. Just like that, one of the elite mercenaries that had killed multiple of her guards died. Well, that's done. Why did he keep attacking? Ark sighed. As for the others, Salon tried to work her jaw. She didn't understand what happened, but before Salon could think of anything more, the rest of the mercenaries arrived. Almost a dozen of them bared their weapons as they warily looked at the strangely dressed stranger. Ark herself took in the sight. Salon expected her to be wary, to run, but instead she shook her head. "You geese should back off if you don't want to end like your friend over there. You all are pretty weak." After all, she gestured towards the frozen man. Salon was amazed, but she frowned, focusing on the last thing Ark said. Weak? The mercenaries weren't anything but that. All of her guards had died to them. Calling them weak was. She gritted her teeth. However, before anyone could react, a sword appeared in Ark's hand. It was white with a blue sheen to it. It looked like a solid object almost, one with a wisping mist. Ark regarded the mercenary group that stood on edge. "Not going to back off?" she asked, and at that moment all of the mercenaries charged at her without hesitation as she shook her head. "Well, since you are all the bad guys, I suppose it's okay. What are you?" And the white-haired woman vanished. Salon blinked before she saw flashes of light around the bandits, and within the next second, she reappeared. She couldn't begin to understand what happened, but all of them looked unwell. However, one of the mercenaries growled, You dare to prank me? I will kill you. The man screamed as icicles of ice exploded from within his body. Before the other mercenaries could move, ice burst from their bodies as Salon simply stared wide-eyed. In a single second, everyone, all the elite mercenaries had died. The same mercenaries that had killed her guards had died at the hands of a single person. Salon looked towards the young woman. Ark. She turned away from the bandits as Salon finally got to see her face for the first time, and she paused. She looked young. How could someone so young be so powerful, and not hesitate to kill? It was clear to her that Ark was strange and not in a good way. Salon scurried even more into her hiding spot. She was trouble. It was best for Salon to hide and wait for the woman to leave. She closed her eyes, praying that she wouldn't be found, and after a few moments, she let out a deep breath as she felt a cold breeze wash over her. The woman had left. Salon opened her eyes only to see Ark's face right in front of her. "Are you all right?" Salon yelped. The blonde girl drew back with a shrill shriek as she cried, "Please don't kill me." "Kill you?" I paused for a moment. "Why?" I then recalled the bandits I had just killed. If I was honest, I didn't know how I felt about it. I certainly wouldn't kill someone innocent, but in my mind, the people I killed were no different from monsters considering their actions and their resolve to attack me. But perhaps for the girl in front of me that wasn't the case. Perhaps I had just slaughtered them senselessly like a monster even though I had done it to save her. "I won't kill you," I reassured her. "Sorry if I'm awkward, it's just I haven't talked to anyone in a long time." I laughed, unsure of what to say. "I just wanted to save you." My words seemed to put her at ease for a few moments as she asked hesitantly, "But where did you come from?" I scratched my head. "The forest." "And before that?" "Well, it's complicated." She paused. "The forest? As in, this forest? The Black Forest?" "Yeah, I guess." "Seemed kinda nice to me." "This forest takes thousands of lives every year, and it seemed nice to you?" "That's just..." She shook her head. "That doesn't make sense. Even some of my guards died on the way here." And then she went silent. I didn't really know what else to say. I was happy enough that I could actually talk to people. But now the girl I was talking to seemed to be thinking deeply about my words, and I found it slightly unnerving. It was my first real conversation after all. She slowly nodded. "Right. Anyway, nothing was particularly dangerous that I saw," I said with a shrug. "Ignoring that, we should probably leave." I stood up gesturing to the burning wreckage and extended my hand towards the person I had just saved. She grabbed it and quickly stood up before massaging her palm. "You are very cold," she said oddly. There was a brief pause before I decided to ignore what she just said, instead taking in her full appearance, stylized now soot-covered blonde hair, and piercing blue eyes, a frilled dress that was torn to shreds. I raised my brow. "Are you like a noble?" She nodded before bowing lightly. "I am Salon Arlo. Thank you for saving my life." "Right. You're welcome." Salon looked at our surroundings for a moment, and she quickly realized that all the fire in my vicinity had been extinguished even though the flames in our surroundings were quickly spreading. Then she looked behind me at the ice statues. "You're Ark, right?" I nodded as she continued. "What tier are you?" There was a pause. "You can't see?" "I do not have the appraisal skill. It's quite rare after all." She shook her head. She seemed rather collected. "Hence I ask." "I am." I trailed off. "Was SS tier normal?" "Definitely not." "It's a secret." I shook my head. "Why do you want to know?" "I understand it's rude," Salon quickly replied, a hint of hurry in her voice. "I was wondering," and she paused. "No, I cannot drag a stranger into this. Thank you for saving me." With those words, she began to walk away, clearly not intending for me to follow. Though as far as I could tell we were kind of in the middle of nowhere and admittedly I didn't want to bid farewell so fast. "So, I can escort you to the nearest town," I called. The blonde girl, Salon paused. Her dress was torn and I could even see blood trailing down one of her legs. She shook for a moment before she turned to look at me with a wry smile. "I'd appreciate that." I nodded and followed after her. About 5 minutes into our journey, Salon excused herself to gather some berries. Though I could tell she just wanted some alone time, so I let her be as she went into the forest. Salon stepped into the forest as she made sure she wasn't being followed by Ark, her newfound temporary escort. Lots of things flashed in her mind. The trip here, the death of her guards, and the instant freezing of the mercenaries. Slowly, She sat down on the grass as she tried to keep the little dignity she had left before she started sobbing. She had lost everything. All of the guards of her house had died right then and there. She was on an important mission to save her nobility and family. And now, everything was gone. And soon, her life would be forfeit too. Ark, a mysterious stranger, had saved her. Salon didn't know if to trust the eccentric young woman. She was weird and had the social skills of a stick, but out of respect and gratitude, she kept all of the questions to herself. She was grateful enough that someone had decided to save her, but what now? She had to continue on her journey, but how? She had no money to hire Ark, let alone hire anyone to escort her. Did she have to go see the hermit alone? The path ahead was still filled with perils, and the Black Forest was dangerous enough, even if she left it with Ark's help. What came after? Nothing. She had nothing but her life and the resolution to carry forward, but everything felt so helpless. Salon knew that in just a few minutes she would pick herself up and act as if nothing happened. But right now, she cried and sobbed as quietly as she could, trying to let it all out. This is helpless. Minutes passed as she continued to cry until finally she couldn't anymore. Salon stood up. Her mind had thought about a lot of things, and even after everything, she didn't want to ask for Ark's help. She had just been saved by her, and Salon was sure the young woman had her own agenda. In the end, even if Ark was the key to her conundrum, she didn't want to drag her into it. Perhaps it was stupid, but it was her resolution. This was her family's problem, and she would resolve it through her own means. Salon took a deep breath and got ready to leave, and at that moment she heard a rustle come from the bushes. She turned with a frown. Was Ark spying on her? But instead, she paused as she saw 8 red beady eyes staring back at her. Lesser Chimera spider. Tear. See. Salon screamed and the monster pounced. She was going to die. And at that moment, Salon felt a gust of wind and heard a dying shriek as the spider exploded within her vision. She had briefly seen the ice icicle fly through the air, but she just knew that she had been saved once more. She turned to look at her savior, Ark, who walked out of the bushes. And before Ark could say anything, she spoke up in a cry. Please help me. And immediately, Salon covered her mouth, as a few tears streamed down her face. What had she just said? It was wrong to ask for Ark's help. She couldn't. She was clearly abusing a stranger's kindness, and it was so wrong. Salon slowly lifted her gaze expecting to see a frown, something to indicate the woman before her was displeased, but instead she got a smile and a counter-offer. Sure, but only if you guide me in this world. And Salon paused. Chapter 6. Absurdities. Guide her in this world? Salon hardly understood what Ark meant. She couldn't even agree to something so cryptic. Still she hesitated. What do you mean? Ark smiled. As I said, I don't know anything about this world, so you'll help me with that. You don't know anything? Salon paused. That shouldn't be possible, and she recalled something. Otherworlders were a thing. It was nothing more than an ancient legend that heroes were summoned from another world in order to fight by the system itself. So maybe. Are you a hero? Ark answered with a small frown, offended by the question. Why would a hero make an offer like this? Right. Salon shrunk back. What was she even doing? Salon slowly untensed. She was throwing away her only opportunity to claw out of her family situation. Just out of curiosity. It wasn't even whether Ark was trustworthy or not. That was out of the question. She had been saved twice at this point, and for little to no reason. At this moment Salon needed all the help she could receive, and she already owed her life to Ark, so even worrying about whether the young woman in front of her had ulterior motives was pointless. And so, Salon made her decision, nodding with a small smile. I'll guide you. The white-haired young woman smiled, proffering her hand. Good. Salon grabbed it, this time not shying away from its ice-like feeling as she slowly stood up. Thank you. Ark. I stared at the noble girl. She looked almost relieved as she dusted her dress off just a bit. So, now you can tell me, what do you need help with? And Salon tensed, stopping mid-action before her shoulders dropped. It's a bit complicated, but I do think I owe you an explanation. I mean, if you don't want to share, it's okay. Just tell me what to expect. I tried easing her, but she just shook her head. I believe that honesty is important. Salon hesitated as she began to walk forward, lightly gesturing for me to follow after her. I saw her ignore her injuries as she began to speak. I come from a very well-off family, with my father having the nobility title of Earl, which is about middle to high nobility, she explained. Normally that would guarantee a prosperous and fulfilling life. But her fists tightened. The king just passed away of old age, and with no successor in line for the throne, everyone is vying for the position of king. Unlike other countries, here in Drilis, our positions are determined by assets and wealth. It's not abnormal for higher-ranked nobles to assimilate the wealth of lower-rank nobles through underhanded means. And a very loud sigh left her. As my father is an earl, our family would normally be untouched, even during such a chaotic time with little to no order. The problem is a Grand Duke decided to target our house. I nodded. So, he wants to assimilate your family? Yes. She gritted her teeth. However, he plans on doing it by wiping any trace of Arlo in the first place. He just wants our assets. Our lands constantly get attacked. Our distant relatives have long been assassinated, and just now there was an attempt on my life. Right. That is why I was sent on a journey to seek help from a mysterious figure, one who calls themselves the Hermit, a person that has multitudes of feats to their name, and hopefully. She placed her hand on her chest. I can ask for his help. All to avoid this Grand Duke, which is, it's the highest ranks below the king. Salon sighed. If there is a terrifying figure backing us, he wouldn't dare lay his hands on us. And at that moment, I saw a small tear come from her eye. Truth be told, I had heard her cry in the forest. I had heard her mutters and sobbing. The situation was bad. But thankfully, I was here and could do something about it. Perhaps, I was offering help too readily, but I was fond of Salon for simply being the first person I had an actual real interaction with. She also seemed to have a lot of burdens thrust upon her without choice, and I could relate to that. I never chose to train for 5 years or become a hero, but here I was. I'll help you get to the Hermit. I nodded. Shouldn't be too hard. Thank you, she whispered. Though, I began. Aren't you too young to be traveling alone? Salon shook her head with a small smile. No, I'm a fully grown adult, 18 to be exact. Oh. I blinked. I thought you were younger. Salon let out a small laugh as we continued walking. Thanks for the compliment. And then she turned to me. I have to ask now, how old are you, Ark? I thought for a few moments, deciding to add the years spent in training. 24. Salon let out a small surprised breath. I thought you were younger. I smiled for a moment. I'll take that as a compliment. You should. I'd say you would look younger than me with different clothes, Salon chirped. I thought about it for a moment. Maybe one day. The atmosphere became a relaxed silence as we walked together before finally Salon decided to say something, but it wasn't something I expected. I have a random question, Ark. Why are you so cold? I paused for a moment before she clarified. I mean that in a literal sense. I wryly smiled. Do you want to know? She nodded eagerly as I let out a small breath. I suppose I owe you a small story. And I began to explain that after learning a certain amount of frost and ice-related magic my body just became different, and that included my temperature. I also mentioned the changes to my hair and eyes, which made Salon confused as she noted that magic shouldn't do that, but I shrugged and simply continued to tell her about things. How cold was natural to me, that almost no temperature bothered me from the little I had experienced in terms of warmth. I let out a deep breath. I suppose things are just like that for me. I can control it to some extent, but I don't think I can have a warm touch or anything. Salon slowly nodded. That is quite. I'm sorry. It's okay. I shook my head. I can relate to having to deal with circumstances you are not prepared with, and the burden you're carrying. I'm sure it's not easy for you either. Salon paused and slowly nodded. It's not. Thank you, Ark. I appreciate that. I stared at her for a moment. It was fulfilling to have conversations and learn more about each other. Salon was a kind girl. Not really the image of noble that I had in mind. Then again, my perception was definitely skewed since Earth wasn't medieval. So, how far away is the closest town? I asked. Salon pondered for a moment. Maybe 2 days away at this pace. I see. I stared at the stars above us. Do you want to get there in just a few minutes? Contrary to expectations, Salon shook her head. I don't understand what you mean, but even if we could shorten the trip to a few hours, I'd like to take this time to relax. At the same time, if the Grand Duke doesn't see me arrive at the next town in the following days, perhaps he'll determine the assassination to be successful." She smiled, "And well, maybe not the best thing to say, but I'd like to get to know you better." I nodded. "Sure, let's take our time then." Salon expected a lot of things from this 2-day journey. After all, she was going to spend so long with the person helping her, someone who was quite mysterious to her. More than anything, she hoped for guidance and to find the situation enriching. Salon didn't know how strong Ark was, however. She was certainly sure that Ark was at least B-tier, and even though they weren't the strongest B-tier individuals were strong. They were considered commanders in armies. They would take on important solo missions for the country. They would be the elite of the elite. The general populace was the lowest rank after all, though those that stepped beyond were still generally E-tier, and it just got rarer from there. And yet, Salon wasn't entirely sure if Ark was B-tier. It had been too easy for her to defeat the C-tier mercenaries, so perhaps, just maybe, Ark was A-tier. Generals of whole armies, celebrities, fabled adventurers with dozens of achievements under their name. Most A-tier individuals were well known throughout the kingdom. Salon swallowed. If Ark was A-tier, what kind of experiences would I get traveling along with her? She couldn't wait. Salon stared at the sight before aghast. She expected a lot of things, but this Ark was sitting on a log in front of her, and she was eating raw meat. Salon just stared as Ark gave her a weird gaze. "Are you not going to eat?" Salon broke out of her stupor. "Raw meat? No," she cried as she looked at the 4-legged dead monster. "Also, don't Linus have poisonous meat and their fluids have a paralysis effect? Even being touched by one could be dangerous, and you are." Salon watched as Ark munched on the raw meat of the animal, just eating poison and paralysis reagents. Ark shrugged in response. "It must not be poisonous if I can eat it just fine." Salon watched more as her stomach churned at the gross sight. Linnu were considered cute monsters, but the one before her had been torn apart as if ravaged by a terrible beast. "Are you not going to cook it?" "I don't have any way to do so," she replied simply. Salon opened her mouth and promptly closed it again, watching what was unfolding in front of her. This was the experience she was so excited about, and the oddities didn't end there. Just a few hours later of traveling they were ready for bed, and Salon blinked looking at Ark lying down on the grass. "You don't have camping equipment?" "Nope," she replied uncaringly. Salon paused as she slowly laid on the moist and filthy grass. Then she turned to the stars above as confusion filled her mind. Was this how strong people lived? Still, somehow she managed to fall asleep just from how exhausted she was. Salon woke up only to turn and immediately freeze. Linnu tier D. Linnu tier D. Linnu tier D. Three Linnus were attacking Ark with their paralytic licks. Salon couldn't do anything as she watched the 3 merciless monsters go for the kill. But at that moment, Ark awoke with a yawn and a small chuckle. "Stop licking me." After a moment, all 3 monsters ran away, and Salon just blinked. She was fine after all that, and Salon just fell back on the grass, disbelieving the absurdity of the situation. "Hey, are you okay?" Ark called concerned, but she couldn't even bring herself to respond as she stared at the sky. What was going on? Thankfully the day continued as normal without weird occurrences. They walked for a few hours until Salon's stomach growled. Ark turned to her in concern. "Are you sure you don't want to eat something?" "Look, I found these berries in the forest." Salon looked at the palm of the young woman's hand only to see frozen purple beads. She recognized the berries Ark was talking about. They were all over the Black Forest, but at this point Salon didn't have the energy to overreact anymore. Instead, a single sigh left her. "Those are poisonous." "Really?" Ark asked with some surprise. "They taste pretty good, better than raw meat at least." Those words made Salon just shake her head with exasperation. "I don't understand. It's like..." And she just stopped. "Never mind. It's like?" The white-haired woman raised her brow. "I can take your criticisms." "I don't know, it's just savage I guess." Salon said hesitantly. "I don't understand how you can sleep on grass just fine, ignore monster attacks and eat poisonous food and still be uncaring of it. I can understand resisting it, but you're even enjoying this." "I guess so." Ark shook her head looking at the sky. "I am just used to not having these things, so all of this is new to me. Hence I enjoy it." She scratched her head. "Sorry it bothers you." Salon listened for a moment. "Right, you said you didn't know anything. But after a few seconds Ark's statement resounded louder and louder in her mind. Why was she even bothered by the absurdity of the events? No one had been harmed and she wasn't even the victim. At the same time, even if she was hungry, she expected to not eat anything for these 2 days. It's not like she was jealous of Ark's eating habits. So, what was she getting bothered about? It was childish, and more than anything immature and truly ungrateful. Salon reprimanded herself before calling out, "Ark." "Yeah?" The white-haired woman replied with her usual carefree tone. "I'm sorry for judging you over all of this. It's just new to me and I guess I just..." Salon trailed off before shaking her head. "I'm sorry." There was a brief silence as Salon felt a pit of her stomach, but then she got a reply. "It's fine." Ark smiled. "I have enough common sense to understand that it's a bit absurd that I eat raw meat, and the fact that I'm eating poisonous things doesn't make it any better." She threw a berry in her mouth. "So it's okay to be a bit bothered. Don't worry about it, Salon." Salon paused, feeling a sudden sense of warmth. Perhaps it was because whenever she made a mistake in the past she would be harshly punished, but instead she had just been forgiven. It was something new to her, but feeling the warmth on her chest truly made her happy. "Thank you." She turned back to the road. "Let's continue our journey then." Ark smiled. "Sure. How about you tell me a bit more of the town we are about to arrive in?" "I don't know anything about this town in particular." Salon sheepishly smiled, and after a moment she quickly picked herself up. "But I'll tell you about towns in general." "Sure. Let's hear about that." "Okay, so first is the town walls." And Salon quickly began to explain everything she knew regarding towns. The day came to an end rather quickly, and this time Salon slept on the grass without being bothered, and when she woke up, she saw a familiar bizarre sight. Linyu Tier D, Aminu Tier C, Linyu Tier D. 5. This time 5 Linyus were attacking Ark, and this time, there were 2 evolved variants. It was a sight that would have scared Salon to death just a day ago, but now instead of being mortified, or even panicking at the sight of the monsters, she laughed at the amount of monsters surrounding her companion as she herself groggily awoke. There were just too many of them. There was confusion, a lot of confusion. From Ark and Salon got to enjoy all of it. But, soon they all left after realizing their attacks were pointless. "They keep multiplying," Ark murmured, and Salon chuckled in response. "You must be quite delicious for them." "Huh?" Ark sighed. "I guess so." Salon smiled and stood up, offering Ark a hand. "Let's go then. We should arrive today." There was a pause and some hesitation from Ark's side before finally, she grabbed it with a small smile. "Yeah." "And that day, at night, we arrived at the town. We stood before the guard as he looked at us for a moment before speaking. 'You're forbidden from entering Raindale.'" I blinked, and Salon. "What?" Chapter 7, Learning of the New World. Salon freaked out. "What do you mean we can't enter?" she cried. The guard remained unflinching as he met her gaze. "Lady, Raindale is a town that resides at the outer edges of the Black Forest," he continued. "This means we cannot allow everyone to enter, and our protocols have tightened due to the turmoil in the country. We also have strict entry quotas, and unfortunately, today's has been filled. Unless you have a formal document that would allow us to make an exception, then you cannot enter." Salon flinched for a moment. "I lost my documents in the fire. Can you please make an exception?" The guard met her gaze, frowning. "No, it seems you aren't listening to what I'm saying. Now leave or you will be arrested for being uncooperative." "But..." I placed my hand on Salon's shoulder as she turned towards me. "It's fine." She hesitated but ultimately relinquished with a nod while gritting her teeth. She gave the guard a glare, and just like that we walked away from the road. Salon was looking at the ground the entire time, with a somber mood as I finally spoke up. "If we got into the town, what would we do there?" Salon at that moment shook her head. "Get a place to sleep in, proper food. I'd be able to get a bath and bandage my wounds, maybe hire a priest to heal me." "Do you have money?" I asked, raising my brow. "Of course I have money." Salon sighed, reaching for her back, and soon enough she produced a sack. "I am not clumsy enough to lose the things I carry on my person." "All right. Then let's get into town." And Salon paused, looking at me with confusion. "What do you mean? Didn't you hear the guard?" "Well, I heard him." I shrugged. "I'll rephrase, let's break into town." "Ark, that is." There was a pause before a sigh came. "Against the law." Hearing her, I couldn't help but chuckle. It's only against the law if you get caught. I got a dubious look back, but after seeing my smile, Salon slowly nodded. Okay, how are we going to break in? I smiled, extending my hand towards her. Grab my hand. Confusion settled on her face as she raised her brow. What is grabbing your hand going to do? Just grab it. Hearing me, she sighed and placed her palm on mine, lightly flinching in the process. This is my first time doing it with another person, so brace yourself. She blinked. Brace myself for what? God step. And we vanished in an instant. In the next moment we appeared in between the houses of Raindale at a random alley. And just like that, we had entered the town. Salon fell back, landing on her butt as she looked around with wide eyes. What was, Ugh. She covered her mouth. I can't. A groan left her as she scrambled elsewhere only for me to hear her throw up. I did my best to not listen, and after a few seconds of that, she came back. She looked as dignified as she could, meeting my gaze. What did you do? She cried in a whisper. This skill that you used? What was it? You should have told me. It would have made my whole world spin. And all that. Her face was red as I awkwardly scratched my cheek. It never really felt like that whenever I used it. Sorry. A loud sigh left her. Just what kind of skill is that? Salon turned to me, clearly tired. Next time, inform me like you did last time, and I'll truly brace myself. Yeah. Being honest, I felt bad. Not too much, but I was hoping it'd be a pleasant surprise rather than a mortifying and unpleasant experience. Salon continued to mutter things such as, what kind of skill could do this? What was that? Why did it feel so terrible? But eventually she moved on after a minute or two as she turned to me. We should try and find a place to stay. I nodded. Let's do that. And we began to move out of the alley as I spoke again. By the way, sorry again. It's fine. Salon shook her head. I just thought everyone needed to at least mutter their skills in order to use them. If I at least heard it, I would have been able to actually brace myself. I thought for a moment. Sometimes I do need to call it. It depends on the skill. Most I don't need to call unless I can't really focus, I guess. I see. Salon nodded, still clearly bothered as we stepped onto the town streets. There were very few people outside, and we got some weird looks that we attempted to ignore. The buildings looked somewhat dirty, but inside, all of them had a cozy orange tint to them. Something that I found oddly comforting. Salon walked around seemingly looking for something before her eyes landed on a street sign, one that I immediately was able to read. Lodging. Let's go find an inn. She gestured. I followed after Salon. She was, well, getting weird looks throughout, and for good reason. There was dried blood all over her body, and her dress was still very much torn. She had done practically nothing to fix herself up in the past 2 days, or even eaten, something that I found slightly concerning. But now we were in town, and hopefully Salon would be able to fix herself up. We passed by a few buildings and houses, ignoring most of them until Salon paused before one. It was the biggest one so far, not by much but I could tell, and its material looked newer than all the other ones. Salon was standing before the door as she murmured to herself, this must be it, I think, and after a deep breath, she opened the door. What greeted us was a fancy wooden reception with a large pattern-filled carpet. I walked in along with Salon staring at the chandelier on the ceiling as a single word left me. Fancy. A person came from a door behind the counter, an older woman with brunette hair and average looks, though her attire was well kept. Welcome to the best inn on Raindale, the town of the Black Forest. The woman chirped before noticing Salon, and at that moment she paused. Salon walked up to the counter, basically slamming her hands down. Do you have a bath? We do, but it's costly. And she slammed the coin pouch on the counter. How much, considering your state? She then looked at me. And your companion? For bath, food and staying 1 night. 1 gold coin. Salon immediately produced a golden coin from her pouch, as she basically barked to the lady. Bath now. I just watched, thinking to myself, right, Salon is noble after all. She was a bit tyrannic, desperate, though not like I could blame her. The lady hurriedly nodded. Right this way, and she walked past the counter and into the reception, immediately heading towards the stairs as Salon followed after her, grabbing her pouch, and I simply just stood there. At least until Salon turned to me, her face gentle. I'll be right back. Unless you want to join in for the bath. I thought for a moment but shook my head. It's fine. I'd probably freeze the water anyway. Salon smiled and walked away. Soon after, another staff member guided me to a room for two, where I was left waiting for Salon. I kinda just laid in bed until Salon came back, and when she entered, she was wearing what I'd describe as a casual pajama. Long pants and a shirt. Her dress didn't seem to be anywhere in sight. Her hair however was carefully combed, and she herself was free of filth. She turned to me with an apologetic look. "I'm sorry you had to see me in such a way." "It's okay." I shrugged. "I don't care for appearances." A small chuckle left her as she sat on the bed, looking at me deeply. "Thank you for helping me, Ark, and for saving my life and everything in between." I awkwardly nodded. "I couldn't really just stand there and let you die, I guess." Salon laughed for a moment. "Well, I know I haven't been doing a great job as a guide, so now that we are in a better place, let me start from the beginning." I raised my brow. "Wouldn't it be better for me to ask questions?" She thought for a moment. "How about I just give you an introduction and you ask questions after?" "Might be better," I pondered, before nodding. "Okay, I'll start." Salon breathed. "We are in the kingdom of Drullies, a country, one of many around the world. Here in Drullies, nobility is determined by wealth above everything. Even the title of king can be earned, hence my ongoing circumstances." I nodded as Salon continued. "There are towns with a population of a couple hundreds to 1,000, and there are cities with populations of thousands to tens of thousands. Though I suppose this isn't too relevant." She scratched her cheek before letting out a small breath. "We are in the Black Forest. It is said to be one of the most dangerous places in Drullies, and its origins are unknown. Monsters are just naturally drawn here by the concentration of mana in the deeper parts." I nodded. "Now moving on to more world things, since you said you didn't know anything." She scratched her cheek, meeting my gaze. "I assume you've experienced floating projections at some point in your life. Those are the system?" I asked, interrupting. Salon nodded. "It can be called that. There are religions centered around it. It grants every being in the world power that otherwise we wouldn't have. It's the basis of all magic. It's the basis of mana." "Mana? What you use to make magic, to use your skills. What you feel inside you is mana." Salon explained quickly. "Even though I am in the lowest tier, I can still feel my mana inside of me." I nodded. "The system grants us classes to be able to fight or achieve in our life. I assume you too have a class." She nodded. "I did not have a class. My status just said, hero, and well, I guess that's enough of an introduction." Salon thought. "Though we don't really get a class until E tier, so I don't have one." I raised my brow. "That's interesting." Salon chuckled. "I'm sure you went through it a long time ago, so probably forgot. Do you have any questions?" I pondered. "How does one make money aside from jobs?" "Ah, about that." Salon coughed. "There is a job for everyone, even the strong." She gave me a side glance. "Adventurers kill monsters for a living. They sell their parts to foster the economy, etc." "So you're saying?" "I'm saying you should become an adventurer. You also get a free pass to every town and country, and well, someone strong like you should get a lot of money and fame. I think you might be able to register in this town if there is a branch of the Adventurers Guild here." I leaned back. "Money is nice to have a roof over my head, but I don't really care for fame. It seems bothersome. Everything else sounds nice though." I closed my eyes. "I'll think about it." Salon nodded. "Yeah, just think about it. I am making a lot of assumptions, but after you're done helping me, you'll probably need something to do." Yeah, she was right. I let out a breath as I stared at the ceiling. After helping, I would be aimless once more. I had to find something, and our door was knocked as a lady stepped in with a lidded tray. I stared for a moment as she walked to the middle of a room where a table sat and set it down. After a moment, she lifted the lid, and a pleasant aroma entered my nose as my eyes went wide. At the table laid 2 bowls of soup. They looked amazing. Meanwhile, Salon scooted over to one of the chairs next to the table with a weird face. But I didn't mind as I just stared. Salon sat down at the room's table and she suppressed a sigh. She hadn't eaten anything for 2 days, but this. She looked at the bowl of soup. The broth looked empty, for lack of a better word. The vegetables inside looked old, and upon touching the meat with the spoon, it was as hard as a rock. She looked at the soup as the inn staff left. She felt disillusioned, but perhaps she had expected too much. Reyndell was at the edge of the Black Forest, but very much still inside of it. So perhaps this was to be expected. Salon was just about to eat before she noticed someone was missing. She turned to look at the beds where she saw Ark staring with wide eyes. Her white hair looked as silky as ever, but her ice-like eyes held nothing but wide surprise. "Are you not going to eat?" Salon asked awkwardly. Ark blinked and slowly nodded, sitting down somewhat apprehensively and looking at the soup as she clumsily got hold of the spoon. Salon understood. "I know it's not the best, but it's the best we can get right now," she awkwardly reassured. "We should eat now." She got yet another awkward nod from Ark, as Salon brought the spoon-filled soup to her mouth and ate it. She almost frowned. The soup really wasn't good, and when she turned to stare at Ark, her hand was shaking as she was opening her mouth. Something seemed off. Salon watched as Ark placed the spoonful in her mouth, and at that moment, her eyes went wide, and then she started crying. Salon watched as the aloof and uncaringly strong woman began to audibly sob over eating a spoonful of soup. Salon didn't know what to do. Her heart rate immediately tripled as she scrambled to say something. "Are you all right?" And Ark slowly nodded as she slowly ate another spoonful. "It's just..." She choked. Salon prepared herself, and the next words shocked her. "It's just so good." Salon continued to watch as Ark savored every bit of the soup, and all she could do was stare. Just what kind of life had Ark been living to cry over eating a soup? Salon looked down at her meal. It looked average to her at best, and its taste wasn't anything to write home about. But still, she decided to not say anything about it or form opinions as she began to eat as well. And not long after, both of them finished their meal. Salon wanted to say something but she didn't know what to say. Meanwhile Ark was looking down at the bowl, until finally she sighed. "Where I came from, the only source of food were monsters that constantly attacked me, whether I was awake or asleep. There was no fire, the dried wood around was unusable. I never had a proper rest until a day ago, and this is my first real meal in years." Ark closed her eyes. She didn't seem to be crying now, but she definitely was on a weird mood. "Thank you, Salon." Salon blinked. "You're welcome." And with those words, Ark stood up and laid in bed without words. It was clear to her that she was now going to sleep. Meanwhile, she was just left to brood over her thoughts as she thought about the things Ark had just said. "I laid in bed as I closed my eyes. I never expected to get so emotional eating proper food. But it only made sense. It had been so long since I had experienced a warm meal. Its taste was incomparable to anything I could remember eating. It had just been the best. Right now, I wanted more than ever to experience new things, to see the sights the world had to offer, and to see what I had been missing out on for so long. I needed a way to experience things. I needed money, and something popped into my mind. To become an adventurer. I remembered what Salon had said, and I made a decision. Tomorrow I'll become an adventurer. And I fell asleep. Chapter 8, Adventurers Guild. Salon had gone to bed with a lot in mind, and when she woke up, she was just thinking. She didn't know much about Ark, where she came from, what her past was like, or how she had gotten so strong. But now, she had a very small idea, and it sounded awful. It was a thing so far away from her reality that she barely comprehended it, but her small attempts at doing so made her feel spoiled. So what if the soup was bad? She had so many other things to deal with, and she really complained about the soup. No, it was fine to complain. Salon understood that her situation wasn't easy, but Ark's in comparison was damnation. And Salon felt like she had to do something about it, that she had to help Ark to achieve whatever she wanted to achieve. It was a small feeling now. Perhaps she'd give up and forget the next day, but right now, she was going to act on it. She opened her eyes and sat upright to look at Ark, but she paused. Ark was gone. Confusion flared through Salon's mind as she searched around, and at the corner of her eye, she saw it. A blue card on the table. It was made out of ice. A message clearly inscribed in it. Salon blinked as she approached it and immediately grabbed it, wincing for a moment as she shone it against the sunlight. And at that moment she finally read its contents. I left to become an adventurer. I'll be back after. Ark. Salon blinked. Ark left to go to the Adventurers Guild, and she scrambled to leave. There were things that Ark definitely didn't know that could lead to disaster. I was in a bad mood. I dreamt of home, the land of ice, except it had been a nightmare. I dreamt of the start of the training and constant struggle for death. It sucked. And now, after constantly asking people for directions of adventurers and getting unclear answers, I finally got pointed towards the Adventurers Guild, a large building at the center of the town. Standing before the place, I took a deep breath, before striding forward and walking through the swinging double doors. What greeted me was a boisterous hall with 20 or so people, all dressed up with weapons and combat gear. They were what I assumed to be adventurers. Though in spite of the confused gazes I got, I just strode to the front desk where there were clerks standing. I picked one at random and walked towards them. It was a burly bald man with a long beard. The man met my gaze and spoke up with a gruff voice. "What do you need?" "I want to register to become an adventurer," I said simply. "That is not possible." The man shook his head. I immediately frowned. "Why not?" "For starters, we are not recruiting at the moment, and you also do not have a reference." Confusion settled in my mind hearing him. "Recruiting? Reference?" "Yes." He nodded slightly. "We only recruit new adventurers during certain windows, and those adventurers must have an already existing reference. This is to avoid ignorant people from jumping into such a dangerous job and dying fruitlessly. Of course, if you're already here you should know all of this." He glared at me, clearly implying what he was saying. And at that moment, a man from the back laughed, standing up from his table with a wide grin. He wore evidently better armor than everyone else here. A long sword sat on his back, swinging side to side as he strode towards me. "Of course she doesn't know. Come on now." "She is one of those people that come in fancy equipment." He met my gaze. "Did Daddy buy you that fancy jacket?" My frown deepened as he finally stood before me, looking down on me. "You don't have what it takes." And he poked the center of my chest with his finger. I immediately slapped his hand away with a frown. "Don't touch me. What are you going to do about it?" He poked again as my annoyance hit a new peak. "Cry to your dad?" My fist tightened. "You do not belong here, so shut up and go make me a porridge." And I punched. I felt several bones break as the air broke. The man went flying through the air, shattering the doors of the guild as he was sent flying into the outside plaza before crashing against a building with an explosion of dust and grime. I sneered. "Dumbass." When I turned to look at my surroundings, everyone was looking at me with wide eyes, clearly mortified at what I had just done. Perhaps I had gone a bit overboard. Salon hurried to arrive. All the way there, she prayed from the bottom of her heart that nothing happened, and as she saw the Adventurers Guild in the distance, she was relieved. Perhaps Ark hadn't encountered issues, and the door exploded as Salon yelped from shock. A scream of pain echoed and she saw a shadow streak through the ground, rolling before hitting a building with a very loud thud. She watched the smoke clear only to see a bloodied adventurer. Her heart skipped a beat as she ran towards the guild. Something had indeed happened. Immediately she arrived as she saw Ark standing in front of the reception desk crossing her arms, all while an unsettling silence was present inside of the guild. Salon was just about to step forward when she saw a door to the side of the hall slam open, and a man with a black coat walked out. "What in the fuck happened?" he bellowed. And Salon immediately recognized the patterns lining the coat. It was the guild master. I watched as someone came out from a door and immediately glared at me, clearly some form of supervisor or manager. "Are you responsible for the commotion?" "I guess so." I shrugged. Perhaps if he listened this wouldn't have happened. He let out a grunt and turned to the receptionist. "What happened?" "An adventurer disrespected the lady and ignored her. Request to not touch her." Before he was. The bald man coughed, punched and thrown out the door. The manager raised his brow. "You're telling me a punch made all that noise?" "Yes, sir." The clerk lowered his head. The response seemed to make the manager ponder for a few moments, and as that was happening I felt a familiar presence near me. I turned only to see Salon as she stiffened for a moment, from some form of shock. "Did you just sense me?" "No, ignore that. We have to leave now," she whispered. "You could be arrested for what just happened." "So, I'm told you came to register as an adventurer?" The manager turned to me only to see me facing Salon. "Does your companion also want to register?" Salon stiffened. "No, Sir Guildmaster, only her." "Guildmaster?" I didn't know what exactly that meant other than he was the boss of the place. The man met my gaze for a few moments, seemingly evaluating it before nodding. "Very well, an exception can be made. You are clearly cut above the rest in terms of skill." His words sounded a bit. I didn't know how to feel about his compliment, but I still nodded after. "Thank you." The guildmaster smiled at me for a moment. "Come this way, let's get you tested. Your friend can come along." And with those words he walked towards the open door, where a large and long office clearly laid. I met Salon's gaze for a moment, and she seemed more confused than anything. So I simply shrugged and followed after the guildmaster. We entered his office and Salon closed the door behind her. Meanwhile I took a seat behind his desk as he sat down. He looked at me once more. "What is your name?" "Ark." "Interesting name." He pondered for a moment. "Okay, Ark. So, here is what is going to happen. Your tier will be appraised using this red stone here. An appraisal stone." The guildmaster pulled out a red opal from under the desk. It was as big as his fist. "Then once that is done, you will become an official adventurer and get all the paperwork." I blinked. "My tier will be measured?" "As in, strength tier?" Salon looked at me weirdly. Meanwhile the guildmaster nodded. "Yes, is there a problem with that? Is it necessary?" I asked, feeling a bit apprehensive. He crossed his arms, frowning. "I thought you wanted to become an adventurer. Did I get something wrong here? Just place your hand on the stone, use mana and you're done." Being with Salon had taught me that my strength was much more abnormal than I anticipated. I hesitated but ultimately sighed with a nod. "I guess so. I needed this for my future plans. Just don't freak out, I guess." The guildmaster gestured towards the red stone that was at his desk, and I simply extended my hand and touched it. Its surface was flat and rather cold, and then I pushed my mana into it. The red stone shone for a moment, before a screen flashed in front of me. "Overloaded." It flickered for a moment, and then it exploded. The red stone burst into thousands of pieces with a shrill noise as I blinked. Meanwhile the guildmaster had his mouth wide open. "Overloaded? But how?" Salon too was looking at the remains of the stone with wide eyes. "Can't they measure up to A tier?" Meanwhile I scratched my cheek. "I told you so." The guildmaster turned to me, slowly standing up. "What tier are you? Does it matter?" "Of course it matters." He slammed his palms on the desk. "You could be the next hope of our country. You could be a savior." "I don't care for that." I frowned, interrupting him. "Right. Of course, you aren't." "Right." He seemed to lose his mind as he began to mutter to himself. Salon meanwhile turned to me and opened her mouth before promptly closing it and facing away once more. The sight made me feel a bit bad, but before I could even say an apology, the guildmaster spoke up. "How about we run a little test?" He walked towards the wall, where a mannequin rested. "You'll attack this target dummy, using any skill that you are sure will destroy it. Then we will evaluate based on that and form your adventurer's license based on that." I gave him a dubious look, but ultimately nodded. "Very well." He dragged the target dummy to the end of the elongated office where I could see scorch marks lining the walls among other scratches and damages. Clearly not the first time this test occurred. After setting it up, he gestured for Salon to stand behind me as he also did too. "You may begin." I sighed, and extended my hand. Might as well go back to the beginning, and from my palm, ice began to form as a pristine spear of ice formed. I heard a mutter from behind me as I hefted the weapon with perfect balance. I drew back and immediately called, "Throw of death," and the spear blurred. Like a bullet it hit the dummy with a loud thud as I saw chunks of wall and rock fly through the air. It hadn't exploded, but the damage had been much higher than I had ever anticipated. All that remained was the torso of the dummy impaled on the wall along with the spear, its limbs torn from the force alone, strewn on the ground. The guildmaster behind me blinked. "But that skill is an eat-deer skill. How can it be so strong?" I turned only to see him trying to work his jaw, while Salon gave me an alien look. "An eat-deer skill shouldn't be able to destroy this dummy, or even a C-tier skill." The guildmaster muttered under his breath. "Just how?" Finally, after a few moments of talking to himself, he turned to face me with a weird look. "Ark, I don't have the permission to award you such a high rank," and the door slammed open as the receptionist from earlier walked in. His eyes went wide for a moment seeing the slammed dummy, but he immediately turned towards the guildmaster. "Urgent news. Raindale is being sieged by thousands of lesser Chimera spiders. It's a C-ranked threat. They are already inside the town." The guildmaster immediately began to bark orders, and I simply paused. The town was being attacked by the spiders I had unleashed into the world 2 days ago. I turned to look at Salon only to see her evidently looking upset. I wanted to talk with her, but so long as the spiders were here, nothing of the sort would happen. At the same time, people could die from that. A small sigh left me as I stepped past Salon and the guild master. "What are you doing?" he called. "I'll deal with it." I sighed. "I'll deal with the spiders." Before either of them could say anything, I muttered my skill under my breath. God step. The faster it was done, the better. And in an instant, I found myself in the center of the plaza. I could already sense spiders in the town and in the vicinity. I didn't want fame. I didn't want notoriety. I didn't want people to know about me. But there was something more that I didn't want. For my actions to endanger other people. My mana coalesced at my hand as a single white bead of ice appeared at my palm. I took a breath as I dropped it, calling my skill. That was why I was going to end everything in a single attack. Everlasting glaciation, and the bead hit the ground and erupted. A wave of ice exploded around me, turning everything white in a blink. Everything froze, the streets, the houses, the air, and all the spiders. In a single second, it had all become a land of ice. The spiders frozen in place, the plants and trees, the doors of the houses, everything had changed, and at that moment all of the kill notifications came. "You have defeated Lesser Chimera Spider Tier C. You have defeated Lesser Chimera Spider Tier C. You have defeated Lesser Chimera Spider Tier C." They had all died. The guildmaster ran out of the building. Other people joined him as he gasped seeing the ice-covered town. Salon too rushed out of the building, but the first person to speak was the guildmaster as he trembled, looking at me with a mortified expression. Just who are you?" Chapter 9. Heroes. An uncomfortable silence filled the street. The ice around me crackled as the adventurers from the guild stared at me with a weird gaze. And in front, the person with the most shock in their face was none other than the guild master. I met his gaze, and didn't reply to his question as his shock turned to a trembling from anger. I found it annoying. The guild master trembled. You have any idea of how many people you just killed?" "Only the spiders died, nothing else died." I shook my head. "Don't mark me as a murderer. How can you prove that?" he bellowed, bling his fists. "Like this." I snapped my fingers and a gust of wind passed. "There, now the ice is melting much faster." I lazily gestured at our surroundings, where the thick sheets of ice were now visibly dissolving. "I'm not a murderer. You can just send people to investigate if you want." My words seemed to bring him somewhat back to reality as he looked at our surroundings, before finally, he met my gaze with a weird look, and after a few seconds of silence I sighed. "Look, if talking with me will assuage your worries, then we can talk." I shrugged. "It's not like I am entirely blameless either." He immediately entered high alert, raising his brow. "What do you mean?" "We can talk," I interrupted, "but lower the weapons first. This is unproductive." The guildmaster slowly and skeptically nodded as he turned to look behind him where all the present adventurers were already getting to attack. And with a small nod, they listened. Not a second later, a familiar person pushed in between the crowd of adventurers. Her golden hair fluttered with the wind and her blue eyes met mine with nothing but disbelief. I met her gaze for a moment, before the guildmaster turned towards me. "All right, let's talk." "Ark, if your name is even that," he said, hostility still present in his voice. "What was that skill?" I frowned. I am not comfortable sharing that much information about it in front of so many other people. "I am willing to talk with you, but that's about it." I shrugged. "As far as I am concerned, I'm done here." The guildmaster gritted his teeth for a few moments, before nodding. "Very well, then let us talk in the privacy of my office." "Sure," I nodded. He then walked inside of the building, as adventurers gave him strange looks. The guildmaster halted in his steps and turned to look at the surrounding people. "Everyone go check for casualties." "I'll deal with this." "Yes, sir." And just like that, the crowd rapidly dispersed, leaving a single person looking at me, Salon. I met her gaze and gave her an apologetic smile. "We'll talk after this." She slowly nodded. "I want the truth." "You'll get it." I nodded in reassurance. "I'm going with the guildmaster now." Salon gave me yet another nod as I followed into the man's office. Once more we were there, but the air was completely different. Again, last time I repeat myself. What was that skill? I pondered for a moment. "It's a skill called everlasting glaciation. It mimics an era of ice, instantly freezing everything I desire it within a certain radius. As for its tear, I scratched my neck. If I was honest, I wanted to lie, but I still had to tell some semblance of truth in order to avoid further trouble. And so, I quickly made a decision as I sighed. It's S-tier and my strongest skill. So you're saying? He skeptically met my gaze. I am an S-tier individual. I looked down at the ground, continuing with my lie. I didn't want too much notoriety, so I chose to keep it to myself for as long as possible. I didn't harm anyone really. A sigh left me as I turned to meet his astonished gaze. However, this time, like I said, I'm partly to blame for the spiders being here. The guildmaster blinked in shock, clearly believing my words. However, I could quite clearly tell there was something that still bothered him. How are you partly responsible? Well, that is, and the door opened. Just about a minute after the conversation started, an adventurer was panting. What is it? The guildmaster asked with a frown. With the help of the guards, we have confirmed that there were no casualties to the ice. However, the man paused. However, the guildmaster urged, they still wish to arrest the responsible party for the general unrest they caused. Both of the people turned to look at me before the guildmaster shook his head. Tell them that since the culprit is an adventurer, we are handling the punishment. The man blinked, but she is not. Just do it. The guildmaster barked and the man hurriedly nodded before closing the door. There was a weird silence before I spoke up. It was clear to me that the guildmaster had no more hostility and he had chosen to defend me for it. Thank you, I appreciate it. He shook his head. Continue with your story. I nodded. Like I said, I'm partially responsible. About 3 days ago I found myself in a cave deep in the dark forest, and an Chimera spider attacked me, so I killed it. I scratched my neck. I saw its children flee, but I didn't really do anything about it. I didn't think there were that many and admittedly didn't think they would evolve either or attack Raindale. Sorry. My apology was half-assed, but now I had learned 2 things: to not show off in the public eye, and to clean up if I create a mess before it snowballs. Meanwhile, the guildmaster slowly nodded. So you killed the Chimera spider? He let out a long sigh before laughing as if rejuvenated. That's just great. I blinked. How is it great? It caused so much chaos. He shook his head. You don't understand. Raindale has always been plagued by spider attacks. I've been here for years, and about 5 years ago, a weird figure arrived in this town. A weird figure? I asked with increasing confusion. I don't see how this relates to the spider. The guildmaster chuckled. Let me finish. This figure in particular was a hero. Or well, that's what he claimed he was. After no one believed him, he cursed that this town would be plagued with calamity. And was he actually a hero? That I don't know. But a day later, an immature Chimera spider besieged the town. It was close to fully maturing, but thankfully it hadn't reached the threshold of 8 just yet. We repelled it, but since then its children have been tormenting us periodically. Most that know the tale believe it has to do with this hero. I blinked. Oh, huh. But aren't heroes supposed to be like good guys? The guildmaster shook his head. There are as many tales of heroes committing good deeds as there are of bad ones. In the end, it's hard to acknowledge them as the good guys. I raised my brow, using this opportunity to get more information. Don't they have a holy duty assigned by the system or something? The guildmaster took a pause of shock, meeting my gaze. You seem to know more than a normal person about heroes. Are you by chance one of them? My expression turned deadpan. No, and he started to laugh. Sorry, bad joke. It is as you said. Heroes did have a job assigned by the system. What do you mean by did? I skeptically raised my brow, my heart skipping a few beats. Do they not tell the story anymore? Though I suppose you wouldn't be asking if you knew. It's not like most people connect the dots either. He coughed. Long ago, it was said that at the very edges of the world a castle resided, one housing the god we know as the system. I paused. Like a fucking server room? But before I could say anything the man continued. It is said that the dragon god grew tired and decided to launch an attack with its kin, and hence heroes were born to protect and maintain the supremacy of the system. And he let out a breath. Of course, this is just a version of the story. Some say the demons attacked it, others say abominations of the darkness attacked. But one thing is for certain. As of today no dragons remain. I thought for a moment. Why would they attack the system though? Because the system provided us with the tools and abilities to grow stronger. He shrugged, explaining as if it were obvious. It provided lesser beings a way to catch up to those that are born gifted. A human is born in the F tier, but if you compare them to an elf, a race born in the C tier, then you realize the disparity. Yet thanks to the system there are humans as strong as the strongest of elves. I nodded. That makes sense. Anyway, he waved his hand from side to side. Even if my lecture was enlightening, this is something you should mostly know. Instead, I just want to thank you for liberating Raindale from the spiders. I blinked. You're welcome. I took a moment to breathe, finally relaxing. And thanks for the information. Perhaps the nonsensical duty that the system gave me was related to the attacks on it. Maybe. It had been damaged. I didn't know just yet, but now I felt like I had a lead. Though something else remained in my mind. Heroes didn't seem to be as good as I initially thought they were. It seemed that I had to be more careful with my identity from now on. However, I still had to, and a chuckle entered my ears. It was from none other than the guild master. There is nothing to thank me for, but if you want something to thank me for, then it is to be this, he said, bringing up what seemed to be a collar with dangling tags. You said you didn't want notoriety, but you also wanted to become an adventurer, so this is for you. I received the tags from the guildmaster as I looked down, reading the inscriptions. Name, Ark. Registered in Raindale Branch. Tier, C. You are officially a C-tier adventurer. He grinned. Of course, if officials find out your tier is higher, they will naturally readjust your tag and rank to your respective tier. So be careful with that, the guildmaster warned. I felt nothing but surprise as he smiled at me. Consider it a secret between us, and also a token of apology for how I lashed out. I opened my mouth before closing it again. I certainly didn't expect that. After a moment, I finally spoke up. Thank you. Of course, he nodded. Do not lose it. It might look like average metal, but it's magically inscribed and is your official identification as an adventurer. Getting a new one will be hard for you. With those words he stood up and walked towards the door. I nodded. I'll take care of it. All right. I'll go deal with the town guards and the mess you created. Consider it part of my apology. I nodded, this time more slowly. Thank you. You're welcome. And with those words he left as I finally relaxed. Now I just had to wait until he came back, right? But not a second later the door opened. It was the guild master. Oh right. Your companion wants to talk with you. I'll get going now. With those words Salon entered the room and the door closed once more. She met my gaze, shifting in her spot for a moment before letting out a breath and resolving herself. You'll tell me the truth, right, Ark? A myriad of thoughts flashed through my mind, especially considering the information I had just learned about heroes. But in the end, I didn't want to betray Salon's trust. Though admittedly there was a chance I would regret this in the future. It was a decision following my feelings rather than one of logic. But I was already resolved. Ark? Salon asked with concern. And I lightly nodded. I'll tell you the truth now, Salon. I took a small breath before lightly smiling at her. I am a hero summoned here by the system, I continued. The Heroine of Frost. Chapter 10. Revealing the truth. Salon's eyes went wide as she repeated what I just said. The Heroine of Frost? I nodded, not frowning or smiling. That is correct. So you really are a hero. Her shoulders sagged. Seeing her, I couldn't help but awkwardly shift. I'm sorry for not telling you and outright lying when you asked. No, it's not. Salon hesitated. It's not that. Then what is it? She turned to look at the ground, slightly shaking, and after a second she finally spoke up. You are a hero, so why are you helping me? I mean, you could be doing so many other things, and I'm sure you have duties as a hero. I don't have duties. I shook my head, interrupting her. I just heard from the guild master. Heroes were originally summoned to protect the system, but that's something that has long been fulfilled even before I came here. That is, Salon spoke in a low voice. I didn't know that. But still, I met her gaze. She seemed nervous. The sight made me chuckle. I'm helping you because I want to. Because you're the first real person I met in this world. I smiled as I looked to the ceiling. That is why I'll help you with your goal of meeting the hermit and getting their help. Salon slowly nodded. That is still a bit hard to accept. I smiled. Then don't accept it. I'll continue helping you regardless. Right. She turned to look at the ground once more. Thank you. I nodded. and just a few moments later she walked to the chair next to me and silently sat down, and after a moment, she took a breath. All that ice came from one of your skills, right? She asked with quiet disbelief. A single skill killed thousands of sea deer monsters, something that would have even killed someone in the 8 should they have fought them alone. In a second, they all died. Yeah. I nodded. When I first arrived here, a spider ambushed me, and upon killing it, hundreds of spiders escaped the cave. The fact that they are here is my fault. That's why I acted the way I did. I already told the guildmaster this too, and Salon tensed before she snapped towards me. So the spider that attacked me, it had also escaped. I spoke with a slightly bitter smile. I didn't expect them to cause all of this at the time, so I just let them be. Right, Salon acknowledged, looking at our surroundings, her mind clearly in turmoil. That is, I don't know. She hesitated. I'll just keep asking questions. Where did you come from? I sighed. Training. A limited land of ice with little to no respite, run entirely by the system with the sole purpose of making me stronger. That is how I got so strong, and that is why I enjoyed the simple things, because those things weren't there. Salon had a very weird expression as she digested what I just said, and her voice came down to a whisper. So you really are a hero? I shook my head. I'm not a hero, Salon. Even if the system calls me the heroine of Frost, I am still very much Ark. Besides, if I have no real duties, can I even call myself a hero? Salon hesitated. But you are so strong, and you are a hero. There is no way I can just ignore that. It's fine. I interrupted once more. You've been treating me just fine in spite of knowing I am abnormally strong. Just because I'm a hero doesn't really change that fact. Right. Right. She lowered her head. I never expected this even in my dreams. But I guess it makes sense. I let her take it in, silently waiting for her to digest everything I had just said. Ark, Salon finally called as she hesitantly met my gaze. Yeah? She paused for a moment but ultimately spoke up. What are your goals? I smiled. To find a home and explore the world. I see. She slowly nodded. Thank you for being honest with me, Ark. You're welcome. There was a brief silence before she continued. Before your training, did you have a family? Her question made me pause for a moment as I had a brief memory of the past, but ultimately, back there, I didn't have anyone to return to. And so, I shook my head. I did, but it doesn't matter now. Sorry. Salon shrunk back. I don't think I have any more questions. I thought for a moment. Do you want to know my tier? Salon thought before ultimately shaking her head. It's a lot to digest right now. Give me some time before telling me that. She carried an apologetic tone but I simply nodded. I'll tell you when you're ready to hear it. Thank you. Salon took a breath. One last thing. Do you know how long you spent becoming a hero? 5 years and 7 months. I crossed my arms. The system told me at the end of things. Hearing me, Salon awkwardly shifted. Was that included in your age? It was. There was a brief pause followed by a nod. I see. Thank you for being honest, Ark. You already thanked me. I gave her a small smile. Are you not worried that I'm a hero? Haven't they done terrible things? Well, I haven't seen you do something terrible aside from that one adventurer that went flying. I scratched my cheek and she continued. So not really. I see. I nodded. That's good. And then there was just awkward silence. Neither of us knew what to say. That was until I thought of something. I became an adventurer. I showed her the tags. Salon lightly smiled. That's nice. It should help with entering cities. Yeah. And then there was silence once more. If I was honest, I didn't know how to tread this situation. I wasn't particularly outgoing before training, and training had just left me isolated from the world. I was just happy Salon hadn't told me to fuck off or something, which granted, would have been out of character for her. Though, it was fair to say I had no social skills, and so, I just waited. After a few minutes, Salon finally decided to say something. You know, maybe I should be mad about being deceived, but I owe so much to you that I am not even upset, she admitted. It's just a lot to take in, that is all. How do you feel about being a hero, Ark? I don't know, it's just a title I guess, I said with a shrug. I didn't feel particularly heroic killing all of those spiders. If anything, being a hero seems more trouble than what it's worth. Salon chuckled. It does sound like it. So I don't really plan on telling anyone else really, and well, Since I am technically a C-tier adventurer, I'll try to not show off my strength from now on either. If it weren't for the guildmaster, I'd be swamped with endless questions by the town guards. I sighed. Yeah, that does sound for the best. So after helping me with my situation, will you be an adventurer? Salon's voice carried nothing but curiosity. That's the plan, I think. I pondered for a moment. Though rather than worrying about that, I feel like we should leave Randall as soon as we can. Yeah, you're probably an urban legend at this point, she mused with amusement. I share the same sentiment. Since I'm tagging along with you, I'm probably not safe from being questioned or bothered either. I shifted. Right. Yeah. But it's not like I mind. She smiled. So, Salon pondered for a moment before continuing. Don't sulk about it. And she laughed as I let out a sigh. I wasn't sulking, I just felt guilty. Before Salon could reply, the door opened, and the guildmaster walked in, only to pause, meeting our gazes. You girls are still here? I thought we had to stay? I asked with some confusion. He shook his head. No, everything has been handled, though there is a chance the town guards will still try to interrogate you, so be careful. I nodded. All right, well, we are leaving Randall today if nothing else is needed. The guildmaster blinked with surprise. That is fast. You said you didn't want notoriety, so I ensured that most people wouldn't know it was you who saved this town. Though, from me to you. He bowed. Thank you for saving Randall. Right. You're welcome. There was an awkward silence until he lifted his head, at which point I just gave him a small nod, before I then turned to Salon. Let's go. Right. And with that, we left the Adventurers Guild. The outside was still a bit of a mess, so we immediately just headed to our room in the inn, where Salon paid for a second night before finally we found ourselves alone once more. So, when do you want to go? I asked, sitting in the bed. She pondered for a moment. I just want to buy a few things and well, get going. But, Salon paused. When do you want to leave? I thought for a moment, before replying. So long as it's today, or tomorrow morning. I don't really care. She nodded, walking to the door. All right. Then I'll just go buy stuff and let's leave as soon as I get back, okay? All right. She stopped by the door and turned to look at me with a small smile. Thank you, Ark. I know you don't want to be a hero, but you certainly are my savior. I blinked. But before I could say anything, she left. Durgan sat in his office with closed eyes. He had been a guildmaster for so long, and yet he still found it hard to imagine the display of power he had witnessed. Then again, Ark was in the fabled S tier. The fact that the appraisal stone broke was proof of it. S tier individuals were far and few across the world, and the fact that one was here in Randall at such a time was nothing but a miracle. Even if she had caused the disaster herself, the fact that she had disposed of the Chimera spider was a blessing. He would forever be grateful for this. The town had been saved from calamity, so many casualties avoided, and he had the chance to make acquaintances as well. Though, he still had to finish his report for the guards, something that he wasn't exactly looking forward to, but he didn't mind going a long way so that Ark didn't face trouble. Durgan stood up from his desk, only to notice that the spear embedded in the wall was still intact, in all of its crystalline glory. But, wasn't it made out of ice? Shouldn't it have melted? He approached it and immediately grabbed it. It was cold, but solid. It showed no signs of melting, or even being wet for that matter, and upon removing it from the concrete, Durgan realized this is. He felt it in his hand. A magnificent spear. Its weight, its center of gravity, even its length. They were all perfect, but it was still made out of ice. Out of curiosity, he swung it against the wall only to have the wall itself break apart. And that's when he had another realization. Maybe. Just maybe. This spear is. He stared at the weapon, his heart rushing from cautious excitement. A magic artifact. Made by an S tier no less. At that moment, he knew he needed to see the appraiser of Randall. It was night and Salon was yet to return. I had made myself comfortable with a small fist-sized block of ice as well as a knife to carve it. It was my way of passing the time. But now, I couldn't afford to wait anymore. With a sigh, I stood up from the bed. The now duck-shaped ice block melted into my hand as I headed for the door. In the back of my mind, I felt worried and a bit anxious. But first I decided I'd look for Salon before thinking of anything else. I expected her shopping to take 1 or 2 hours, but it had been double that or more. I took a step forward and opened the door of the room, only to pause, feeling a familiar presence enter my perception range, and not a second later, Salon rounded the corner of the hallway. She was sweating a bit, and was dressed in the same clothes as before. She didn't seem to be carrying anything either. "What took you so long?" She hadn't fully recovered her breath as she breathed out an apology. "Sorry." She took another breath. "It took me a long time to find." And took another one. What I needed. I could tell she wanted to continue, but I shook my head. "Recover your breath first." "Right." She nodded, still breathing for a few moments. It took a few seconds of awkward silence before she looked up with an apologetic look and began to speak. "Sorry. It took me a long time to find this." She raised her hand towards me, as I noticed a black ring. "It's a storage ring. It doesn't have much space, but that's the main reason. I can store food and other things in a pocket dimension and bring it up when I please. Though meat will still rot and stuff, I also had to avoid the guards," she added as I looked at the unassuming ring. And a moment later a system notification appeared. "Storage ring tier E. That makes sense, since it's only E tier." And Salon paused, looking at me strangely. "How do you know it's E tier?" I felt some confusion. The system just told me. "But wouldn't that mean—" Salon's eyes widened in shock, "that you have the appraisal skill?" I shook my head. "When you look at monsters, don't you get that here? It's not a skill. I've been able to do it since the beginning." "What? No." Salon shook her head with surprise. "Monster tiers are confirmed by people with appraisal and subsequently cataloged. That's how we know what tier something is." She met my gaze. "Yet the system just tells you?" I scratched my neck. "I guess." "Right." Salon sighed. "Why am I even surprised?" She took a breath before meeting my gaze. "Sorry for making you wait so long, Ark. But now we should have everything to set off." "That's good." I lightly smiled, holding out my hand. "Then are you ready to leave, Salon?" "Yeah." She nodded somewhat enthusiastically as she got a hold of it, though there was mostly confusion on her face as she continued. "But aren't we inside of the inn still? Don't we have to be outside?" I smiled. "It doesn't matter where we are. I'm using the skill now, God Step." And just like that, we left Traindale without anyone noticing. Chapter 11. Acceptance of Circumstances. After using God Step a second time, we were far from Raindale at that point. Instead, simply surrounded by the black forest, and the twinkling of the vast welkin that was the night sky. However, just as I was about to use God Step a third time, Salon stopped me by tugging on my jacket. "Can we take a break?" I blinked, noticing she looked slightly pale. "Yeah." "Are you all right?" "I think I am." She nodded. "It's just, your skill is quite an experience, that is all." "Right, I understand." We stood in the middle of the road shimmering under the moonlight. All while Salon collected herself. But it only made sense. Unlike me, she was the lowest tier, F tier. Expecting her to be able to keep up with my skill usage was unreasonable. While God Step did have a cooldown of about a minute, it was basically teleportation with a distance limit. So, for the normal person, as Salon had said, it was quite an experience. It took a few more moments, but Salon eventually recovered, as she started to move forward. "Let's just walk for a bit." I nodded and followed after her, feeling a bit guilty. "Sorry it's so taxing." She shook her head. "It's fine. I mean, the skill literally has the word God in the name. It's ought to be powerful." "Right. I guess so." I looked down the road. "What I'm saying is—" Salon pulled on my sleeve to get my attention, meeting my gaze. "It's not your fault I'm weak, Ark. So in reality I should be the one apologizing." I slowly nodded, unsure of what to reply before Salon let out a chuckle. "It's a bit funny that a hero constantly apologizes to me even if they are not technically at fault." And then she smiled. "But it's fine. I understand. As you said, I'm the first person you had a real conversation with." "Yeah." I scratched my head, but Salon continued. "And well, I'm glad that that is the case. Part of it is the selfishness to know that you saved my life." She gave me a wry smile. "The other part is, I'm glad you're looking out for me, and that hopefully, I'll be able to return the gesture in kind soon enough. I just feel lucky, that's all." Towards the end, she sounded a bit insecure, and her expression kind of said it all. It made me smile. "It's fine. I help you because I want to. There is nothing to return." Salon. "Well, Then, I'll return the gesture because I want to. She stuck out her tongue for a moment. Call it selfish closure. Her childish gesture made me smile before turning to the stars. It was a pretty sight that I still admired from time to time when I had the chance. We continued to walk for a few moments before Salon spoke up. I am still having trouble digesting your identity, but it also puts me at ease, she called from my side. Even though we are traveling through the Black Forest at night, I feel safe. Granted, we are at its edges, but still, I grinned. Of course, no monster here can rival me. I thought for a moment, but if they could, it'd be nice too. Aha. Salon gave me a weird acknowledgement. Do you like fighting? I do. It's a realization I had in training. I nodded, though I don't seek it out either, but fighting is nice I suppose. It makes me excited, I guess. Saying it out loud does sound a bit weird. I see. And then there was silence. She clearly wasn't going to acknowledge it past that. Which well, I didn't mind. We walked for another minute before Salon spoke up once more. I think I feel better now. Salon nodded with certainty, but just in case I'll ask, do you have another movement skill that's not so extreme? I thought for a moment before remembering a skill I hadn't used in a long time. Quick step. I do. Want to give it a try? Salon took a small breath before nodding. If I was honest, since quick step was fundamentally different from God step, I didn't know if it would even work. But I still extended my hand for her to grab. Again, it's my first time trying this, so brace yourself. Quick step. In an instant we crossed a couple hundred meters with a gust of wind and an explosion of dirt. Rather than teleportation, it was closer to running there. Salon let go of my hand, blinking. It still feels weird, but it's infinitely more bearable than your God step skill. She paused for a moment. Still, to have a skill with such a name, just what tier is it even? Do you want to know? I smiled, but she shook her head. No, I'm not ready to hear it yet. Salon sighed. I can barely wrap my head around the word hero, let alone your actual strength or tier. It's fine, I reassured her, extending my hand once more. Shall we continue on our travel? We should arrive to the next town in an hour or two, I think. Depends on how far it is. Salon nodded and grabbed my hand with a small smile. Let's continue. All right. Prepared? I asked as I got a nod. Quick step. Instantly we crossed a ludicrous distance once more. Salon's hair was slightly messy as she arranged it. Looking around with some surprise, as I thought, it's like very fast movement, is it not? She asked with curiosity. It is. God step is closer to just appearing in the destination spot, while quick step is closer to running. Salon nodded. So that's why we didn't need to leave the inn. I nodded. Wait. She paused. I just realized that skill is called quick step. I nodded. Yeah. Is there an issue? She blinked. The same tier. Quick step? Yeah. It's that same skill. Mine is just a higher tier, I said with confusion. That is. Salon looked behind us at the trail on the dirt, working her jaw. I really can't understand how quick step can be so superhuman. Her reaction made me chuckle. It's fine, you'll get used to it. A long sigh left her. Ha, I guess so. You're a hero after all. I raised my brow. Are you sure you don't want to hear my tier? Salon let out a dry laugh. I'm good, but if I feel like shattering my reality, then I'll ask. Her response was amusing, but I decided to leave it there as I extended my hand. However, Salon shook her head much to my surprise. Is it straining as well? I asked, slightly concerned. No, it's not that. She shook her head with a smile before skipping ahead, gesturing at the surrounding trees. Look around us. We are in one of the most dangerous regions in the continent, and yet it's nothing more than a pleasant trek. I gave her a weird look, but I guess there was no way for me to understand where she was coming from. Instead, I just saw she was enjoying herself and nature. I was too. But I looked at the lush trees, heard the chattering sounds and rustling wind. Was this forest really that dangerous? It was known as the Black Forest, but even as an A-tier I wouldn't have been too concerned. It's not like the Chimera spider was all that strong, not from what I could tell. Salon kindly smiled at me. This is my first time traveling alone actually, or well, with another person aside from my guards. Am I not your guard? I blinked in confusion. Perhaps, but it's different. She shook her head. You don't treat me as if I'm fragile. Don't look up to me either, you just treat me like a human. I paused for a moment, thinking, was the life of a noble that bad? It's not that it's bad, but the freedom isn't there. She turned to look at the road ahead, and at that moment, I felt a presence in the darkness. It moved fast and determined, but now thanks to you, I don't have to. Quick step. I instantly appeared next to Salon, and raised my arm as a chittering noise echoed, and in an instant, the monster hit. My boots dug onto the ground. An explosion of dust billowed as Salon squealed, and before it could even clear, I immediately backed off with another use of quick step. I appeared dozens of meters away holding Salon, and finally, off in the distance, I saw the culprit. It had 8 ghastly legs, reminiscent of blades. Its body was thin as it was aerodynamic, with sharp surfaces, and at its face, along with a pair of mandibles, there were 4 pairs of glowing scarlet eyes. A mirror spider. Tier A. Why is it here? And Salon spoke up. Every mother needs a partner to produce offspring. She swallowed for a moment, regaining her wits. An Amira spider, the male counterpart to the Imira spider, faster and stronger, much more aggressive. I blinked. So that so-called hero brought 2 of them? The spider hissed and spat a ball of acid our way, but I quickly used quick step to dodge again. Meanwhile Salon blinked at what I had just said, but she immediately recovered. Never mind if it's the machinations of someone, you have to kill it. Ark, she spoke resolutely. If it escapes from here, it could be a tragedy for Randall. I nodded. I knew that, but, you know, it's not very strong. It's an 8-ear monster. Of course it's strong. Salon immediately protested, and the Amira spider hissed, immediately rushing towards us with an explosion of dirt. It could spell doom for a small town like Randall, and even certain cities. Salon squealed as I jumped into the air, still holding her. No, from my perspective, it's not really an opponent. I shook my head and raised my hand, ice beginning to coalesce at the palm. I've faced much scarier things, and this, a spear of ice formed, is nothing, and I threw it. All while Salon screamed in my ear. The spear blurred, and in an instant, it exploded, impaled the Amira spider onto the ground with a burst of flesh and gore, akin to a watermelon bursting. Its ghastly limbs flew through the air, and into the forest, its core eviscerated, and as I landed, all that remained of the terrific Amira spider, was a splatter of blood in the middle of the road. Salon finally opened her eyes, only to immediately gape. Wait, it's dead? She looked at what remained of the Amira spider. I mean, I didn't get to see what you did back in Randall, but I guess. She trailed off. Know what I'm saying? You're a hero, that much is expected. And she went silent for a moment, choosing to murmur after a second. But, still, to think it's just dead from a single spear throw. Salon was right. It hadn't been fancy magic, or anything like that. But, if I was honest, I didn't enjoy her looking at me as if I was an alien either. I mean, I was willing to tell her everything. After a moment, I spoke up. Do you want to know my tier? Salon opened her mouth before closing it again. I was sure this was strangely bizarre to her, but I didn't want her to fear for her life. Every encounter we had, for better or for worse, through hellish training, the system had turned me into a hero, and through it, I became strong. And that was a fact Salon had to understand. Finally, after a second of waiting, she nodded and spoke up. I think I'm ready to hear it. Arc, SS, that's my tier. Above S tier. I kept it short and sweet. And at that moment, her mouth opened only to not close. That. And she went into silence once more. I could see her look at me before turning to the spider on the ground. The process was constantly repeated until finally she swallowed. She began. I don't think there is a single publicly known SS tier. I mean, it is said some heroes are SS tier, and some ancient monsters too. So, I'm not the strongest? I asked with increased curiosity. No, but you're pretty close. She scratched her neck. Above SS, there is SSS, but it's a tier of legends, and nothing more than a hypothetical thing. In the history of the world, nothing has been confirmed to be that tier. No person, no beast, no item, no, nothing. I titled my head. Well, I think that's something to be excited about, at least for the future. Running into another SS tier should make for a fun fight. My comment made Salon deeply sigh. I don't understand you, Ark. and after a moment she turned to look at the spider. "Still, you saved my life once more." "I appreciate that," I nodded as she continued. "And well, I won't tell anyone your strength here. You have my word." "Thanks, I guess." I looked at the spider as well. "I'm just telling you the whole truth, that is all." "I know." Salon sighed. "Still, so not all heroes are SS tier?" "I don't think they are, but I would take my information as non-factual." She shook her head, as I nodded. "And well, as for the supposed hero that brought these spiders into the Black Forest, I am glad you dealt with them." "Yeah." I thought for a moment. "Do you feel better knowing everything now?" Salon slowly nodded. "It does feel better to know how strong you truly are." "I'll try to relax next time a big scary monster appears." A laugh left me hearing that, and she smiled at me, clearly in a better mood. "Let's continue to the next city?" she asked with a small smile. I nodded, and instead of offering my hand we just began to walk, taking in the atmosphere once more. This continued for what felt like an eternity. No words were spoken as we just appreciated the forest. "You know," Salon began, "I feel even safer now." And then she laughed, and I just smiled, finally offering her my hand. "All right, we can't just walk all the way there or it's going to take multiple days. Are you ready to go?" Salon immediately nodded and took hold of it. "Let's go." I nodded. "I'm using the skill now." Quick step. Instantly we crossed a ludicrous distance once more. We stopped for a moment, to rest before I extended my hand towards her. "Ready?" And screams echoed in the distance. We both paused, as the presence of people entered my senses as well as monsters. There were multitudes of them. I hesitated for a moment, but Salon quickly grabbed my hand as she made a plea. "Can we save them?" My hesitation turned into resolution as I smiled. "Of course." "Get ready." My smile became a grin. Quick step. Nightmare wolves, one of the apex predators in the outer edges of the Black Forest. Unlike other dangerous threats in the Black Forest, their terrifying nature relied on numbers. Master hunters with a keen sense of smell, their fame far and wide, well known amongst adventurers for their terrifying teamwork and unrelenting nature. And today, it was no different. The nightmare wolves surrounded the travelers, attacking their carriages and quickly disposing of the guards, carefully herding them together in order to swiftly take all of their victims at once. Every nightmare wolf was well coordinated, working like a well-oiled machine to achieve their goal, each and every one of them serving their purpose, and just like its kin, it also followed. The nightmare wolf snarled, herding a human man towards its ending destination. Nightmare wolves were careful to a fault, and this carefully woven plan was the key to success. The nightmare wolf growled, goading the man closer to its final position. The screams of the humans resounded in its ears, as its fellow kin also did their job. "I told you all this was a terrible idea. Why did I even agree to this? We're all going to die." The man before it was quaking, shivering in fear, aware of its own mortality looming so ever closer. The nightmare wolf took another menacing step forward, just a bit more and everything. Two female human travelers appeared from thin air. Intruders? The nightmare wolf readied itself to fight and, it was punched. Its maw broke as it was sent flying through the air at ludicrous speeds, shrieking in pain. Unable to understand what happened, its kin quickly gathered to take down the intruder, all while the crackling of knuckles and a small harrowing chuckle resounded through the air. "This is going to be fun." And the nightmare wolf died crashing against a rock. Chapter 12. Traders. I dodged the wolves, luring them away from my companion. "Salon, get the man to safety and gather the other people," I commanded. "On it," she called, and the wolves attacked once more. This time however, I counterattacked. Salon did as told, quickly helping the man behind them get up, some sort of trader or traveler she assumed, and quickly called the rest of the people over as they all huddled together. All the while, she ensured no one was critically wounded. Finally, the last person arrived. It was a woman that was the best dressed out of everyone. Her hair was brown and she was average looking. And then, mutters broke out. However, before Salon could assuage the worries of the surrounding people, the woman turned to her. "Thank you for saving us, but we should run." Salon blinked. "Wait, why? Your companion can stall for time, but they are all that nightmare wolves, C-tier beasts." The woman shook her head. "There is no way for a single person to defeat them." And at that moment, A yelp broke through the air as a gust of wind passed. Salon blinked as a rock shattered, and what she saw was a bludgeoned monster embedded in it, dead. The woman looked with wide eyes at the wolf. How did that happen? And she paused, looking at the battlefield. Salon turned only to see a spectacular sight. Ark was just evading the wolves with a wide grin. No matter how many times they pounced at her, they would completely miss. She wasn't moving particularly fast, but it was as if she had eyes on the back of her head, or even just predicting the future. The woman stared with bulging eyes. How? Even the other 5 people had stopped talking as they stared at the impossible feat. Salon still found it hard to comprehend herself. And then, after a moment, Ark took a breath, and punched. A wolf went flying into the forest, breaking into a tree, and once more, instantly died. Salon blinked for a moment. Well, that was expected. Meanwhile, the other people couldn't work their jaws as she too gasped. Ark then punched another, and another, and another. The dry hits echoed through the air along with the yelps of death as they instantly died. And not before long, only one wolf remained, and Ark effortlessly dodged as she let out a sigh. Way too weak. And her elbow collided with the skull of the wolf, bludgeoning it into the ground for an instant kill. Salon could see that Ark seemed a bit disappointed. Then again, she did say she enjoyed fights. That was a bit hard to digest, but eventually, she hoped to be able to help her find fights if necessary too. All in order to repay her. However, the people behind her were too preoccupied just staring. Ark shook her bloodied hand as mist poured from it, to the confusion of everyone. But Salon quickly noticed the filth was being completely frozen off, and before long, she turned towards them, and everyone but Salon flinched. Ark blinked. Is something wrong? Salon shook her head at me. They are just surprised. I am sure it's not common for sea deer monsters to die in a single punch. She awkwardly chuckled. But you know, it makes sense seeing it's you. I nodded. Yeah, that's fair, I guess. I'll keep that in mind for the future. A sigh left me. I just wanted to have some fun with the wolves, that was all. I needed to let out some steam after what happened in Raindale. And I had hurried to kill the Amira spiders as well, so I couldn't enjoy myself there either. Before I could try to communicate with the group of people, the brown-haired woman and seeming leader let out a small cough to get my attention. Thank you for saving us, mighty warrior. She gave me a polite smile. We'd like to compensate you, but... Her smile turned bitter, looking at our surroundings. We have incurred heavy losses in this trip. Are you people traders? I asked, raising my brow. Yeah, we were a caravan, but our guards died to the wolves. She gestured to the bodies. Such business expenses are expected when traveling in the Black Forest after all. Salon frowned but said nothing. All right. I nodded. Well, good luck with that. I turned to Salon. Let's leave? She hesitated but ultimately nodded, and just as she was about to grab my hand, the woman called. Wait, you're leaving just like that? She asked with surprise. Aren't you going to escort us to town or something? Am I supposed to? I asked, confused. Okay, wait. She called. We are transporting very important cargo. Allow us to hire you? We will pay you handsomely upon arrival. The people behind quickly nodded. Yeah, I'll chip in. Me too. Make that 3. And soon, all 5 people had agreed to pay me. But I was still hesitant. I did need money, but I also wanted to help Salon first and get to the next town. I sighed. Let me talk about it with my companion first. The woman nervously nodded as I dragged Salon to the side. She hesitantly met my gaze as I asked, what do you think? She looked to the ground. I know this isn't very logical, but I suddenly have a bad feeling about this. The way they just leeched onto you, and also talked about it just being a business expense. She shook her head, meeting my gaze. I don't like it. I nodded. Yeah, they do seem like red flags, but at the same time, I don't want to feel responsible if they die. Salon sighed. Let's just help them. I mean, you are more than strong enough to, protect us if necessary. I slowly nodded at her statement. Perhaps, I should have just left. I did mildly care if they died because of me not helping them, but I wouldn't be losing sleep over it. I mean, if without my help they would have died anyway. I stopped myself, realizing I was starting to sound like a psychopath. Perhaps it just had to do with training, that I didn't know. I nodded at Salon. All right, let's help them. I walked back to meet with the woman, and at first glance I could tell she was nervous, awkwardly shifting and tapping her interlocked fingers with each other. "So, what is your reply?" "I'll accept the hiring request. However, I must also know what type of cargo you're transporting that is so valuable." I crossed my arms. "Otherwise, it's not really worth my time or Salon's for that matter." The woman blinked, looking behind her where she got some nods and some head shakes. For whatever reason, it seemed that everyone was transporting the same thing. That only made things suspicious before the woman seemed to come to a decision. "It's best if I just show you," she sighed. One of the men behind immediately spoke up. "But if you do that, and if we don't do that, then we'll just fucking die," she growled. "If you all value money over your lives, then you can fuck right off." The other traders immediately went silent as she approached the only standing wagon. Salon and I followed right behind her. After a few moments, we arrived to the back that was covered with a tarp. After taking a sharp breath, the woman opened it. "This is what we are transporting." Salon and I blinked. "Dirt?" But she immediately narrowed her eyes. "Wait, that is not normal dirt." And soon enough, the system told me what it was. "Earth of the Black Forest Tier C." I raised my brow as Salon immediately frowned. "What? Why are you transporting dirt from the Black Forest, the inner area no less?" she hissed. "All this thing does is attract monsters, dispose of it." Meanwhile, it finally made sense to me why it was C tier in spite of it being dirt. I mean, I don't know, it sounded a bit odd that dirt out of all things could be higher than F tier, but here we were. The trader woman immediately recoiled from Salon's words. "What would a girl like you know about its uses?" "I know that it's used as a lure for monsters by adventurers. I also however know that transporting it in large quantities is nothing but begging for death." Finally, Salon snapped, continuing, "No wonder you people didn't care about the deaths of your guards. You were already planning for them to die." The woman gritted her teeth but said nothing, turning back to me as her expression softened. "We are almost out of the forest, about 10 kilometers to be exact. The town at the entrance, Blackcrest, awaits us." She met my gaze. "It's not a long distance and the journey is just a couple of hours. Can you please escort us there?" I shook my head. "I can't help but feel like you're using me as your cover-up for your failed operation here." I gestured to the wagon. At the same time, just walking away would be cruel. The woman slowly nodded, not quite sure if she was following, but I just continued without care. "That is why I will offer an alternative." I took a small breath. "I can escort everyone here to town without the dirt. And when we get there, you can just hire other people to rescue the carriage, come back for it, or whatever you need to do." The woman slowly nodded, thinking to herself, "I'll discuss it with the others." With those words, she walked off. I simply nodded as a sigh left me. Salon had a small frown too. So I decided to speak up. "I wish I could just use God's step, take them to town and get it over with, but if I show off too much, it might come back to bite me." "Sorry, we'll be stuck like this for longer than needed." Salon slowly nodded. "I didn't expect you to do so. I'm just upset they got people killed over their greed." "Right. It's a shitty thing to do. It's just scummy." Salon sighed. "But I guess there are all kinds of people out there." "Not the first time I see something like this." I nodded. "I do hope it's the last." Salon gave me a small smile. "It probably won't be, but it's just how life is." With the death of King Credence, the kingdom of Drillers is in a highly unstable position. I forgot to mention, but the prince died just a year prior. Right now, the kingdom's secretary is preparing to hold a grand ceremony in which the wealth of each noble family will be recounted, and whoever comes out on top will be crowned?" I asked. Salon nodded with a bitter smile. "However, things aren't so simple. The surrounding kingdoms are said to be preparing to war against Drillers. Even once a new king is elected, turmoil will follow. People like these traders will be everywhere, because if I've learned anything is that difficult times breed and fester the worst in people." I slowly nodded. That is why you should leave Drillers after helping me, Ark." She met my gaze. "Don't get me wrong, adventurers don't get caught up with guards, for their affiliation is neutral, but the people will be affected, and well." She looked at the ground. "Since you're trying to see the world and find a home, I feel that it might be a much more enjoyable experience to go to places that will be untouched." "I see, I'll think about it." Salon awkwardly nodded. "Yeah, Drillers is just not in a good situation right now." "That is all. I felt like you had to know that." since I feel like I haven't been doing a good job at being a guide or anything like that. It's fine. I waved her concerns away. If I have questions I can just ask you. Right, please do. She nodded. And at that moment, the trader finally came back. We have all agreed to leave the carriage behind. However, we ask for a few minutes to gather our positions before setting off. She lightly bowed before walking away once more. So, I guess we'll travel for another day or so by foot? I massaged my neck. It sounds a bit tiresome even though I already expected it. Right. Well, it's not like we are running late. Salon lightly shrugged. And besides, it's not like we have to spend our time talking with the traders. She turned to me. So, let's just try and enjoy things just like we did on the way of Reyndell. I can also use this chance to tell you more about things. I nodded. Yeah, that would be nice. And at that moment, the trader woman approached us, nodding. We are ready to set off. All right. Then let's go. I gestured towards Salon, already walking forward, before turning to the trader. Follow behind us. She nodded, and just like that we set off. Oh, before I forget, Salon called to me, walking by my side, as she handed me a small wooden box. It's for you, Ark. I blinked, holding the box as I slowly removed its lid. What is this? You mentioned how good the soup was, and well, considering you had only eaten raw meat up until that point. Salon gave me a shy smile. I got you some candy. It's the best I could find in Reyndell. Finally, as I uncovered the lid, I saw snow-white beads inside of the box, all of them sparkling like pearls. For a moment, I was surprised before I slowly covered the lid, intending to enjoy them whenever we stopped for a break. Even then, I couldn't stop my smile. Thank you, Salon. I appreciate it. She enthusiastically nodded, and then, we headed into the night. Durgan went to see the appraiser of Reyndell. He wished he could have asked Ark for the ice spear that was being appraised, but she was nowhere to be seen. Her companion had been briefly spotted a few times but never actually found. It was clear to him that they had left the town by this point. And so, after making his decision, he now waited at a desk, sitting across from their appraiser, an old man with no hair whatsoever and elongated robes. It had been close to an hour since the appraisal process had begun, and yet it hadn't finished. The old man in front of him was sweating, still casting his skill over the icy weapon. The more time that passed, the more nervous he felt, until finally he decided to ask, how much longer? And at that moment, their appraiser let out a long breath. The man looked emptily ahead, reading what the system had to say, and froze. Something that made Durgan's heart jump a few beats. What tier is it? The man was shaking as he looked at the screen. It's. There was a silence before the man continued in a low voice. S tier. Durgan felt white noise overwhelm all of his senses before he finally registered what their appraiser just said. What? Chapter 13, Bittersweet. He had been a guild master for a decade. He had gone through indescribable hardships, seen horrendous and heinous things, even met multiple individuals at the pinnacle of humanity, and yet, a spear made out of ice was a blessed artifact. A spear that was created before his very eyes was valuable enough to be a family heirloom for high-ranking nobility. What? Just. Ark was indeed S tier, but he had just assumed she was at the beginning of that tier. She was young and impressionable after all, but he had been wrong, so very wrong. Still, at the back of his mind, he still couldn't believe what he was being told by the appraiser. It was too much. They were in Reyndell, the town of the Black Forest, a place that hardly saw any visitors or trade, and yet, Durgan sucked in a deep breath, asking something utterly stupid. Are you sure? Their appraiser was in as much shock as he was. Breathing heavily. It is to be. The man looked down at the spear on the table. My appraisal skill just said unable to identify. What else but S tier could it be? Why, you are right. Durgan stuttered. Had he just stolen an S tier weapon from Ark? Had he just made an enemy out of her? He was certainly at fault, not thinking about seeking her out. He had thought it was just an ordinary ice spear, but that clearly was much farther away from the truth. I think. Their appraiser began. I think this is best kept between us. Durgan slowly nodded. Yeah, I think it's for the best. Still, what do you plan on doing with it? Wait for its owner to return. He closed his eyes, still shaken. There was an awkward silence. before an unexpected question came Durgan's way. "And if the owner does not return?" His expression twisted for a moment as he looked at the ice spear lying on the table. There were so many things he could do with it, but in the end, it belonged to Ark. Finally, after thinking for a moment, a long sigh left the guildmaster. "I don't know. Let's hope she does." We walked for what felt like an hour before the traders gathered to discuss something, and after a minute, the woman approached me. "We'd like to take some time to rest." She gave me a bitter smile. "We've been through a lot." "Sure, that's fine." I shrugged. "If you'd like to sleep you can go ahead as well." The woman blinked in surprise. "We will take you up on that offer, thank you." And after a few minutes a camp was formed, though again, Salon and I kind of just stepped away from it. Or rather, I did, and Salon followed after me. Soon, we found ourselves sitting under a tree, looking at the moon. "Are you not going to join them?" I gestured towards the encampment behind us. There was no campfire, but the sense of community was there. "I'm not." She shook her head. "I don't really know them." "Well, you don't really know me either," I said with some awkwardness. "So what's the difference?" "Hey, I've known you for 3 days." She crossed her arms. "And I saw you cry once. And you also saw me cry. I'm sure that's worth something." A dry laugh left me. "I didn't see you cry." "I heard you," I corrected. "But yeah, I suppose you're right." "Also, I'm unsure if I should say this, but I guess I feel like it's my duty to be as friendly and nicest to you as humanly possible, knowing I'm the first person you met." She looked at the ground. "I mean, I don't think my niceness is fake or anything, but I am more inclined to trust you and talk to you, I think." I nodded very slowly. "Sorry, I guess. It's not nice to hear." But I ignored her apology. "I think I feel the same, but I am not sure." I turned to look at the moon. "But I think I'll look fondly at the time we spent together." "Yeah." And then there was silence. I didn't regret saying what I had just said, but in the end it was the truth. Salon was the child of a noble family, and she had her duties to uphold. Meanwhile, I had my own goals. In the end, we would go our separate ways sooner or later. It was a melancholic thing, but something I had come to terms with. Finally, after a minute, Salon spoke up. "I'll remember you for years on end, Ark." "Thank you, but let's not get caught in this grim atmosphere. You should try the candy. It's meant to be eaten cold too, so I'm sure you'll enjoy it a lot." I blinked, digging into my pocket. The wooden box was much colder than the air temperature, but her words just made me look forward to it. Slowly, with Salon by my side, I opened the lid to see the snow-white beads, except this time they had small dots of frost condensed around them. Salon blinked. "Is your body temperature that low?" "Well, my clothes are made out of ice, so." I looked at the candy some more. "It makes sense." And Salon laughed to herself for a second. And here I thought nothing would surprise me anymore. "I mean, your clothes are extremely cold," she said as she felt the fabric of my jacket. "But the fact that they are made out of ice, now that is new to me." A smile crept up on my face as I replied, "Don't worry, there will be a lot of surprises throughout this journey. I'm sure there will be." She smiled before lightly shaking her head. "Anyway, let's try out the candy." I nodded, grabbing a white bead, before offering the box to Salon so she could help herself to one as well. I didn't know what it was made of, but I still held the white bead in my hand and marveled as it sparkled under the moonlight. It was, dare I say, quite pretty. I could see more flakes of frost begin to form on the surface of the bead, as I continued to admire it for a few more seconds, before finally bringing it close. It didn't smell like anything in particular, and so with burning anticipation I placed it in my mouth. At first, it was like eating an ice cube, but the ice slowly peeled away to reveal a rather soft sweetness. It was distantly familiar, even though my body was devoid of warmth. At that moment, I felt it, a comforting warmth that filled my body. It tasted like vanilla. I wasn't entirely sure, but all my senses told me so. It was very nice. Compared to the bland taste of raw meat, or even the soup, it was different. At the same time, it had a very soft sweetness, not an overwhelming one, subtly flavorful. And yet, in spite of how nice and soothing the taste was, I found that my hands were trembling, and that my eyes were becoming teary. It was just a piece of sweet candy that tasted like very soft vanilla, and yet it was something that made me emotional. I hadn't had anything nice for so long. But now that I got to taste it, it was amazing. I found myself becoming increasingly more sentimental, but just as I was about to start shedding some tears, a cacophony of roars shook the forest. I paused, instantly frowning as all my senses sharpened once more and my emotions dulled. I sensed it. Dozens of monsters were rapidly heading in our direction intently and with a desire to kill. Salon 2 paused as I just swallowed the rest of the candy and stood up. There was no joy left, and my enjoyment had been interrupted. Perhaps I was overreacting, but I found it truly annoying. Why now, out of all times? I grumbled as I started walking back to the trader encampment. In just a few seconds, I found all of the people panicking and huddling together. That was until the trader woman saw me and immediately called out, "Monsters are coming. Please stall them for time while we escape." I blinked almost innocently. Stall? And then I shook my head. I'm going to kill them all. And then my expression changed as I turned around with a gust of chilly air. They'll pay for ruining my moment. Ronan regretted his choices. He regretted his greed. Now for his own stupid mistake. Everyone was going to die. He had filled his backpack with the dirt of the Black Forest. It was too valuable to be left behind. Just with the backpack alone, he'd be able to feed his wife and kids for 6 months. With the carriage he transported, it would have been years. Trollus was not in a good position, and so he sought to do everything in his power to ensure his family would survive these harsh times. However, his very own actions were now going to be his undoing, and he would drag everyone along with them. He regretted it. All he could do was shiver behind a tree as the monsters approached. The escorted woman that they had hired had stepped up. Her calm and cold demeanor had reassured him for a moment. Her actions reassured everyone in the group really. He could see the rest of the people huddled in the distance, all while he hid behind a tree. Ronan clenched onto his backpack, unsure if to run or not, but at the same time, the monsters had been lured because of the dirt. Still, their escort, a white-haired girl, had killed a bunch of nightmare wolves with nothing but her fists. Surely she could deal with the upcoming threat. And then Ronan immediately lost all hope as he saw the first monster of the tide. The monster walked on 2 feet and had a rough blue skin littered with scars. It resembled a human except for its distorted ugly face with protruding fangs and hate-filled eyes. Its nethers were covered with nothing but a mesh of leaves, and dangling from its hand there was a crude wooden club. Ronan recognized it instantly. How could he not? It was a monster at the peak of C tier, much stronger than a nightmare wolf, the evolution of a goblin, a hobgoblin, and behind the one he observed, there were dozens. Even the white-haired girl paused, shaking in fear. It was too much for everyone. Ronan could feel the air itself grow cold, a clear signal to his impending death. The white-haired girl just watched on, shaking as the temperature kept dropping. She watched as the hobgoblins roared and marched at a fast pace. At first, they were dozens of meters away, but now, in just a few seconds everyone would die. Ronan swallowed, before finally, the white girl spoke. "This is it?" Her chilly voice echoed for everyone to hear. "Just a bunch of deformed humanoid creatures interrupted me." Ronan couldn't understand as he kept shivering, but rather than fearful, the girl sounded angry. And then, she scowled and the temperature became even colder. But he could see his misty breaths dissolve into the air, all while the hobgoblins marched on. Finally, she shook her head. "Still, I suppose you people cannot see what I'm about to do," she said without turning to regard the traders behind her. Ronan didn't understand her, but she flicked her fingers, muttering something under her breath, and he saw the impossible. With a wave of air, the people behind her paused, froze, all their movements halted as if stopped in time. And finally, the white-haired girl looked ahead towards the hobgoblins, her expression cold and uncaring. She raised her arm, preparing a finger flick with her index finger and thumb. Ronan instinctually shivered as she spoke the following words with a misty breath. "Disappear," and she flicked. The forest exploded. Everything in a cone was wiped with a glacial burst of ice spikes. Chunks of hobgoblin flesh burst in all directions as Ronan gasped. It was as if a whole iceberg had formed, consuming every living being in its radius and killing it in an instant with a roaring boom. And at that moment, Ronan realized he was looking at a monster. He shivered, his teeth clattering to the cold as he attempted to back off. But as soon as he took a single step, her head snapped in his direction and her cold gaze met his. "Fuck," He felt his skin prickle all over as she walked towards him with a small frown. Her light blue eyes stared right into his soul. "So you saw, didn't you?" Ronan fell over and stuttered incoherently as the white-haired monster walked towards him with a small frown. And then, just as sudden as she started walking, she stopped, her gaze landing next to Ronan's feet where she saw his fallen backpack. Then, she turned back to him. "So it was your fault?" She spoke with a darkened gaze. "It was your fault that all those useless hobgoblins showed up." Ronan backed off, crawling on his back as he pleaded. Please, I did it for my family. Please don't kill me." Meanwhile, she started to walk again, each of her strides freezing the ground she stepped on. Ronan couldn't understand how it even worked, how she even froze the other people, how the hobgoblins had died with the flick of a finger. She was a monster. He backed off, begging. Please." His heart threatened to stop at any second. "Please, I have a family." Then hit a tree with his back, allowing her to finally reach him. The young woman towered over him with a cold gaze. Ronan knew it was a prelude to his death, yet, he kept on pleading. "I'll do anything, please spare me." And he slammed his head against the ground. "Please." "Anything you say?" Her voice rang in his ears with unbelievable coldness. Then she tilted her head for a few moments, seemingly thinking, until finally she nodded. "Very well." And Ronan raised his head only to see her grinning, a maniacal grin of pure madness that sent shivers to his very soul. And she continued speaking. "Then, you'll have to give me lots of nice and tasty food." Ronan paused. "Wait. What?" Chapter 14, Traitor. Ronan could only stare at the young woman hearing that. What had he just heard right? Her expression hardly changed. Instead her grin became nothing more than a calm smile. Something that immediately made him feel more alarmed rather than give him any sense of reassurance. There was no way he had heard things properly. Ronan could still remember how she had blasted the hobgoblin horde with a single flick from her index finger. It had been an ice explosion of a magnitude he had never seen before. Everything had died in an instant, following the command of her chilly words. Ronan shivered just thinking about it. And now, he had just heard something unbelievable from the woman. Ronan understood that in reality she was a monster. There was no way she would say that. Even just being near her made him feel the coldness of death gripping onto his heart. "See, can you repeat what you said again?" Ronan shivered, asking once more. She frowned, much to his dismay. "I said I want nice food from the next town over." There was no way he had misheard this time, right? "Food, right?" he asked with a pause. The woman nodded, this time raising her brow in confusion. "Are you all right?" "Yes, that's what I said. I want you to procure best food you can find in the next town over and present it to me," she said demandingly. "At least if you don't want to be punished for your actions." Ronan shivered hearing her cold tone at the end and fervently nodded. "I just have to get the best food for you, right? And all will be forgiven." "It will," she agreed, but then she immediately frowned as her demeanor turned the air cold. "However, tell a single soul about me and I get it." Ronan sputtered. "I'll keep your power a secret. Please spare me." She nodded before handing him a small ice crystal. "Break it when you fulfill the request. You only have for as long as we are in the next town." "All right." She extended her hand. "Well, let's go to the next town now, shall we?" He blinked in confusion but hurriedly took her hand. However, nothing could have prepared Ronan for what he was about to experience. Salon felt concerned. Ark had yet to return, and not too long ago an explosion shook the land with tremendous power. Deep down, she understood that Ark was angry just based on the expression she wore. Not only that, but Salon also knew that Ark was very particular when it came to food. While she couldn't fully relate to what just happened, she could empathize. But still, what could Ark possibly be doing that would take so long that she didn't understand? That's why she made the decision to stand up from her spot and go towards the traders. However, as soon as she did, she saw ice. Her eyes went wide. In the distance there was a barrier of frost encompassing a large part of the forest, almost like the glaciers she had once read about in books. The scale was immense and terrifying. Craning her head up, Silen could barely see the top of it, towering even over the trees. There was no doubt, it was Ark's power, and also the reason for the explosion. Salon craned her head, observing its length where she saw limbs, frozen blood, and even a wooden club inside the ice. She had never seen an attack like that. But then again, Ark had also wiped all of the spiders inside of Raindale with a single attack. And the reason was simple. It was because she was a hero. Salon sighed and turned away from the distant block of ice and instead headed towards the encampment. Even after this delay, Ark was not back, and she couldn't help but worry. Yes, Ark was a hero, but deep down, she felt that something was wrong. As for what, Salon couldn't tell. She walked forth, trailing next to the mountain of ice. It took just a few moments, but she saw the traders in the distance and felt immediate relief. They were all huddled together, but also quiet, peaceful perhaps. Salon strolled forward with a smile. She couldn't see their expressions, but perhaps they were just relieved that the danger had been dealt with considering the silence. However, as she loomed closer and finally reached the clearing, it was still as quiet as ever. She looked around only to see no trace of Ark, all while the traders were looking at the pillar of ice. Suddenly, the relief Salon felt disappeared as she asked, "Hey, where is Ark?" Her soft voice rang hollow through the forest, passing right through the ears of everyone present, and yet, no one turned, no one regarded her, or paid her any mind. Instead, the eternal silence permeating the forest was still present. The unease turned to nervousness as she slowly approached the group. She expected them to turn at any second, but her footsteps simply echoed as the silence of night permeated everything. And finally, Salon reached them only to see them not even looking at her, but instead at the ice pillar. There was fear, shock, crying, and yet, every single person was frozen. Stopped mid-action, the wind blew, and yet everything that was alive had been stopped in time. Salon took a step back. What is happening? Her heart was rushing. Ark was nowhere to be seen, and she was alone with frozen people. Things were bad. And a strong gust of wind swept through her and Salon tensed. She immediately turned only to see Ark stepping onto the ground with a small sigh. Then she immediately perked up and met Salon's gaze with surprise. "Sorry, I had to take care of something," Ark said with her usual carefree tone, before pausing and looking over Salon. "Is everything all right?" Salon blinked, looking at Ark and then at the frozen people. Finally, her panic reached a certain calm of disbelief and she managed to ask, "Why are the traders frozen?" "Oh." Ark let out a small sound of surprise. "I froze them." "Ah, I see." Salon nodded. "Yes, that makes sense." The people were frozen because of Ark, and Ark had left to go do something else. That was how things were, and Salon wasn't planning on questioning it. It's not something that her brain could actually handle. Freezing people in time? Of course, she just accepted it all while Ark raised her brow and then continued. "Well, now I will disperse the ice, and also dispose of the troll monster things." "Salon, do you think you could calm down the traders? Maybe gaslight them?" "Gaslight?" Salon's ears perked. "Like convince them that nothing happened, maybe?" Ark scratched her head. "I just don't want trouble. I'm already using more than half of my mana for this. At the same time, I don't want them to know my power. Having fame or any type of renown would be troublesome." "Right." Salon awkwardly nodded as she thought. "I may have an idea. Give me a minute to prepare. Let's just say you made the monsters chase you using the earth of the Black Forest. One of the traders did bring a bag full of it." Ark mused. Salon tensed and immediately nodded. "Then we shall use him as a scapegoat." "Where is he?" Ark blinked. "Oh, he's gone." Salon tensed, and Ark continued. "He won't be heard of ever again from these people." "So, he's alive." She untensed. "Then let's go with that." With a nod, Salon prepared herself. "You should go dispose of the trolls and then don't return. Just give me a signal that the people will be unfrozen." "All right. Thank you, Salon." With those words, the ice in the distance cracked, quickly falling into the ground as Ark walked away, and Salon was left to prepare her speech. With a small sigh, she muttered to herself, "This is going to be hard." Lydia jolted, her body shivered all over. The hobgoblins. And she blinked, seeing there was no one there. The screams of the people resounded, as a weird confusion filled her. "We have to run." A girl shook her. It was the escort's companion. Ark lured away the monsters. "One of you was carrying a bag full of dirt from the Black Forest." Lydia's heart skipped several beats as she regained some grasp of the situation. The hobgoblins were gone. One of them had taken a bag, and now they too had to leave before it was too late. Immediately she nodded and turned, barking orders at the rest of the group. "Let's run." The hobgoblins were lured away. "We must reach a safe location." But how were they lured? They basically disappeared. someone asked. I don't know. Lydia screamed. Not the time to think about that, now move. With that command she reached for her things and hastily stood up, all while the blonde girl nodded at her. In just a second everyone got ready and the escort's companion spoke once more. Already running. The road is nearby, let's go. Lydia felt her heart rushing, as she followed after the blonde girl. Everyone did. The air felt cold, almost gripping as if it was a premonition of death. The forest was deadly quiet, as if it was a prelude to the storm. And so, everyone ran, not questioning the strangeness of the events. Lydia could not remember anything, but she had been leading caravans for many years and she knew that now was not the time for anything. And so, she ran along with the rest of the group. It felt like an eternity as they stepped down the road and continued. Their breathing grew ragged. Their complexion grew worse, and just when they felt like giving up, the blonde girl stopped panting. We should be far enough now. Lydia nodded and immediately sat down in tiredness. So, what happened exactly? The girl in front of her thought for a moment with a grave expression. Someone lured the monsters with their greed. They took the dirt against everyone's will and this is the end result. Lydia immediately nodded and turned only to count heads and immediately noticed that someone was missing. Ronan. She gritted her teeth. That traitor, where is he? We don't know, he disappeared. The blonde girl answered softly, clear worry in her voice. For now, let's wait for Ark to come back. And hearing that someone from the back snorted. There were dozens of hobgoblins if not hundreds. She won't be coming back. Besides, how did they even disappear? At that moment, mutters amongst the traders broke out, and Lydia shook her head. There was certainly a gap in her memory, but there was no explanation for it. It felt like she blinked and suddenly it was a different time. Do you know what happened? Why did the hobgoblins disappear in a blink? She softly asked the blonde girl, the escort's companion. No, it's the same for me. She sighed. Let's just be glad we are alive. Lydia nodded. Yeah, let us be glad. And the nearby bushes rustled. Everyone tensed and backed off, only for a familiar figure to walk out. It was the adventurer that was escorting them. And she was uninjured. Lydia blinked seeing the woman's clean clothes. She wore strange black leggings, a white jacket that matched her hair, and yet in spite of all the white there was not a speck of dirt on her. Ah, I finally found you guys, she said with evident relief. The monsters were pretty hard to lose. I just tossed the bag of dirt somewhere in the forest. Hope that's fine. That's fine, but... Lydia looked at her all over. How are you so clean? Oh, I don't know. I'm just like this. The woman shrugged. Anyway, we should continue our journey a bit longer and find a different place to rest. Lydia slowly nodded to what the adventurer had said, but there was something that irked her. Perhaps it was the carefree behavior after just having a deadly encounter with dozens of hobgoblins, or perhaps it was the fact that the adventurer did not even look tired in the slightest. She didn't know. But well, she supposed that she should be happy to be alive, and that there was only one potential casualty. With a sigh, Lydia prepared herself for a deluge of questions and protests from the other traders. In the end, we couldn't set off right away since the traders had something to discuss, but at least I got some private time with Salon. We just sat at the edge of the road, looking at the moon before finally Salon asked, "Why did you not dirty yourself like I asked?" I shook my head. I tried. And I grabbed a fistful of dirt before rubbing it onto my jacket. But it just falls off. And as I said it slid off, falling back onto the ground not leaving a single stain. Even if it was dirtied, the filth would freeze right off just like when my skin itself gets dirty, I said with a small shrug. I suppose it's a nice perk of being unbelievably cold. Right. I just hope the traders don't suspect anything, Salon said, sighing. They won't. I shook my head. Their time was frozen. It was a blink to them. They have no way to explain it. They won't be stumbling upon the corpses of the monsters, nor will they be finding their trader friend either. What did you do to that man? Salon raised her brow. What did I do? I thought back on things and shook my head. Let's just say I gained something while ensuring that my secrets would remain. Because unfortunately, he saw everything. There was a pause as the air stilled. I could see Salon become suddenly tense as she asked, "You didn't kill him, right?" "No," I answered simply. "Anyway, not something to think about." "Right." Salon nodded. "Will you continue eating now?" "Also no." A small sigh left me. Not in the mood right now. Then I turned to the sky, thinking back on the trader I had let go. I really hope I didn't make the wrong decision. Then I shook my head. Anyway, what was the name of the next town again? I think the trader woman said it. Oh, its name is Blackrest. Ronan shakily stood before Blackrest with the bag of dirt over his shoulder. He had spent probably the last 20 minutes throwing up, but now he was finally ready to fulfill the strange request he had received. What he had experienced with that woman would stay between her and him as agreed. All for his life and all for a brighter future. He was to never meet those traders again either. That's what the woman told him after bringing him here. Hopefully this will be a new start, he muttered to himself as he looked at the distant town walls. With a deep breath, Ronan walked forward to fulfill what had been asked of him. Chapter 15, Blackrest. Salon spent close to an hour explaining things to me about the next town, Blackrest. Apparently, it was considered one of the border towns, so while trading was somewhat prominent, it wasn't really like a city or even close to that. In a sense, it wasn't much different from Reyndell, which also sadly meant that I wouldn't be tasting the best delicacies the world had to offer, and that was fine. I didn't want to rush things, nor just indulge in hedonism while seeking out to eat all of the food I could possibly get my hands on, or whatever other pleasure I found throughout my travels. However, I was still looking forward to things, even if it meant that Salon would no longer be there. I didn't know how many stops we had until we reached the fabled hermit, but considering that Salon had traveled through the Black Forest, her journey was probably over halfway through at this point, and that meant that my mission to her was almost done. A sigh left me, as Salon turned to me. "Are you all right, Ark?" "Yeah, I'm fine," I said, shaking my head. Before looking up, "Do you think they'll be finished anytime soon?" I gestured with my head towards the traders. Salon frowned, looking in the direction. "No, I don't think so." Their discussion had grown heated, and sure it wasn't too hard to ignore, but the thing is, we had places to be, yet here we were, waiting for a bunch of people to finish arguing in the Black Forest, the supposed land of death that people didn't dare to linger in for too long. The thing with their argument is that it couldn't be explained. It was in regards to the hobgoblins. One side seemed to think it was best to ignore the fact that they vanished in a blink, and the other side argued that it was impossible and something must be up. Except, the side of impossibility seemed to be incredibly stubborn and was now escalating things. I shook my head. "Well, I guess I'll have to intervene." "I don't think you should," Salon meekly said. "They'll probably just blame things on you instead." I thought about it for a moment, and nodded. If it makes them shut up and get going, then sure. I got a small nod from my companion, and with that I headed towards the small crowd that seemed to be arguing for no reason. A total of 5 people, 3 on the side to let it go and 2 on the side to find out the mystery that had occurred. The argument had no right to last this long. As soon as I got closer, one of the 2 annoying people pointed at me. It was her fault. A bald man with a belly screamed. "She must have schemed this." I raised my brow. "What? Just look at you," he harumphed. "You supposedly lured away the hobgoblin, yet you showed up in no time without bruises, scratches, or even so much as dirt on your clothes. You clearly planned all of this. Why would she even plan all of this?" The trader leader interjected. "Because she wants to be paid for easy work," he bellowed. "I don't know what tricks she used." "That makes no sense," I interrupted. The man hearing my retort immediately strode up with a glare, standing the same height as me, breathing on my face. "I don't know what you're hiding, but I'll expose you. I'll expose you for risking our lives, and for messing around in the Black Forest. Justice will be served." "Ark," he aggressively emphasized my name. "Now let's stop wasting time and go to Blackrest." With those words he strode past me. His shoulder bumped against mine, but I didn't bulge as he nearly stumbled. The other 4 people stared with confusion, and the trader woman in particular immediately sneered. Talk about wasting time. I just shook my head as everyone got ready to depart once more. Finally, I reunited with Salon after a minute as she too readied herself to leave. "How did it go?" I thought for a moment before shrugging. "Could have been worse." And at that moment the fat and bald trader passed and spoke to me with hostility. "I'll make you pay for what you've done and avenge Ronan." With those words he marched forward. Salon raised her brow as a sigh left me. "This is going to be annoying." "Try not to. Kill him," Salon advised from behind. I'm not a murderer, though I hope that I don't have to use force either. I shook my head and began to walk forward into the night, followed by Salon. We traveled for what felt like 3 hours or so before finally, the trader leader had decided to call it a night and an encampment was set up. I was planning to sleep, though unfortunately I was asked to stand guard, which wasn't something that I expected, but I supposed it made sense. After saying goodnight to Salon, I climbed onto a tree and waited, enjoying the stars as the time passed. I couldn't rest, but I still found the whole experience relaxing. The sun rose, and some minutes later, some people began to wake up. It didn't take long before everyone was fully awake, and that's when I finally hopped down from the tree. Salon greeted me as everyone else readied themselves to depart. The trader that had been annoying yesterday gave me glares, but he didn't start a fight or anything of the sort, which was a relief. After everyone packed, we left for Blackrest. No breakfast to be seen. The journey was uneventful. Salon and I led the traders forward, and eventually I struck conversation with her. So, once you get backing from the hermit, and the Grand Duke backs off, what happens then? Well, that is a bit. I don't know. She scratched her head. It's not. I don't know what happens after. I was supposed to be learning politics, and I guess trading in order to be the next successor of the family, though it got shifted as soon as my youngest brother was born about 4 years ago. So now what are you doing? I asked, raising my brow. My parents are interested in an arranged marriage with a lesser family so we can absorb their wealth, I guess, Salon said with a small yet exasperated shrug. But I'm not really interested in marrying someone I don't love. There is also the fact that things went south with the death of King Credence, so now I am out here trying to save my family. I followed along with her words, but there was something that I didn't fully understand. Do you love your family enough to give your life for them? It's my duty. Salon shook her head. As the daughter of Arlo, I have to give everything to the house that raised me. Do you love your family enough to give your life to them? I emphasized, and Salon tensed. Then there were a couple of seconds of silence, before she finally let out a small sigh. I never thought about it. For a noble, something like that is akin to betrayal, so I guess I don't want to think about it either. Though I suppose I could always give up my name and live the life of commoner, but it's not what I want either. I watched Salon's behavior and couldn't help but wonder. What do you want? I don't really know. She shook her head. Hopefully I figure it out before the whole marriage thing happens. Right. I observed Salon's somewhat downcast expression. Well, I hope you can figure it out, Salon. I smiled at her. I think these few days you haven't been exactly living as a noble, but you've enjoyed them, so maybe forfeiting your title isn't that bad. She nodded slowly, taking in what I had just said. I guess so. She trailed off, before continuing. I'll think about it. We walked in silence for what felt like 10 to 20 minutes. Salon had a small frown the entire time, seemingly thinking before a breath left her. Then she turned to me. I think I want to travel with you, Ark. My thoughts briefly halted before I immediately shook my head. You've known me for 3 days, maybe 4 with today. You, even I for that matter, cannot take life-changing decisions in such a manner. Salon paused and chuckled. Yeah, that's true. I'm sorry, Ark. It was very impulsive. She turned to me with a meek smile. You know, all of this is new to me, so I was just a bit self-absorbed. I'm sorry. It's fine. I think such thoughts sometimes are normal, I said, shaking my head. But I suppose as your friend, I coughed, I cannot really allow you to continue those thoughts, for your own good. Salon slowly nodded, following along. Thank you, Ark. Blackrest is in sight. One of the traders interrupted. We both turned to look ahead, where we saw the forest ending, and off in the distance there were dark town walls that were lined with towers, and in the middle of everything was an imposing black gate filled with spikes. I raised my brow in mild surprise. It was bigger than Reyndell by a margin. Not only that, but it was a lot more intimidating too. I didn't bother to pick up the pace, nor did Salon, however. The same couldn't be said about the traders that quickly sped past us. All of them but one passed, and that was the trader woman who stopped to lightly bow at us. Thank you for the hard work, she said as she handed me a bag of coins. This is what we could chip in. Sorry, it's not much more. I blinked, receiving the bag. It wasn't particularly heavy, though it did jingle with each movement, and peering into it I saw silvery coins. though I didn't understand how many of them were there other than dozens, and their value was also unknown. Sorry, I know it's really not much. I raised my head to look at the woman who now had a bitter smile, and I simply nodded at her and shook my head. This much is fine, thank you. She slowly nodded in acknowledgement. If there is anything you need, don't hesitate to reach out. You'll be able to find me with the name of Lydia of the North. Are you a noble? I asked, more confused than anything. No, it's just a nickname. She chuckled, before nodding at me. I have to get going now. I hope to repay you sometime, adventurer Ark. See you. I paused, but before I could say anything she was already walking away. I simply blinked as Salon gave me a small nudge from behind. Well, you got your first payment. Congrats, Ark. Well, I guess, I said, stuffing the bag into my pocket, barely paying attention. I don't even know anything about currency. For all I know, the coins in there could be pennies. Pennies? Salon asked in confusion. What are those? I shook my head and smiled, already beginning to walk towards the town gates. Don't worry about them. Explain currency to me later, okay? Yeah. She enthusiastically nodded as she followed after me. Then, at that moment, I paused as the bald fat trader glared at me from the gate with hostility. His eyes narrowed as they met mine. Ark? Salon asked with confusion. I shook my head. It's fine, and I continued walking. Getting into town had been a new experience, since apparently they required a fee, but showing my adventurer's identification seemed to solve that. However, unfortunately, Salon still had to pay to enter. After that, we headed to an inn and just relaxed, all while Salon explained currency to me, which wasn't actually that complicated. It followed precious metals, because apparently they were a thing here, just like server rooms, their order was copper, silver, gold, cobalt, and platinum. Though, I was unsure if cobalt should be worth more than gold, but I didn't give it much thought. I simply accepted it, and decided to nap, much against Salon's wishes. She woke me up at night, when it was time for dinner, except we are not having dinner here. She blinked. But I already paid. It's fine, it will be on me. I nodded. But for now, we have to leave. I extended my hand towards her. Salon paused. Her eyes widened for a moment before she sighed, her golden locks of hair dangling. Do we really have to do it? Of course. I smiled. Always. An exasperated breath left her as she grabbed my cold hand, and with a nod, I used my skill, God Step, and we vanished from the room, appearing on a random alley in Black Crest. It hadn't been too hard to arrange a meeting spot, just took an hour of wandering around to find it. And now I clapped my hands with a smile as Salon just stood gaping in the middle of a large warehouse. At the center of everything was a large table filled to the brim with delicacies and strange food. Meanwhile, the trader, Ronan, stood to the side with an amicable smile. I've done my best to procure everything Black Crest has to offer, Miss Ark. I nodded with a smile. I'll be taking my leave now. Ronan left the building, and then I took a breath, smelling the wonderful aromas that filled the large space we stood in. A large glass chandelier loomed over the entire table, all for a beautiful vibrance, and at one end of the table there were 2 chairs. I stood there for what felt like minutes, until finally, my companion spoke up. What is this? Salon blinked. What? It's fine, I'll explain later. I interrupted her with a smile. Let's just enjoy this to our heart's content. Salon slowly nodded, as I also excitedly stepped forward. It was a bit weird to realize it, but my heart was rushing. It was an incredible excitement I rarely if ever felt. It also strangely ran in parallel with the adrenaline I felt whenever my life was in danger. It was thrilling. Looking at all the food was a thrilling thing for me. I sat down with a smile as Salon followed, and the first thing that was in front of me seemed to be some sort of steak. Its juices dripped, all while displaying a wonderful brown crust that shone to the lights on the ceiling, and it smelled amazing. I gulped a mouthful of saliva as I grabbed the utensils, too afraid to freeze the food, and slowly, I cut a single piece of the unbelievably soft piece of meat and brought it to my mouth. It was steaming hot, and for a moment, I was awe-stricken to its pleasant smell. This is everything I could have asked for and more. I brought it into my mouth. A shrill sound echoed. The chandelier fell on the table with an explosion of glass and food. My eyes went wide as the doors of the warehouse exploded, a war cry echoing in my ears. It is time for your death, Ark, and at that moment I clenched my teeth from anger and the fork in my mouth shattered into pieces. I saw red. Chapter 16. Monster. Alric resented everything. For the past months now his net worth had been on decline, and finally after having enough, he had decided to embark on a gathering journey, the infamous dirt of the Black Forest. Most adventurers are unable to procure it in a safe manner, due to the gathering locations being deep into the death zone, but the caravan had done it, and they would have succeeded had they not gotten unlucky with a pack of nightmare wolves. Much to their luck, an adventurer had saved them. However, they were forced to dispose of the dirt that they had worked so hard to obtain, and that only represented one thing for Alric: poverty. He didn't have many resources left, not enough to recover at least, and even though he was aware of it, he was pointing all his anger and resentment towards a single person, the adventurer that had saved them. Ark. She was weird, aloof and uncaring. Not only that, but she was strong, and that, even if it was an irrational feeling, made Alric resent her more. He didn't understand what she had done with the hobgoblins, but at this point, he didn't care. He just knew, his heart knew, his whole being knew that he resented her. Whether it was as a scapegoat or her personality, whether he was using excuses to unload his resentment, or legitimate reasons, didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was that after this, he was going to be broke, and his future, his life was over. Which is why, he laughed. He laughed as the assassins he hired exploded the doors of the warehouse. He couldn't afford to go get the dirt that was left at the carriage, but at least, he could afford a final wish. He had even seen Ronan the traitor leave, but Alric didn't even care about that. He didn't even truly register it in his mind. Right now, there was only catharsis. It is time for your death, Ark. They were two B-tier assassins, right from the black market. Given the job was on the same day, and easy to execute, the fee had been just barely affordable for him, and now, all there was left was for Alric to enjoy the show. He watched as the pair of killers dashed into the warehouse, one with a pair of twin blades, a shadow assassin, and the other holding nothing but daggers, a knife dancer. The two masters went in, as the glass-filled cloud of dust immediately cleared with a gust of cold wind. In the middle, stood the familiar white-haired woman with a terrible frown. She spat to the side a bunch of metal pieces and a chunk of something as she coldly watched the assassins rush at her. Alric just grinned. You will regret everything. There, knife dancer, threw a volley of daggers at her, and when they reached her they exploded, flying across the room with the sounds of chattering glass and a shrill noise. And then, there, shadow assassin, pounced. In an instant they appeared with a flash of black right behind Dark and swung both of the swords upon her neck. They collided and exploded into thousands of fragments like glass, and at that moment Alric finally paused, his eyes widening. What was that? You know, normally it's pretty hard to make me angry. Last time it happened I hadn't slept for a week and a monolith wolf destroyed my house, but now I'm pretty fucking upset. She shook her head as the ground began to freeze. Of course, it's unreasonable to be livid over this, but I will make you all pay. The temperature began to drop following her chilly words. The two assassins stepped back for a moment, shaking their heads. There, knife dancer, shielded his eyes. This is not what I signed up for. There, shadow assassin, appeared right next to Alric, whispering to herself. Too dangerous. She turned to Alric. The mission is cancelled. And at that moment, a gust of wind blasted through the room, and Alric paused. There, shadow assassin, had been frozen in an instant, and Alric raised his hand to touch his face, only to feel the skin on his cheek completely frozen. His heart rushed. What is this? There, knife dancer, shouted, their feet bound in ice. All while Ark turned towards him. Alric's heart rushed as he slowly backed off from the white-haired woman that was slowly striding up to him. Each of her steps shifted the icy mist and cracked the frozen ground. He met her gaze only to see two light blue eyes that were staring right into his soul. His heart felt cold, yet it was also working overtime. His body stiffened as he fell on his butt, and Alric realized what he was feeling. It was such a strong and chilling emotion, one that he had never truly felt before, but now he knew it. Primal fear, but also regret. He shivered in his spot, pleading, I am sorry, adventurer Arkfor. Shut up, the white-haired woman hissed as she reached him. Alric trembled, but before he could do anything she grabbed him by the scruff. effortlessly dragging him up to face her as she spoke. "Why did you do it?" "Why?" Alric panicked. "I wanted revenge. I wanted to blame you over my losses. The dirt of the Black Forest was my last chance to not be poverty-stricken, but you made us leave it behind." He stuttered, his emotions a mix of panic and a hopefulness of being justified, but she just met his gaze as her face lost almost all emotion. "So, you just want more dirt from the Black Forest, huh?" She tilted her head as if musing. "That way you'll have more money and never get in my way again." "Right, why yes that is it." Alric stuttered. "Oh, how simple. There is no way you can pay for all the food, right?" she asked with a cold and feeling smile. Alric shivered as he looked at the hall. He hadn't noticed it, but now he could see it. There were hundreds of pieces of meat, fruits, and other delicacies, all lightly frozen and laid to waste by the attack that had occurred. He turned back to her. "I am afraid not. Well, after you get some money from selling the dirt of the Black Forest you can repay me," she said calmly. "And I know where you can just find some." Alric felt his heart skip numerous beats as hopefulness swelled within his being. "See, could it be that I'm being let go?" Ark smiled at him, as Alric spoke up. "Where would that be?" The world blurred around him as a tremendous amount of nausea hit him. Alric was let go, as he plopped onto the ground as the world spun around him. The sounds of insects resounded in his ears, as he finally saw the moon and the sky overhead. And it clicked. Where am I?" Next to him, Ark spoke. "Look at your feet." Alric followed only to see patches of grass and black dirt. "It's the dirt of the Black Forest. It's what you wanted." "No?" Alric blinked, grasping the black grains of earth. "Why yes." "Is this real?" His eyes wandered to the surroundings, seeing the towering dark trees. "We are in the Black Forest." He turned to Ark as she smiled at him. And at that moment, the feeling of relief he felt turned into panic. That smile wasn't right. None of her expressions had ever been right. Her eyes remained empty and uncaring. She still wanted to kill him. Alric scrambled to extend her hand towards her, and she vanished. Alric froze. He had just been abandoned in the Black Forest. Raider didn't understand. He was panicking. He was a B-tier assassin, one of the few in the black market, and he was panicking. The ice at his feet wouldn't break no matter what he did, and the woman that had caused all of this was. And he blinked. She was nowhere to be seen, nor their contractor. However, Ilma was. She was frozen, and probably dead. Raider wasn't too acquainted with her, but he liked her. He had seen her face just once, and he had been smitten, but now it didn't matter. He gritted his teeth and turned to the ice at his feet. Its coldness was almost non-existent, but it wouldn't budge. He slammed a dagger into it and the tip snapped. Raider clicked his tongue. Would he have to request help to use the emergency orb in order to have his ass saved? He didn't want that, not yet, though he still felt the blue orb in his pocket. Shaking his head, he turned to look elsewhere, only to see a girl hiding behind some curtains looking at him. She was trembling. From a first glance he could tell she was a noble, whether it was her delicate features or golden locks of hair. However, where had she come from? And he remembered just when the explosion happened, the girl had been tagging along with their target. She was the target's companion. This was an opportunity for him. An opportunity to get out of here. Raider took a deep breath and regarded her. "Noble lady, please help me." She shrunk back as he continued, putting more of his feelings. "Why, your companion is clearly dangerous. We both should run." Yet she didn't reply as he felt a mix of anger and frustration. Raider took a breath. She is a monster that easily disposed of two B-tier assassins. Not only that, but she clearly lost control. He gestured towards the frozen surroundings. "For your own good you should at least run." "She is a monster." "Ark isn't a monster," she replied with a feeble voice. Don't talk about her that way." Raider paused. The girl was shivering, and yet she slowly stepped past the top to glare at him, slowly walking towards him with an increasingly confident stride. "She is kind and understanding. She has just had a harsh life," she said, slightly trembling. And that's when Raider saw her leg bleeding, an object embedded into it. But the girl still walked with an almost perfect gait, and finally she paused before him. "You wouldn't understand just even a bit of what she went through, so don't call her a monster." Raider blinked, shocked that a defenseless girl would stand up to defend someone, let alone walk in front of him. However, her words rang differently. Not understanding what she went through? Had his life been any less hard than that of that monster? And out of all people that could tell him that, it was a noble girl that didn't understand what hardship even meant. He had lost his family at 6, at 9 he became a mercenary, at 10 he lost a leg and didn't get it back until 13, where he was finally able to pay a high-level priest. And during those 3 years, he still had to carry out missions, struggle for his life every single day. Some days he thought he would die from hunger, and yet, he didn't understand. Gritting his teeth, he instantly raised his hand to strangle the blonde girl, and a chilly touch stopped him. A pale hand grabbed his wrist as a gust of cold wind swept through the warehouse. Raider blinked only to see the monster. A white-haired girl, one that was beautiful, yet her gaze was completely dead. One other killer. Raider shivered before he could react. She clutched. His wrist snapped, instantly mangled as a scream left him. His mind entered disarray as his other hand went into his pocket and gripped the orb with all his strength. The item cracked, sending a signal to the black market. Then Raider felt it. The ice around his legs suddenly vanished, and he knew he had a chance. Gritting his teeth, he headbutted the white-haired woman and a head-splitting pain spread through his head. And before he could react, he was punched in the stomach, his organs rearranging as he was launched back, nearly throwing up. The world around Raider spun as he tried to stand. It didn't make sense. Why? And he was kicked on the chin, sending him rolling through the ground as pain burst around all his body. The white-haired woman wasn't even using skills. She was beating him up. It was humiliating. He was a B-tier assassin. He was the one that should be in that position. He gritted his teeth as the woman went for another attack, but this time he swiftly dodged as he dug into his coat. He could barely use his other hand, but it didn't matter. He was going to use everything. B-tier individuals were far and few. The fact that there were 2 of them in Black Crest aside from the leader was nothing but a coincidence. They were strong and worthy of respect, and by extension he too was worthy of respect. Even if his opponent was A-tier, she was still looking down on him. He was worth more respect than that. Raider urged his mana. Generally skills were only learnt through level ups, but on rare occasions they could be learned or even created. And he had his own skill, one that could even threaten A-tiers, and now it was time to make his opponent regret it. Raider managed to dodge once more as he screamed, "I'll make you regret beating me up." Death Maelstrom. At that moment hundreds of knives flew at her with scintillating flashes of light. Raider smiled. It was a technique that would terrify any A-tier. Every single knife was charged with his mana, able to slice through anything, and now it was her turn. Glaciation. And she flicked her finger. All of the knives were instantly blasted into the walls of the warehouse, and Raider was impaled against the wall as his eyes budged in confusion. How is this possible? You know, I was thinking of letting you live, but... The woman shook her head. You really just have a death wish, and so I shall grant it. Salon, look away. Raider watched the noble follow as instructed, and the white girl conjured an ice spear. He felt insulted. Did she think that was enough to kill him? And she threw it. The wall of the warehouse exploded, killing Raider instantly. A small sigh left me. I was angry, not unreasonably so, but I was still at the very least upset. I didn't care if the merchant I left in the Black Forest lived or died, and now everything was solved for the most part. I turned to Salon as pieces of wall fell behind me. I saw her turn back to me with a weird expression, but at that moment, I finally saw it. The blood on her leg, the metal object embedded in it, and I paused. Wait, you're injured, but... how? I stared in disbelief. Had I really failed at my duty that badly? Salon shook her head. It's fine. Don't worry, And at that moment, I felt danger in our direction as I immediately extended my hand towards Salon and gripped. I caught an elongated black stake as my companion's eyes grew wide and she let out a delayed yelp. I turned in the direction of where it had come from only to see 5 hooded figures. Lots of things passed through my mind: disappointment, anger, sadness. However, there were 2 thoughts in my mind: to protect Salon and to kill these people as fast as possible. Chapter 17. Black Market. Sid didn't think he needed to go and check on the emergency, especially not today out of all days, but he always was a diligent person, even though he was only the leader of the Black Market of Blackcrest. He had great ambitions, which is why he always did things properly. Though when he arrived at the location, he didn't expect a wall to explode and bloodied chunks of flesh to fly from the other side. And so that's when he entered serious mode, directing the people, and his first command was to kill the weakest target first. Sid watched as the archer took aim. Their presence was hidden. No words were spoken. It was simply put, the epitome of a perfect assassination, and the archer shot. The white-haired girl immediately grabbed the black arrow mid-air and turned to them with a frown. It was a simple gesture, but one that somehow made Sid's heart skip a beat. He immediately turned to the nearest person. Retreat, and they exploded. A burst of ice sent Sid flying. The world spun around him as he hit the building behind with a grunt. Dust billowed around him. As he plopped onto the ground, he could barely register what just happened. Sid shook his head and broke out of his stupor. Raising his head, he saw death, a land of frost with small mountains where limbs jutted out and bodies were frozen inside. For a moment, he stared in disbelief, and then he heard the ice crackle. His gaze trailed through the frozen ground, seeing the weapons of his comrades until he saw the white-haired woman slowly walking towards him holding a sword. The mere sight made Sid shiver. He had to escape. Sid thrashed only to fail to move from his spot. His heart palpitated as he realized that his hands and feet were encased in ice. What? And the crackling of the ground brought him back to reality. The enemy was closer than ever. He had to move somehow. He tugged to no avail as the crackling rang in his ears, thrashing desperately as he felt his muscles tearing. And then he heard a much more distinct crack, one that brought him back to reality, where he saw the woman standing over him. She slowly raised the blue sword in the air as Sid panicked. Please don't kill me." However, his words fell on deaf ears as the woman continued to lift the weapon up. Yet he couldn't stop pleading. "I am the head of the black market. I have more usefulness alive than dead." He saw no change. Panicking, he continued, "I can source you anything from that place. All you have to do is spare me." She met his gaze as the sword reached the apex, and that's when Sid realized, whatever he had said wasn't enough. Please. I'll do absolutely anything, even if it means being subservient to you." Eek. And the sword was brought down. Sid screamed and a shattering sound resounded. There was no pain. There was nothing. His eyes slowly opened only to see the white-haired woman looking right at him. No sword to be seen. "You said you'd do anything, right?" she coldly asked. Sid's heart dropped as he slowly replied, "I did." The woman nodded and turned around. Sid's heart palpitated as the ice around his feet and legs dissolved. He was free to escape, yet he knew it was the worst mistake he could possibly make. And so, he waited for the woman to come back. I had dealt with the threat as effectively as I could, and now I could relax, at least as far as anger went. I still felt guilty, especially as I saw Ceylon standing there looking at me with a concerned gaze while I walked towards her. It was odd to me that she didn't flinch all that much to death, but I still felt it to be a responsibility of mine to ensure she didn't see that many things. And in this case, while I had blocked her vision with a pillar of ice, she could still see the aftermath of frozen bodies. But that small guilt was nothing compared to seeing the injury on her leg. It was akin to a sinking feeling. It was the feeling of failure. Though, fortunately, I knew better than to just feel bad about things, and so I had a number of priorities in front of me. The first one was healing Ceylon and ensuring something like this doesn't happen again. The second priority was to apologize, and the third was to really ensure it doesn't happen again. I shook my head. Logically speaking, I was just overly fond of Ceylon, which made me feel much worse than what I would normally feel. It was just how feelings worked. Fortunately or unfortunately. Finally, I reached her as she spoke. "Are you all right?" "I am," I answered simply. "But you are not, and we need to take care of that." "It's really a small injury." Ceylon shook her head. "And it occurred because of one of the throwing knives that exploded. It just hit me, that's all." "Then that just makes it even more of my responsibility," I said. "So we will have that taken care of, and ensure it doesn't happen again." "Also, limping for a few weeks isn't a small injury, Ceylon." She went silent for a moment before quietly nodding. "I guess I was trying to downplay it." I sighed. "It doesn't matter. Let's just get you treated." She nodded, and took a step only to flinch. "Sorry, it's a bit hard to walk right now." I shook my head. "It's fine, I'll just carry you." Ceylon blinked as I approached her. "Wait, what?" And I hefted her up on my arms in a princess carry, all while she blinked in confusion before flushing and hurriedly speaking up. "It's fine. I can force myself to walk. No need to carry me like this. I ignored her pleas as I immediately began to walk to the door, where the assassin black market lead nervously waited. He blinked seeing me approach with Salon on my arms, but didn't say much more as I simply informed him. She's injured, so we need to cure her, I said simply. He nodded. I can get some potions for you. I also need an item or something to protect her from attacks. I can get a protection artifact. The black market leader nodded once more. Anything else you'd like? Ah, of course, I'll always be in your debt. This is just for the time being, he coughed. I also want the finest food you can acquire in Blackrest, a dinner. He blinked and nodded. That is not a problem, though today might be. And he shook his head. No, it's not your problem to deal with. I raised my brow but he simply started to walk away. Do follow me, Master. Just call me Ark, I said. I don't care about humiliating you. Right. Thank you, Miss Ark. He stiffly nodded. Right this way. And with those words he began to guide us to the black market. Sid didn't know if he was making a fool of himself, if he was making the mistake of his life, or something else. He simply followed his instincts, which was to follow his word. As for whether he would regret it or not, he didn't know. He shook his head. It was no use in thinking about whether it was the right decision. He had survived and that's all that mattered. All he could do was try to get out of this situation as soon as possible, and so, he guided the extraordinarily terrifying woman to the lair of criminals. Could she wipe the entire place out should she want to? Absolutely, but he didn't care. That was the thing. He was just saving his own neck. It didn't matter if the black market suddenly burst into flames, which would actually be happening tonight. Hell, it didn't matter if the noble girl was being carried as a princess by the monster or instead riding on her back like a kid as they were right now. Sid only had one directive, and that was survival. I was carrying Salon on my back now, after she insisted for me to do so instead. The journey had taken more than I would have liked, but eventually, we stood before a dilapidated building. One that looked unassuming with torches illuminating the outside. There was a small pause from the black market leader before he approached the wooden door and slowly picked it open with some pins. After a few seconds it creaked open as I heard a faint background noise. The black market leader gestured us in and we ventured into the building. It was broken down akin to a church except there were no chairs to be found, and in place of a podium there was a broken down staircase. One with no lights, just a gaping hole of shadows in the ground. The black market has many entrances, but it can be said to be an underground cavity outside of Blackrest, so all of its entrances are in the west, the man said. I raised my brow. Wouldn't people asphyxiate? He talked as he descended down the stairs. There are a lot of hidden vents, also artifacts that purify the air. However, in spite of being supported there is still a chance of the place collapsing. I nodded and followed after the man, igniting a flame behind us much to everyone's shock, though the first one to speak was Salon. I thought you said you had no way to cook things. Yeah, the flame just freezes them, I said without pause. I still cannot cook them without a lighter. Oh. The black market leader said nothing as we descended the stairs. The noise of a bustling market reached our ears and after half a minute, we saw an orange light. I extinguished the blue flame at my hand, and soon enough we stood at the side of what seemed to be an ever-extending flea market. Yellow lights lined the ceiling. Tarps and tables filled the cavity under the earth. As I just stood there in awe for a moment, the black market leader walked forward. It's impressive if I say so myself. Though we aren't here for that. Please do follow me. We'll be getting everything you requested in order. I nodded and followed after him, all while Salon looked around with surprise. We trekked through the market, seeing numerous weird things, and other disturbing things, all while being under the scrutiny of the shoddy bystanders whenever we were too close. The most surprising thing to me however, was the occasional gore, especially body parts of humans for potion making. Yet, Salon didn't react to it. We eventually found a stand of potions, though I just stood by as the black market leader bought a couple for us. After storing them in a ring, we headed to a different part of the black market, and at that moment I made conversation to Salon. Salon, I can't help but notice you're very numb to killing corpses, and all these other things. Wouldn't most people be startled, especially if they see it happen before their eyes? She let out a small chuckle, though it sounded rather empty. I guess so. But well, I've seen things, I suppose. Sometimes you can startle me, but for the most part, Everything else is. She shook her head. Not something that bothers me. I slowly nodded, thinking about what Salon could have possibly seen. Though, she was still a bit of a scaredy cat when it came to attacks or monsters, so it was a weird polarity. I'm sorry for what you had to see. I mean, it's still horrifying to see you freeze people to death, Salon said meekly. It's just organs or gore, the death of my guards. It's not something that unsettles me. I suppose that torture would. A scream echoed across the black market. The leader paused as we turned to look in the distance where we saw a man being dragged. Then, he disappeared into one of the tunnels before some screams resounded and abruptly ended. I blinked, as seemingly everyone else went about doing their business. Now, that's pretty unsettling, Salon quietly said. Let's hurry to get everything done. I nodded as I turned to follow the man once more, who bowed lightly. It's a pretty normal occurrence here. Please don't let it bother you. I'm sorry you had to see that. He got a few weird gazes but no one said anything as I nodded. Right, let's just hurry. And with that, we resumed the trip. It didn't take too long before the man stopped at another stand and immediately began to negotiate for the best protection relic. After a negotiation, threatening, and a fisting, we went somewhere private where he handed us 2 rings. This is what I promised. My name is Sid. If you need anything more, don't hesitate to contact me. He nodded as I looked towards the rings. Storage ring, Tier D. Ring of protection, Tier C. I handed Salon the first ring. This is a D-tier storage ring. I held the ring of protection within my fingers for a moment, before I inwardly chanted, Blessing of the Ice God. The ring shone blue for a moment, as it revealed what it was to me. Ice blessed ring of protection, Tier C. And this is a C-tier ring of protection that I blessed. She blinked while receiving it. C tier? She breathed for a moment before her shoulders slumped. I guess I'm forced to take it, huh? I nodded. It's so that it doesn't happen again. With a small sigh, she slid both rings onto her fingers, and then activating the storage ring, one of the health potions was brought out. Now I have to. She sighed. I'll remove the metal from you, I said decisively as I crouched. It'll take just a moment. Salon nodded for a moment, and I instantly yanked it with a burst of speed. Salon let out a small yelp as her wound began to bleed once more, but immediately drank the potion, and I saw a rather instant effect to the injury recovering. I stood back up, Salon meekly thanked me, and then I heard a small cough from Sid, the black market leader. Now that she's cured, we can go for the third request. The finest food, which means leaving the black market as soon as possible since we don't have much time left. I nodded, though couldn't help but note the weird way he said things. I gestured for Salon to get up on my back once more. And at that moment, an explosion occurred at the center of the black market. I heard a sigh come from behind me as black armored knights stormed from a hole in the ceiling. I was really hoping it wouldn't happen while you were here. And at that moment, an arrow with a misty purple aura was shot at us. Chapter 18. Elite Dark Knights. To my surprise, Sid jumped in and with a flick of his sword he deflected the arrow into a wall. The wall exploded and he rapidly spoke. They are the elites of the kingdom. We'll fight them away. Don't get involved. With those words, he jumped into battle as I saw hundreds of people enter a deadly brawl with the Black Knights. I stood there for a moment, confused on what to do as Salon said, I think it's best for us to leave. I guess so. And an arrow was shot at me. I moved Salon out of the way along with me as the wall behind us exploded with chunks of dirt and rock. I turned only to see one of the Black Knights stowing away his crossbow and rushing at me with a sword. Elite Dark Knight of Drollers, Tier C. And a sigh left me as I flicked a finger. The man was wrapped in ice, unable to do anything. I forced him to look at the ceiling just out of sheer skepticism. Perhaps he hadn't seen us clearly, so I wasn't going to give him the chance. I didn't actually want to kill him because he was a knight of the kingdom. The sounds of battle and death echoed across the now chaotic black market as I turned to offer Salon my hand to leave. However, she wasn't even looking at me anymore, but instead at the chaos. Can we stay here? I think. I just want to see what comes from it, she said pensively. The Dark Knights rarely act. I blinked and nodded, taking this opportunity to see what was actually happening. The first thing I noted, and was already aware of, is that no other enemies were nearby, and the second thing was that the black market people were actually pushing the knights back. Why are they even here? I asked in confusion. I don't No. Salon thought. The Elite Dark Knights is a private brigade under the King of Drolleys. They act in the name of order and security of the kingdom, so I guess the black market must have done something quite bad. Right. I nodded, watching as people died. This is a bit odd. Salon agreed that it is. I'd expect the people of the black market to flee rather than to fight back. And at that moment a whistle resounded. The knights began to hastily retreat, and it didn't take long before they left. Or well, before almost every knight left. There was still the icebound one. It didn't take long before Sid arrived back to us, though the first thing he did was draw his sword at the knife and swung. The ice around the knife grew, protecting him as the sword bounced. You can't kill him. Sid nodded slowly before turning to me. I should warn you that not killing him, given he's seen you, will cause problems in the future. I shook my head. I'm an adventurer. I'm not even affiliated with the black market. This whole conflict doesn't correspond to me. If they do come for me after this, then I'll deal with it how I see fit. Once more, the black market leader slowly nodded. Then I'll make a suggestion. Block his vision and free him outside. I nodded. Sure, we can do that. Sid then called people over and a bag was placed over the knight's head. And then, just before he could even suggest that they take him away, I spoke. All right. Let's leave with the knight. Sid blinked. I highly advise against that. As soon as you set him free, he'll get an even better image of you, or maybe even. It's fine, I interrupted as I walked towards the knight. Salon, come here, and you too, Sid. We're leaving now. Salon's eyes went wide for a moment. Wait, we are doing that? I nodded, as I held Salon's hand, then placed my other hand on the knight's shoulder. Sid arrived in confusion. Touch my shoulder. He nodded and did so as instructed. He flinched for a moment before making full contact. And finally, I spoke. We are going now. Everyone brace yourselves. And with a breath, I chanted in my mind, God's step. In an instant, we found ourselves standing in a random alley not too far away from the black market. The knight let out a muffled groan. Salon let out a very elongated breath, and Sid, holy shit, he fell on his back stumbling. What even is that? And why are you so damn cold? And he paused. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I shook my head, and extended my hand towards Salon, offering the same to Sid. He hesitated for a moment before grabbing it. Let's go now. Quick step. And we vanished as I commanded the ice on the night to melt. The Elite Dark Knights had a constant mission, and that was to deal with the black market, to whittle down its wealth, to stop the corrupt nobles from using underhanded means to become king. That had been King Credence's last command, and what caused a constant never-endless hunt for all the black markets across the land. It was hard to say whether it was an organization, or a phenomenon that happened naturally. However, it did loosely work like an organization, and hence it was treated as a collective that had to be dealt with by the Dark Knights. Casualties occurred every so often. However, the main focus was to instill chaos and destroy goods, and like any other knight in his position, Blake followed the command. Except this time, he had nearly died. He slowly removed the bag from his head, clutching his fists. He remembered the white-haired woman and the companion. He remembered his actions, and anger consumed him for a few moments. He had been foolish. However, he had been saved. He was a captain, a commander inside the Elite Dark Knights. He had to know better, he had to follow an example, but more than anything he had to acknowledge when the right things were done. Perhaps giving her that would be too much, but he shook his head. He was sure that she stood to benefit more from it, and it was also a repayment from him. Taking a deep breath, Blake resolved himself. He was going to find her. We ended up far away from the night, enough for us not to worry about things. Sid massaged his hands as he spoke. Sorry that you had to deal with that. Those fuckers started to show up about 2 months ago. They would always retreat after some time, but it's been a logistical headache. He shook his head. They show up every 2 weeks too. We stared at him for a moment before he shook his head and addressed us once more. Well, now it's time for me to uphold the last request. The best food in Black Crest. He thought for a moment. I think I know where to find it. Sid took us around. Thankfully, it wasn't too late at night yet, so places were still open, and where we found ourselves was before a grand building where well-dressed people came in and out of it. Meanwhile there was us. Salon wore what was best described as casual clothes with blood on them. I wore a winter jacket that, while fancy, did not fit anything in this world, and then there was Sid dressed in basically rags. Needless to say, we caught everyone's attention. He coughed. "If you'll excuse me, I'll go arrange some stuff inside, since the place is reservation only." We blinked as he confidently strode into the building, and a small argument ensued, something about knowing someone and wanting a manager. It was a bit awkward, but eventually after things escalated and Sid went elsewhere to talk. Then a couple of minutes later a happy manager came up to us. "Miss Ark and Miss Salon." "Yes?" We blinked and nodded as he massaged his hands. "Wonderful. We have just the right table for you." And in spite of our clothes or everyone's gazes, we were guided inside, where Sid nodded at me. "You know where to find me. Enjoy your night, Miss Ark." Then he left, all while we took in the atmosphere, the looming chandeliers and the inner balcony of the restaurant, as well as the candlelit tables. It wasn't particularly full, but the man still guided us to the second floor where we were sat overlooking the entire restaurant, and after handing us menus, he smiled. "I'll be back in a few minutes. Your meal has already been paid for." He smiled, and with those words he left. Looking around on my seat, I voiced out my thoughts. "This is surprisingly modern." "Modern?" Salon asked with confusion. "It is quite elegant. Not something that would be high class in the royal capital, but certainly still a place worth visiting." I looked at her strangely before she shook her head. "Sorry, that was a bit weird," she meekly said. "Still, sometimes you say things I don't really understand." "Just things from my world, I suppose," I said, shaking my head. "A lot of my memories are blurry, but at least I can tell the differences and similarities." "Oh, how is it different?" she asked with curiosity. "Well, it's more technologically advanced, considerably so, but also there is no mana or even magic," I said with doubt. "Not that I'm aware of." "Wait, and how do you people deal with the monsters then?" Salon asked in confusion and some alarm. "There are no monsters," I said, picking up the menu and going over the options. "All conflict is born from humans." "That is, no interracial conflicts? For example, elves?" I shook my head. "There are wars, perhaps things born out of hatred for other people's appearance or origins, but all intelligent races are humans." She blinked. I guess it does happen here too." I nodded. "Anything else you'd like to know?" "What was your role in that world, Ark?" she asked, and I paused. A small sigh left me. "I was a student. I was studying to do art." "Art? Student?" Salon asked uncomprehendingly. "Like you studied how to do paintings?" "I guess so," I said with a shrug as I refocused on the menu. Huh." She tilted her head, and at that moment the manager came. There was a weird silence as he stood before us with a small notepad. "What would you like to order?" Salon panicked, but I simply began to order as normal, and by the time I finished, she did so too. After that the manager left, and Salon pointed out something. "You ordered a normal amount of food." "Well," a sigh left me. "I think I want to have measured enjoyment rather than one blissful experience that I'll never have again. Also, it's kind ruined in my mind with what happened." "Yeah, what happened was stupid," Salon huffed. "The trader really just wanted to blame you for his misfortune." I nodded, though no use in lingering on it. The man might be dead by now. "What did you do to him?" Salon asked skeptically. "I abandoned him in the middle of the Black Forest, contrary to my expectations." Salon laughed. "Well, that's just great." I smiled. "It was very satisfying, you know." "I bet it is," she said, chuckling. "Happy we can finally enjoy dinner, after everything that happened." I nodded, and continued chatting with Salon about rather unimportant stuff, such as whether it was better to sleep on hide or on grass, and her simply saying that it's silly and that beds are better. They were unharmful conversations that allowed us to get to know each other better, and after a few minutes, the food finally came. I was served the exact same steak that I had seen explode over an hour ago, and now it looked better than ever. And Salon had some type of salad. I could barely contain my excitement while the manager was here, but as soon as he left I grabbed the utensils and cut onto the juicy meat. Once more I saw it glistening with juices, a perfect medium rare, steaming hot, all under the cozy orange atmosphere. I took it in for a moment, before eating it. The warmth spread across my tongue as I savored the tender meat, its juices spreading in my mouth. As I tasted the buttery fat, and I simply just smiled in bliss. It also had a somewhat sweet sauce that complemented it. It was lukewarm by the time I swallowed it, but it still left a somewhat warm feeling inside my mouth which was unexpected but also welcome. Its flavor was amazing, and I found myself deeply enjoying the dish as I ate it. I didn't cry, but it was still a blissful experience, one that made me feel incredibly happy and fulfilled, and by the time I finished I was simply put, satisfied and also a bit teary-eyed. I hadn't had proper food for so long, and the fact that I knew that this experience was just one of many made me feel a deep sense of satisfaction. I had so much to live for. Salon 2 finished eating at the same time as she looked at me and smiled. This time she didn't show concern, she was just happy for me. I smiled. I liked Salon, and I would certainly miss her by the time she was gone, but for now, I'd enjoy her company to the fullest. The manager came and took the plates as we were told that it was already paid and to enjoy our night. And so, we slowly left the restaurant, wholly satisfied. However, something seemed weird. In spite of people still giving us attention, most people were looking outside instead. Confusion filled me, but when I approached the entrance I understood. Standing outside was a platoon of elite Dark Knights holding their weapons at the ready. I blinked. Then a sigh left me as I stepped outside. The tension in the air was palpable as they held their weapons up, and after a second, the Knight Commander finally spoke. "Halt, Adventurer Ark, for your actions." This was, I got ready to fight, but the knight continued speaking and suddenly he knelt displaying a golden pin. "We'd like to award you a Medal of Bravery." What? Chapter 19, Medal of Bravery. I blinked looking at the 5 knights standing guard, all while the centermost one knelt before me offering what seemed to be a small golden pin, one whose design were 2 golden wings taking flight. The man continued, much to my confusion. "This is a pin that represents your integrity for upholding your ideals even during the most difficult times," he explained. "Even though you've just recently become an adventurer, you have stood for what's right and saved the life of a knight." I slowly nodded as Salon finally got to my side. She simply stared with surprise. "A Medal of Bravery?" I raised my brow. "Is it a big deal?" It's one of the highest awards that can be given outside of the military," the knight said, standing up. "Saving me even though it risked your life is an act of kindness and integrity. It's an act of bravery. You're the knight I saved?" I raised my brow as he nodded in response. "Do you still think I was in danger?" He shook his head. "You chose to spare me even though I attacked you. You saved me from the scum of the black market in spite of the possibility of triggering their animosity. That is integrity, and that is bravery. All I ask is for you to not get involved with those of the black market." I shook my head. "I can't do that." The other 5 knights immediately raised their swords on guard against me, and Salon pulled my sleeve. Ark, though I paid no attention to anything as I waited for the knight in front of me to say something, and after a moment, he spoke up. "Why can't you? Are you involved in their affairs?" "No. The leader of Black Cryst's black market is indebted to me. I intend to keep that connection for whatever I may need in the future, whether it is an artifact, a weapon, food, supplies. As for whether he is part of the black market or a saint, I don't really care." The man slowly nodded, and with a wave of his hand the weapons were lowered. "For now, you're clear of being affiliated with the black market, but you should be aware that that connection might cause misunderstandings in the future," he said with an odd tone. "I'll deal with them when the time comes. For now the connection is not detrimental to me. If the black market becomes a detriment to me then..." I shook my head. "I'd also deal with it." "I see." The man nodded, walking up to me. "Then that just shows you are indeed a person of integrity and have the bravery to stand by those values. As for whether our ideals or goals are different from others, we shouldn't be ashamed of that." "Will you accept this medal? Does it give me some kind of privilege?" I asked, raising my brow. "It gives you recognition by those that see it," he solemnly answered. "Then no." "Ark," Salon reproached me. A sigh left me. "Fine, I accept the Medal of Bravery." The man nodded and immediately got close to my bosom, holding my jacket and trying to pin the golden medal, only for him to fidget with the ice cloth for a few seconds, unable to secure it. I shook my head as I nudged the ice to become softer, and finally, he fastened it to my jacket. He nodded, unfazed by the 10+ seconds of awkwardness. "Thank you for your actions. With that we shall take our leave." With a nod, he turned as the knights opened a path for him to walk through. Then, the whole platoon left as I just stood there with Salon, right outside the restaurant. To be honest, I didn't know what to think of it. Shaking my head, I took a piece of vanilla candy and plopped it into my mouth. The soft taste brought a small smile to my face. You know, I think any other person would be considerably happier to get a medal of bravery than to eat a piece of candy. Salon said with a small sigh. Well, I'm not any other person, I said with a smile. Besides, awards aren't my kind of thing. I can see that. Salon shook her head. I guess it does bother me how easily you got one. I did dream of getting one once upon a time, so now I guess the dream doesn't feel as magical. I thought for a moment on what Salon said. She also seemed sad. I didn't think that my actions would make her feel that way, and at the same time, I hadn't apologized for her injury even though it was my responsibility to protect her. With a small smile, I knelt in front of Salon and took the pin from my jacket, much to her surprise. Salon, I do think you're just as brave as me, so when you get your own medal, give me this one back. I pinned it to her shirt, as her eyes grew wide. But for now this is your medal, and also an apology for failing to protect you. I'm sorry you got injured. She slowly nodded. Thank you. This is a bit. I could see her getting a bit emotional, but I shook my head as I stood up. It's fine, Salon. You can give it back when you get one. She slowly nodded. I'll do my best. I smiled. Then let's go back to the inn, and tomorrow, I thought, we prepare to leave Blackcrest. I think we should explore the town for a bit tomorrow before leaving. It'd be nice for you too. Plus it'd be nice to see you paint something. I raised my brow. Sure. Are you not hurried on your side? Well, she scratched her head. I mean, considering we can travel at lightning speeds with your skills, not really. All right. Then let's go back to the inn. I extended my hand and Salon shook her head. Can we just walk? I blinked but ultimately nodded. And so we just headed to our place for the night. On our way there, Salon got a surprising amount of stares, and it was all due to the Medal of Bravery, which surprised me. Then again, I didn't know how important or prestigious it actually was, but she seemed happy. It didn't take long before we got back to the inn, where as soon as we entered we were met with nothing but confusion by the receptionist. However, nothing was said as we went to our rooms, and found food there. Oh. Salon blinked. I forgot to cancel the order. On the table there were 2 bowls of soup that seemed to be lukewarm at best. Salon seemed to be contemplating something before nodding, and sitting down at the table in the middle of the room. Are you going to join me? She gently asked me. I nodded, and joined her to eat the soup. It was enjoyable to me. Food was enjoyable. It didn't matter if it was a delicacy or something that commoners ate. Anything was better than the raw meat from monsters. It took a few minutes but we both finished our plates, and at that moment, Salon removed the pin from her shirt. You know, I really cannot accept it, she said bitterly as she slid it to me. Not only was it awarded to you, I also haven't done anything to actually deserve it. I nodded, taking it and stuffing it into my pocket. It really isn't something I'd wear, but if it's not something you can accept, then it's fine. Thank you. Salon smiled, then she stood up, taking my plate and hers outside of the room, and she returned, yawning. Just like that, the day ended as we gave each other good nights, and turned off the lights. I dreamt of clouds, of buildings that touched the skies. I dreamt of a quiet plain full of gravestones. I dreamt of seeing my grave. I woke up somewhat startled. I rarely if ever dreamt, but now it seemed to be common. It was logical that I'd be considered dead back on Earth given my disappearance, though getting a grave? I shook my head. No way, and a long breath left me as I relaxed. Ark, are you okay? I turned and saw Salon staring at me from her bed, looking at me with some concern and also confusion. There was a moment of pause, as I felt lost, maybe somewhat unstable. But taking a breath I finally calmed. I'm okay, just a strange dream. Right, let's just leave and enjoy the day then? Salon asked. That way you can forget about it. I nodded. Let's do that. It took a few minutes to go outside, even though I was always ready to travel at any time. That wasn't the case with Salon, though it wasn't something that bothered me. Before long, we were walking down the bustling streets of Blackcrest. We got some stares, or I did. My clothes seemed to have an infinite draw of attention, but I wasn't planning on changing them, or it was probably because of how white I looked. But at the end of the day it didn't matter too much. Instead, we swung by a street vendor and bought what seemed to be skewered meat, which I enjoyed with much happiness. Salon also said it was great, which was a bonus. And after that, we simply wandered around, taking whatever landmarks there were, such as a statue at the center of Black Crest. It was one made of black metal. It portrayed an armored man whose protection was lined with felt, a long flowing cape, and a smile that looked towards the sky, all with a great sword sitting across his shoulders. And at the base, it read, "Hero of Allah's, you well." I blinked. "What is Allah's?" Salon was surprised for a second but quickly explained, "It's the name of this world. Uwell is the hero that saved it from extinction many centuries ago. I don't know the full extent of it, but this is a story from over 500 years ago. Legends say he was at least SS tier." I nodded. "Huh, so he's probably dead." "I mean, I do hear that B tier individuals live over 100 years, so I wouldn't be so sure," Salon said with a small frown. "Huh, must be nice to live that long. I can help you gain levels," I said, raising my brow. "B tier shouldn't be a problem if we can find the monsters." "It's fine, it was just a passing thought." Salon shook her head. "Besides, that overextends the commitment of helping me find the hermit." "Right." I wanted to say it didn't matter, but it was clearly something I couldn't force onto Salon either. And so after that short conversation we moved on to explore different places, but in the end, I found myself holding a small notepad and a pencil. All while Salon smiled. "You should try drawing me." "Ark." I nodded, somewhat awkwardly. For a moment, it felt like I was back to earth, drawing in class and people trying to see what I was sketching, only for me to never want to actually show them. It was the same kind of feeling. Awkwardness, but still, it had been years. It wasn't something I should care about now. Even if my drawing was bad, it was to be expected. Taking a breath, I began to sketch. First I drew a circle, then across to show where the face was facing and where the eye line was. I loosely extended a line downward and drew the simple shapes. Then proceeded to draw in the details, chin, shoulders, the general body. Then, I drew more and more until, I blinked. It was kinda bad, deformed. I had been sculpting through the 5 years. It was a mindless process that I was actually quite fond of, and more than anything I would also say I was good at it. So the fact that my drawing disappointed me was a bit bothersome. Salon took the notepad from my hands and her eyes went wide, and she immediately chirped. "This is really good, is it?" I asked, not believing what she was saying, and she just nodded. "It really is." She piped up. "Thank you. It's much better than I could have imagined." I blinked. "Right. You're welcome, Salon." If I was honest, it still bothered me, but there wasn't much I could do about it, especially given the fact that I didn't really like drawing all that much in the first place, or rather the enjoyment came and went. It was a very weird thing. In the end, perhaps I'd give it another try, but it would take a while. A small sigh left me as I stood up. "Well, we should go to the Adventurers Guild. Even if we leave tomorrow, I'd like to figure out how it works." "Oh, yeah." Salon nodded. "I'll explain what I understand from the guild on our way there." Then, the guild was actually in the central plaza with the statue, but we were actually near the edges of Black Crest, which was the place where we bought the notepad. So there was actually a lot of information that I learned. First was that adventurers had 2 sources of income, selling monster parts, and the other was requests. Monster parts weren't actually that valuable unless the monster was at least C tier, and even then it depended on the monster. At the same time, certain branches wouldn't even buy materials from a monster that was too high of a tier. So if I tried to sell the legs of the Amira spider here, I'd be met with a hard resounding no. And so, that left requests, which were basically posted across the land. They could range from escorting to killing monsters. There were a variety of them. And according to Salon, you could even send a request asking for someone to take care of your house should you go on vacation, or even finding a lost pet. Almost everything was possible to request, which I found interesting. And now, I entered the guild along with Salon. Though looking around, I couldn't help but raise my brow as I saw no request boards or anything of the sort. So, with no choice, I headed to the nearest receptionist. This time a woman that seemed to be in her 50s. "Hello. How may I help you? I'm looking for a request, hopefully one that involves killing monsters." I turned to Salon. "Where are we heading?" "Northwest," Salon answered awkwardly. I turned back to the receptionist. "A request that involves killing monsters in the Northwest." She nodded. "Those are in high demand right now, but let me see if I have something." With those words she began to look underneath the desk. I noticed that next to me was a hooded person, one that was taller than me with their arms crossed clearly waiting for something to be processed. And at that moment someone from the back stood up. He was clearly drunk, yet clearly was heading towards me. "Why is a girl like you trying to take our work?" he slurred as I turned in horror. "Not again." I tightened my fist, this time telling myself I'd only knock the person out rather than send them flying across the guild. "Where are your parents? Where are you taking sister, huh?" He finally reached us, as he frowned, almost pushing against me and bumping into the hooded person by accident. "What?" "Are you not going to reply?" And the hooded person reached for the man's head and instantly slammed him against the counter with an explosion of wood and blood. Salon squeaked in horror and I blinked, processing what just happened. Then the figure turned to me, a woman. "So you're Rock, huh?" Chapter 20, Request. They too reached for my head, but without hesitation I gently slapped the hand away. There was no hostility in the action, but I wasn't going to take any chances with the person. There was a pause from the woman as I spoke up. "Yes, I'm Mark, don't try that again." She massaged her wrist for a moment before shaking her head. "Sorry, I guess my intentions were misguided," she spoke softly. "Don't mind what I was about to do. I just wanted to reassure you, but I was also curious about you." "Curious?" I raised my brow. Rumors spread very fast. Everyone is talking about the person that got awarded a Medal of Bravery, though from the looks of it, you're no longer wearing it. Did you lose it? "I didn't lose it. I have no use for a shiny pin." "I don't need to be told I'm brave to know I'm brave." I shook my head. "Besides, what was the hand for?" "I told you, I wanted to reassure you." She shook her head with a sigh. "People rarely seem to get it." "Sorry for startling you. I would have dealt with that man either way." I decided to ignore whatever weirdness was in her head in regards to reassuring me that way, and simply spoke the obvious. "You know I could have knocked him out just as easily, right?" "I need no reassurance," she chuckled. "Of course. You got a Medal of Bravery for a reason. That's not why I did that to him." Then she turned to the man on the counter as her voice turned cold. "He has been harassing women in the guild for a couple of weeks now, and I guess since it's my last day here, I just had about enough." She shook her head and opened her hood up only to reveal a red-haired woman of green eyes. "Sorry about that. I'm Rory, a B-tier adventurer. Sorry for earlier." And she extended her hand towards me. I nodded and gave her a very gentle handshake. "Ark, C-tier." She raised her brow as I let go of her hand, and she examined it. "You know, I would have thought you were the same tier as me. A Medal of Bravery at C-tier isn't a common thing. On top of that, I have resistance against all elements, and I'm certain that if I held you for too long I'd get frostbite." Then her mouth turned to a smile. "Well, it's nice to see you're such a powerful mage." Before I could say anything, an old man came back to the counter, the guild master based on his attire, and he seemed to have business with the girl I had just met. "Rory, your request has been processed. Submit proof of completion at any branch of the Adventurers Guild." She nodded, and immediately turned around, covering her head with the hood again. "Well, it was nice meeting you, Ark. Should fate want it, we shall see each other again. Hopefully next time you will want to be reassured." And with those words, she left the guild, waving farewell to me. "Huh." Salon was the first one to speak. "She's surprisingly nice." And the man on the ground groaned. "Except for that." I shook my head. "She's weird. That reassurance she wants to give me, I think I know what it is, but I certainly don't want it." Then I turned to the plastered man on the counter and couldn't help but notice that no one was doing anything about it. I regarded the guild master that seemed to be getting ready to leave. "Is no one going to do anything about it?" The old man chuckled. "Of course not." And with those words he grabbed whatever papers he needed and left, entering a door. Then, the receptionist finally stood up. I could see small splinters of wood on her hair, much to my confusion. Then laying out papers on the desk, she smiled at me. "Sorry, with the splinters it was a bit harder to look through requests, but here are 2 of them." With that she pushed forward the 2 requests. Though? I asked with some confusion. "I overheard you, Arak, the person that was awarded a Medal of Bravery just yesterday." I nodded. "Does literally everyone know?" Medals of Bravery are registered on the magical database of Drollies. They include a brief description of the subject and their feat. Those with access to it will be in the know. Of course, the list has hundreds if not thousands of names, But new entries aren't something that happens daily. So temporary fame, I mused. That is correct. The receptionist beamed. But well, that's not really relevant. You saved a dark knight from the clutches of the black market, right? I nodded. That is something only a very strong individual can achieve, someone at B tier at least. But you're not that, and that can only mean one thing. For a moment, I felt the smallest tinge of nervousness, but I still managed to not react. What is it? Would you accompany me to see the guildmaster? There is perhaps one more request you'd be interested in, though it's not offered to everyone. I raised my brow, now more interested than anything. Sure, but only if Salon can come. I gestured to my side. My companion shrank for a moment under the scrutiny of the receptionist, but the woman just nodded. Of course. Salon shook her head. It's fine. I can stay here. Really? It seems like something that shouldn't be public information anyway. No, you're coming, I said with a small frown. You might have that ring now, but I still don't trust it. Salon blinked, and then slowly nodded, knowing that she couldn't refuse. Then with a small cough, the receptionist called our attention. Do follow me. We nodded in unison, and she led us to the door behind the counter. There was knocking, before a gruff voice called us in, and the office was quiet, unassuming really. It was akin to a square with decoration on the walls and a single desk with 2 chairs for guests. Salon and I took a seat as the guildmaster scrutinized us, and after we got comfortable the receptionist spoke up with another cough. Sir, I believe that the White Adventurer, Ark, is suitable for that request. She is looking for requests in the Northwest. The old man raised his brow and nodded. Very well. I'll consider it. You may leave. The receptionist nodded and left the room, and with that we were alone with the old man. He sat there, his bald head shining, his sunken eyes gazing at us as he grabbed his hairless chin thinking. Finally, after a moment, he asked, Who are you? I blinked. I'm Mark? I know that. He shook his head. I mean to ask, for what reason did you get a recommendation for this request? Oh, I don't really get it either. For this I guess? I said, taking the golden pin out of my pocket. Seems a bit. Dunno. The guildmaster raised his brow and nodded. I see, so that's why you're here. Then he shook his head. But with this request you may die. And then there was silence as he waited for my reply. Finally, after another 2 seconds I had enough and massaged my temples. Okay, but what is the request? Did you not hear me? I said you might die, he said, shaking his head. Young people are so rash. His comment made me frown as a sigh left me. Look, if you don't tell me the request I will have no clue how I'll die. I could have a brain aneurysm and drop dead right here. That doesn't mean I should stop leaving. Brain aneurysm? Salon asked with confusion. The man blinked. Brain? What? Is that a new slang? At that moment, I plucked on the chair and asked somewhat exasperatedly, holding on to the armrests. Will you just say the details? More bullshit and I'll leave. So rash, and the armrest cracked. The guildmaster paused. The request is to search for clues of a dragon at Mount Alais, an A-tier zone. Dragon? I asked with confusion. Dragons, being of legends, yada yada. He waved his hand. They range from S tier to SS tier. It's not something we can afford to startle, but at the same time, we do require intel, with proof of course. I tilted my head. Wait, if it's that simple, where is the chance of death? Are you deaf? The guildmaster asked. This time ticked off, a tier zone, and the possibility of a monster of legend. What? There is a real chance that you die right then and there even if you go into its vicinity. He growled. I mean, yeah, I guess. But if it's information I should be able to do it. I shook my head, though I don't even know if I want this request or not. What happens if I fail it? The old man blinked. Are you asking me if there are any specific consequences to failing this request, or what happens if you fail a request? Both I guess. I asked with confusion. When did you become an adventurer? He asked with a frown. 2 days ago. Is that a problem? I asked, raising my brow. I suppose not. The old man sighed. Failing over 5 requests a year will have your license revoked. As for specific consequences to failing this, not really. But why are you not sure about not taking the request if you are confident in being able to do it? Well, to begin with, I'm not confident about gathering information, I sighed. And also, I turned to Salon. Does the destination cause any conflict with where we are going? Oh. She blinked. Our destination is Mount Ice. There was a pause before I nodded, and turned back to the guildmaster, who seemed more confused than anything. We want the request. He shook his head. Not so fast. Why are you rushing through everything? Well, am I missing some detail I'm unaware of? How about the payment, or maybe even the time you have to do the request? He asked before letting out a sigh. You are helpless. Oh, I mean, what do I even get, and what's the time period? I was getting to that, he said exasperatedly. The payment will be scalable, from 1 gold coin all the way to 10 cobalt coins, depending on how good and accurate the intel is. I see. Sounds nice. It's pretty nice actually, Salon whispered to me. The guildmaster continued. And as for the time period, you will have 3 weeks to deliver any relevant information to an adventurer's guild. The fact that you have undertaken this request will be logged in the database of the guild. Failures and completions will too be logged, as well as your tier should it go up, etc. I nodded. I see. Anything else I should know when undertaking this request? Don't be overconfident, he said, closing his eyes. That's not possible. I shook my head. That just sounds like overconfidence. But don't blame me if you die. The guildmaster sighed. You young people are so stubborn really. If I had been that rash during my life, I would have never made it to 8 tier. Salon paused. Wait, so you are 8 tier? He nodded slowly, grabbing his chin in thought. Indeed, though it has been decades since I saw battle. I should probably give it one last try. It gets my heart going. I raised my brow, and he continued. It's a feeling unlike happiness, unlike excitement. It's adrenaline. It's a feeling of victory, of triumph, of power. It's an addictive thing that makes you want more. But sadly, the more bodies that are at your wake, the more disappointing each fight feels. Yet you yearn for more. For those challenges that take your everything to overcome. Then he smiled. It's everything I yearn for. And this time I interjected, speaking to the old man. It's not something I thought I'd love, let alone live for. But I found myself without choice, and at some point I started to enjoy it. That thrill, that feeling of pride and superiority. And now I seek for more, to grow stronger, to overcome my limits over and over again. But now, I desire a normal life. I've fought enough. I should look for something else. I met the old man's gaze. Are those not your thoughts? He nodded slowly. So you feel the same way? Then he shook his head. Your struggles are nothing compared to mine. I interrupted. It's not about struggles. It's not about who suffered more. It's about you. How is it about me? You've given up on this passion. Otherwise you wouldn't have spent decades without fighting. I said as I stood up. If your younger self heard about giving up on it, what would he think? He blinked, and before he could say anything, I sighed. No, it's not right to say it, but I will say this. You won't ever be that happy. Nothing else is a replacement for that feeling. If you feel unhappy now, it won't change. He chuckled. Yes, you are right, I know that. But what would you know? You've never seen something that felt impossible. An insurmountable barrier. Oh, but I have. I chuckled, letting my feelings take a bit too much control as the chair began to freeze. However, this is not about me. You can do what you want to do, old man. I cannot force you to pursue your dreams once more. He blinked, looking at the chair, and then nodded. I'll keep those words in mind. Ark. Then he reached for a paper under his desk and promptly handed it to me. Take this to a receptionist so the request is officially accepted. I grabbed the paper and stood up, heading for the door. Let's go, Salon. She nodded and quickly caught up to me. Then I turned to the old man. Thank you for the request. He laughed. No, thank you. You are a hero, aren't you? Well, I did save a dark knight, so yeah, I guess so. I agreed with confusion, and he shook his head, chuckling as he met my gaze, his eyes narrowing. No, not that. You are a hero, aren't you? The Heroine of Frost. Chapter 21, Last Day. I paused, holding the door handle. So many things passed through my mind, but in the end, I couldn't help but start laughing. What had even made him guess that? So many questions that I had, but in the end it didn't make sense. You're crazy, I finally said after a long breath. But if me being the Heroine of Frost will make you move your ass from the chair, then sure, old man. I smiled. I am the Heroine of Frost. And he started cackling. Good, good. Then Miss Heroine, do defeat the dragon if you stumble on it. Huh? I raised my brow. I'm a C-tier adventurer. I'm not suicidal. Are you sure about that? he asked with a smile. Yes, I answered without missing a beat. Wouldn't fight something I can't beat after all. Of course, the man said with a chuckle. That wouldn't even be an enjoyable fight either. Perhaps an enjoyable escape though. I thought for a moment and shook my head. That definitely isn't my kind of thing. But if it gets you going then, go for it too. I opened the door, waving the paper. Thank you old man, hope you can reach Estia in a couple of years. He smiled widely at me. I definitely will. And then, I left along with Salon. Raynell was sure of it. She definitely was a hero. The heroine of ice, or as the system called the element, the heroine of frost. He didn't guess because of her demeanor, her uncaringness, or even her rather cold body temperature. It wasn't because of her confidence either. No, it was due to a feeling, a simple feeling he had felt once before, and the very thing that made him give up, that feeling of insurmountability, of grandeur. But also it was something else, something that Raynell didn't have a complete perception of, but it happened when the chair was frozen, a sense of depth, like the ocean, unknowing how far down it truly goes. He saw it in her eyes, the way she spoke. It was clear that Ark had gone through a lot, whether she was a hero or not. It was the same feeling that he felt back then, the same feeling that hero gave him. Raynell gritted his teeth. He remembered it vividly. He had risen up to the challenge unknowing of the terrors that awaited him. He wanted to save people, but when he arrived all he saw was a blazing town. Flames hot enough that they threatened to melt his skin, a fiery landscape so incandescent that it was blinding, and an atmosphere so devoid of life that it might as well have been a burning desert. That was until he saw him. Raynell only made eye contact then, no words were exchanged. There wasn't even hostility, but he knew how helpless he was, how out of depth he was, and that broke him. The man he met then was none other than the hero of flames, and now a long breath left him. He had felt the same feeling just now with someone else, except this time, the way that person looked at him was different. It was a challenge, and Raynell was going to crush it. Whether she was a hero or not, it didn't matter to him. All he knew was that he wanted to see how far the rabbit hole went. He wanted to see the bottom of the ocean for himself. Ark, huh? He smiled. May we meet again, young one? Accepting the request had been very straightforward. The receptionist simply asked for my adventure tag, and after receiving it and reading some information she nodded and gave it back, then sent us our way. I got to keep the request paper for me to reference, which was kind of nice. And with that, we left the guild, though as soon as we were outside Salon tugged at my sleeve and turned to me. Do you think it's all right? I blinked. The thing that happened with the guild master? She slowly nodded. Wouldn't it be troublesome, the fact that he knows? I shook my head. He has no proof, and he doesn't know. I can be whatever to him. He just... I pondered for a moment. Look up to me now, I think. How does that even make sense? Salon asked with confusion. Well, it's complicated, I said, scratching my head, mostly due to his gaze. He didn't seem fixated in confirming the thing either. I guess so. Salon thought for a moment before frowning. But you should still be more careful and not outright admit it, even if sarcastically. I blinked and sighed. If I become touchy around the topic, then I think it's honestly more likely for the truth to be out. It's best to treat it with sarcasm and lies. Not like lies are good, but sometimes they are necessary. Salon thought for a second before speaking. I agree with that. I guess I just wasn't seeing it the same way you were. Sorry for that. Though you should still be more careful with the ice part. I nodded, thinking back on it. Yeah, that was quite the slip up. Well, yeah, maybe I should have interrupted too. Salon sighed. I was so caught up just listening to what you both were saying. I mean, you said you like fights, which I didn't understand, though I think I got a better picture now. I smiled hearing that. That's great, you should try, but it's definitely not for me, Salon said, shaking her head. I know that for certain. The feeling of my life being threatened is not something I can stand. I paused and nodded. Yeah, I can see that. You are quite there. Scaredy cat. Salon paused and then laughed. I guess so. Still, I'm glad to have heard that perspective from you, Ark. We should just enjoy the rest of the day, then depart in the morning. Ah, we should depart from the town gates. I think it'd be a nice experience for you too. I blinked. You think so? Yup. She nodded. I really do. Huh. Let's do it that way then. I agreed, and Salon pulled me along to continue exploring Black Crest. We ended up simply taking in the town and the architecture. It was rather medieval but Germanic. I had no idea. They were houses with white walls and wooden supports. They were nice. Then, we had dinner and the day ended shortly after. I was woken up to gentle rocking, my dreams nothing but a mystery, all while my companion greeted me in my morning haze. It was strange. It felt like I had dreamt something important, something perhaps relaxing, but I could remember nothing, and at the same time, I also felt like I dreamt of nothing and simply had a nice sleep. I slowly sat up as Salon greeted me with a shy smile. "Good morning, sorry if it's a bit too early." "Too early?" I asked, confused for a moment before noting the rather blue hue in the room. It was the early morning. The sun was just beginning to rise, but it was still not there yet. Letting out a very small yawn, I nodded. "I guess it is a bit too early, but I'm used to getting no sleep." "Well, it's not something you should be used to," Salon said awkwardly. "And you look a bit tired." But ignoring that, "We should get ready to set off." I nodded and slowly got up from the bed. This time I wasn't wearing my jacket but my shirts instead, and without a second thought I reached for my jacket that was on a coat hanger and slung it on. I was a bit tired, but I knew that my body was just getting used to this new life of mine. "Though perhaps I shouldn't let my guard down," I murmured. Ever since arriving here I had been relaxing, taking things with much less seriousness than I normally would have. And perhaps that was the right thing. But if 5 years of non-stop fighting had taught me anything, it was that being too comfortable could be dangerous. I shook my head as Salon finished putting on a cloak, and with that, we set off. The receptionist was sleepy but still bid us farewell. However, the town had hardly anyone present aside from the guards. However, the atmosphere was peaceful and calming. The wind was chilly, and the sun was still nowhere to be seen. We trekked at a leisurely pace, until finally we reached the northern gate only to see another person waiting. The hooded figure turned to regard us, only to let out a small sound of surprise as a familiar voice spoke up. "Oh, it's you two," she chirped. "It seems that Mother Fate wanted us to meet on this fine morning." "Oh, it's Rory," Salon said with surprise. "Is that her name?" I quietly asked, only to get a small nod in reply. It didn't take more than a few seconds for us to reach her, and she shook Salon's hand before offering me the same thing. Just like yesterday, I gave her a handshake. "Cold as ever, I see." She chuckled. "What's got you two leaving so early?" "I took a request, and we are also in a hurry." "Is it the Dragon Intel request?" she asked with a smile. I blinked. "Yeah, I guess." There was a moment of hesitation from the woman before she let out a small sigh. "Are you not going to ask how I know or something?" "Not really?" I asked in confusion before Salon nudged me. "I mean, how did you know?" "I took the same request," she said, shaking her head. "You know, it wouldn't kill you to be friendlier." "I guess not." I sighed, unknowing of how to interact with the woman. "Is this the part in which you say you want to tag along with us?" She smiled. "Good guess. And that is the case indeed." "Not happening," I said simply. "We are in a rush. Actually, we have enough time to just go there by foot." "It wouldn't really affect me," Salon interrupted. "I think you should consider her request arc." I blinked, suddenly feeling confused. "Is that all right for you?" Salon nodded, much to my surprise. "Why wouldn't it be?" I took a small breath, before grabbing Salon by the hand and dragging her somewhere more privately to talk. There were multiple reasons to refuse Rory joining, but I wanted to hear her reasoning to let her tag along. And so, after I made sure we were far enough, I finally asked Salon. "Why?" She frowned slightly. "What do you mean why?" "Why are you all right with her joining?" I asked. Salon's frown deepened. "Isn't it obvious? It's normal for adventurers to travel in groups. There is a base level of trust around it. So she won't cause problems in that front given she is B tier. Not only that, but she is nice." "She's weird," I said, shaking my head, before finally getting to what I really thought. "Is it because you want to spend more time with me before the mission is fulfilled?" My companion paused. She opened her mouth once and closed it. Her expression was a bit hard, but finally after a moment she sighed. "That is part of the reason but not the entire reason." "Then?" I pressed. "The reason is you arc," she breathed. "What will happen with you when I'm gone? No offense, but you are terrible at interacting with strangers. If you don't have any other people to even socialize with, what will you do? I doubt you want to be completely alone all of the time." There was silence as my brain took in everything she said, before finally, I let out a sigh. I guess you're right. She was right. Ceylon was the only person that I had talked with in depth since coming here, and even though Rory had somewhat been open to a conversation, I made not even the slightest attempt to know about her. While I could say that I'd deal with things once Ceylon was gone, it was undeniable that perhaps it was best for me to start a network of acquaintances beforehand. Perhaps I could travel along with Rory for some time if she proved to be nice enough, but if I never gave her that chance, then it would never really happen. As for me being a hero, that knowledge would remain exclusive to Ceylon, but that didn't mean I had to shy away from interactions as a whole. Finally, I nodded. All right. Rory felt dejected. Ark was a peculiar person that she'd certainly like to get to know more. Part of the reason she became an adventurer was getting to know people. Of course, it wasn't the whole reason, but it was a large part of it. And unfortunately, from how things had gone, it didn't seem like the white-haired girl would open up to her. Not only was her coldness peculiar, but her demeanor was too, and more than anything her appearance, whether it was her clothes or her youthful appearance. Rory wanted to find out more, though it seemed that it wouldn't be happening. Ark hadn't excused herself. She had just dragged her companion along for a private talk. So, Rory shook her head and got ready to depart. She had been waiting for 10 minutes for someone to show up just to get that tiny bit of interaction before heading out on her journey. Though I guess I can't expect everyone to like me, she mused with a small smile. Ark was another person in the world, one out of many to meet. She was sure that someday she would meet someone extraordinary, but today wouldn't be the day. And she heard footsteps approaching. She turned only to see Ark coming back with a weird expression along with her companion, and before Rory could say anything, Ark spoke up. I'm sorry for earlier. She scratched her cheek. If you're still interested in joining us, then do so by all means. Rory blinked. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure. Ark nodded. Are you really sure? She asked again. I am really sure. Yeah, Ark replied with hints of regret. And Rory smiled, before hugging Ark, or she tried to as the woman got out of the way. I'm not letting you do that however, Ark said with a sigh. Let's go. You too, Ceylon. With those words, Ark turned around as the blonde companion tried to reassure her. Sorry, she's a bit awkward around people. It's fine. I'm sure your companion will prove to be very interesting. Rory smiled. She looked at the white-haired girl with strange clothes. It was an irrational feeling, but perhaps this was one of the extraordinary people she dreamt of meeting. And with that, they set out on their journey, one that Rory would never forget. Chapter 22, Tremor Bear, Heroes. Not much was known about them, each of their personalities distinctly different, their powers even more so, from being able to control gravity, to elements, or even certain kinds of monsters. Hero powers were as varied as the stars, something that Rory found incredible. She liked meeting people. Ever since she was young she hadn't had a home. Of course, that didn't mean that her childhood was bad. Instead, a group of traveling mercenaries took her in and taught her. New people came and went into the group, and some sadly died. At some point, no one of the original group remained. Rory during those times had been extremely saddened, but the fact that she still found familial love from people that were once strangers taught her many things, and also made her open to many things, which was meeting people. Sometimes, Rory wondered what it would be like to meet a hero. How would they be like? What would their powers be? How strong would they be? So many questions that she had, and so little answers. Though unfortunately heroes were something that people rarely met. They were rare existences. Meeting a hero during one's life could be considered a blessing, that's how rare they were. Rory held hope, but she also understood that she probably would never meet one. Though, that wouldn't exactly stop her from her goals, because in the end, meeting and getting to know people was something she enjoyed. She smiled looking at the white-haired woman next to her. Ark. She was a prime example of the unique people that Rory so desired to meet. She may not have been a hero, but she sure was an interesting individual. Rory was looking forward to seeing more of her, and that didn't take long. A monster showed up, and not any monster but a sea-tier monster. Tremor Bear. Tier, sea. A tremor bear. A beast that resided near mountains and could shatter the earth with its sharp claws. Its hide known to be tough and hard to deal with, it could be considered to be a monster at the peak of C tier. something that even an experienced party of high-ranking D-tier adventurers would be unable to take down. Rory had to intervene, but somehow, her instincts told her not to. She blinked and Ark let out a sigh as she stepped forward. "Protect Salon." She nodded on command, and readied herself, pulling out a staff from a storage ring, one with a red gemstone atop of it, and then Rory watched what her new companion would do. First thing the white-haired girl did was summon a sword of ice, which was weird. Ice wasn't the strongest of elements, and especially when it came to creation, its true strength lay in its ability to freeze. That's why ice-related magic was categorized as frost. But Rory didn't question it as the bear pounced. Ark dodged the swipe and with incredible agility slashed at the bear. That wouldn't work, and the tremor bear squealed. Blood spluttered onto the ground as Ark went from another swipe. Rory blinked as two diagonal slashes appeared across the bear's belly, then it landed, shattering the earth. The monster immediately turned towards Ark, its claws glowing, and swiped. Ark took the full brunt of the attack with the sword. An explosion of dust billowed as she was sent crashing against a tree, and then, the monster turned to Rory. The fight had ended, however. She looked at the tremor bear that was bleeding heavily, its steps shaky as it turned to her. Even though Ark had lost, she had put an incredible amount of effort, and had exceeded any expectations Rory could have placed on her to begin with, and now, it was her turn to take care of things as the higher-tiered individual. Rory took a breath looking at the tremor bear. She wasn't just any B-tier adventurer, but someone that was nearing A-tier, so something like this was easy. She pointed her staff and the crimson gem lit up. Extinguish, and a spear hit its head, blowing its brains out with a small explosion of gore. The grand body of the monster was swung right into the ground along with its impaled malformed head, and all Rory could do was stare. Her mind bounced for answers as she looked at the blue weapon sticking out of the corpse. It didn't make sense. Who? At that moment she heard footsteps coming from the forest. Rory turned in a hurry only to see Ark, who was massaging her shoulder, and the young woman was impossible. Rory muttered, completely unscathed. There wasn't even so much as sweat on Ark. She looked indifferent, almost annoyed as she reached the group once more. "Sorry about that. Thank you for protecting Salon." She nodded before turning to the tremor bear. "It was a bit stronger than I thought, but nothing I couldn't deal with." "What do you mean nothing you couldn't deal with? Aren't you C-tier?" Rory asked with confusion. "That's a tremor bear." Salon let out a sigh, and Ark raised her brow. "It's C-tier, is it not? Why wouldn't I be able to kill it?" Ark asked with confusion and some annoyance. "It certainly hit pretty hard, but it wasn't strong enough." "Hit pretty hard?" Rory paused. "You got flung into a tree. How are you even okay?" "Oh, I have a lot of protection artifacts," Ark said, tilting her head. "Is that strange?" Rory thought for a moment. "I guess not. But you should still be more careful." She sighed. "Still, that tremor bear is at the peak of C-tier. Almost no C-tier individuals should be able to kill it." "Well, but," Rory shook her head, "the thing is, that," she pointed at the corpse, whose blood was staining the ground. "Those wounds shouldn't be possible to make with an ice sword, and that spear. It just blew its head off." She paused once more in awe, replaying the moment in her head before turning to Ark. "Which can only mean one thing." Ark, for the first time in the conversation, paused. Rory smiled, looking at her reaction. "You must be B-tier," she chirped. "You're just keeping your promotion a secret." The white-haired girl blinked as her expression softened. "Yeah, I should have said something earlier, but I didn't want to risk a forced promotion." "Sorry about that." At that moment, Salon let out a sigh as Rory chuckled. "It's fine, I did the same too for my C-tier promotion. We all have our reasons, from not wanting to leave our old adventurer party to not wanting notoriety." She smiled. "Still, you really did a number on that tremor bear. You must be at least in the middle stages of B-tier." "Well, not that advanced. I just used a very powerful skill." Ark shook her head. "I'm pretty tired even if it may not seem like it." "Oh, is that so?" Rory raised her brow. She examined Ark, but aside from her uncomfortable body language, there really wasn't anything that told her the woman was tired. If anything, her gaze was sharper than ever, but in the end, she also knew she would get no answers if she continued pressing. With people, it was best to push a bit and then give them time. At least that's what Rory believed. I see, it does seem pretty tiresome to fight like that. She nodded. Ark immediately agreed. Yeah, let's go now, and walk as much as we can for today. Rory blinked. Are we just going to leave the corpse here? Ignoring the material, bear monster meat can be very good. And the white-haired woman frowned. I'm not going to eat raw meat. Salon paused, and so did Rory. After a tense moment, she couldn't help but ask, who said anything about raw food? Ark blinked. Do you have a way to cook it? Of course. Without even wasting time, Ark walked to the monster and with a knife of ice began to dismantle it, piece by piece, avoiding organs and somehow getting almost all of the cuts just right. Then, with the snap of her fingers, all of it was encased in ice. The handiwork was impressive, and so was Ark's ice magic. Then, without care, she turned. Who is storing it? Salon paused and looked pleadingly at Rory. Rory was already planning to store the meat, but this entire event was incredibly confusing to her. For starters, was Ark a magic swordswoman? No, that wouldn't even work. She had used a spear. But maybe she was a warrior with great ice creation abilities that would answer a lot of questions. As for the name of her class, Rory had no idea. With confusion, she stored the meat and they went on their way. She wanted to know more about Ark, but for the first time ever, she felt stumped, and so, she simply focused on thinking. That night, we ate roasted tremor bear. It was really good, so good to the point I couldn't hide my happiness from my new companion. Rory, however, contrary to my expectations, didn't bombard me with questions. It was weird really. She had been mind-blown by the fight. I had tried to hold back, but it wasn't enough and I could tell she had a lot in mind, but she didn't ask anything. Instead she relegated to watching, something that I found a bit uncomfortable. She'd still talk with me and Salon, but I could tell her priorities laid elsewhere. However, as for what she was trying to accomplish, I had no idea. Same thing happened the day after, where we traveled, encountered a few monsters I easily killed. Of course, it was in a much less flashy way, but regardless of what I did I was placed under intense scrutiny. We still ended up eating delicious monster meat. It certainly didn't compare to what we ate in Blackrest for dinner, but it certainly made traveling all that more enjoyable. And to some extent, I wanted to go hunt monsters just to see what they tasted like. But I couldn't act on that desire, let alone try it. Rory was measuring me up somehow. I didn't understand it really, until finally, the day after I told Salon to wait and dragged her to somewhere more private. What is your problem? I asked with annoyance. You're acting like a detective. Detective? She asked, evidently confused by the word. Where did you learn that word? That's not the point, I said with minor annoyance. Why are you scrutinizing every single one of my actions? Do you think I'm blind or something? She blinked. Is it that obvious? Yes, I said, exasperated. There was a small pause from her, her green eyes meeting mine with some confusion before there was regret. Her expression changed to a crestfallen one as she let out a sigh. I just don't understand you, Ark. Understand me? I asked with confusion. I don't understand where you even got your clothes from, what your class is, why you seem to enjoy food this much even though it's okay at best, she said, clearly tired. There is nothing I understand about you other than that you care for Salon. I find it a bit frustrating. Talking to you is like talking to a wall. I paused, remembering what Salon had said. I guess I wasn't really making progress, though I was unsure if I wanted Rory as a friend either. A sigh left me, as I told myself I'd give it a try. Fine, ask anything and I'll answer as truthfully as I can. What does that even mean? She asked with confusion. It means that I'll answer truthfully unless it's information I don't want anyone to know, I said, massaging my head. Now ask away so you stop acting weirdly. She nodded. All right, what is your class? Can't say. I shook my head. Next one? Okay, where are you from? I thought for a moment. The US. The US? She asked in confusion. Where is that? Can't say. Next? Rory nodded, this time more determined. This sucks. She groaned. Most of the things I ask are, can't say. Well, maybe if you didn't want to know my backstory that badly. I shrugged, though I certainly found her reactions amusing. At least you found out that I like fighting. I like sweets and food in general. I plan to travel the world. What else do you want? I just don't understand how you reach those goals. Adventurers get to travel the world already. She massaged her temples. Even when I asked truthfully if you were B-tier, you said can't say. What's that even supposed to mean? Hey, you wanted the truth, I said with a small but amused frown. There you go, that's the truth, that's. Rory sighed. I guess so, but I'm not giving up. She protested and began to go back to salon, and I simply smiled in amusement. Rory was a silly person, and that brought me some joy. Teasing her was enjoyable. I smiled and joined the group to resume our journey. Unfortunately, for her, Rory would never find out I was a hero, and it was all for the better. And the next day we arrived at Mount Ice. We stood at its base as we talked about more details. According to Rory, it was going to be an extremely hard mission, but I never would have expected to just get the intel immediately for the request. A roar shook the skies, and craning our heads we saw it. Dragon of Flames. Tier? That's strange. And then, it dove right at us, firing a crimson deluge of flames. Chapter 23. Dragon of Flames. I had two options. One was to block the attack and expose myself, or the other one was for me to grab everyone and run. The choice was obvious. Rory hurriedly pulled out her staff and screamed, "Mass teleport," and she slammed it. In an instant we were shrouded in a crimson light as we appeared hundreds of meters away, and in a blink she collapsed panting. Salon hurriedly rushed to her, and at that moment, part of the forest exploded into a blazing inferno. I heard death, hundreds of monsters die, and in the air the dragon faced down upon the fires before snapping its gaze in our direction. Consider this a warning. His voice echoed in my head. Stay away from this place and my territory, hero of the system. I shall not deal with the likes of you again. Your kind does not belong in this world. The dragon turned and flew back to the mountain in the distance. To be honest, I was interested in the dragon. He had known I was a hero just at a glance. Perhaps he just had the so-called appraisal skill. However, there was also the fact that he said I didn't belong in this world. I turned back to Rory, who was now sitting upright. With deep breaths, Salon seemed to be tending to her, giving her water and simply giving her back pats. I turned to her, as she finally recovered herself to speak up enough. So there really is a dragon? She sighed. I don't know why it didn't continue attacking us, but we should consider ourselves lucky. I nodded. Yeah, it seemed strong too. Though, dragons were supposedly only S tier or SS tier. I looked at the sky. Why the question marks then? All dragons are at least S tier, Rory said with a weird tone. Thankfully, we now have information, so the request can be considered completed. What about proof? I asked. Oh, that. She shook her head. Aside from eyewitnesses, there are crystals of memory. We can use those to show a specific memory to a person. They can be a bit pricey, but they are certainly worth the concrete evidence and have a lot of limitations, such as the memory has to be 1 week old at most. Then she paused. Well, you should know all of that. I don't know about it, Salon said from the side. Where can you even buy one? Most magic shops sell them, Rory said with a chuckle. Yet she was still nervous. Their use is rather easy too, so it shouldn't be a problem to claim the money from the request. Do these crystals include sensory things like what we heard or thought? I asked from the side. They do. Rory nodded, her smile bitter. It's unfortunately part of the trade-off. I blinked. That's troublesome. She laughed. You know, plenty of secrets have gotten out because of them. They are rarely the first choice for evidence due to it. But right now I do feel like it's the only way for us to complete the request. She finished by looking at the ground, somewhat pensively. I could see sweat trailing down Rory's forehead as her breathing finally came back to a normal rate. Finally she turned to look at me. You keep a lot of secrets, so I assume this method is off the table for you, yeah? I nodded. Unfortunately, this time, yes. She smiled. Then, since we are technically a party, I can complete the request for both of us. That way you don't need to fail it in order to keep your privacy. I blinked. Are you serious? Of course. Rory nodded as she slowly stood up using her staff. Think of it as a token of friendship. So, we should probably get going. Best to not linger here anyway. Salon blinked. And I also paused. You should probably go ahead. We have a few things to take care of. Salon does too. As for the dragon, we'll just take the risk. Rory halted and turned. I could probably stay around if it's not too much. The dragon has left, so it was a warning. So long as we don't go in that direction again specifically, we should be fine. Well, she wants to meet the hermit, I said simply, and I need to check some things nearby. That's not suspicious at all. But the hermit? She tilted her head, her crimson hair hanging for a moment. He hasn't been heard of in some years now, but we could try to search for his hut and see if he welcomes us. Salon nodded, placing her hand on her chest just like when she first explained the hermit to me. I found it weird, but didn't ask about it. Instead, it seemed like I had come to an agreement with Rory, though I still didn't trust things. Taking a breath, I handed Salon a small crystal just like the one I had given the trader back then. Break it if something happens, I said, meeting her gaze with seriousness. She nodded. I'll do so. But what will you do? I'll tell you later. I shook my head. You two should get going. We'll meet up later. Rory nodded, drinking a flask as she gestured to Salon. Though, after the two were together she asked, will you be alright alone by yourself? I will. She nodded strangely and they went on their way shortly after, all while I was left pondering for a few moments. If I was honest, it was probably a bad idea to do what I was planning to do, but at the same time I was certain about surviving a deadly encounter against anything. Besides, no SSS tier being has been confirmed to exist in the history of the world. Wouldn't it be quite lucky of me to encounter one? I smiled. I just wanted to ask it some questions, and if I got to fight it, it would be nice too. The Dragon of Flames lay in the darkness surrounded by its large hoard of bones and treasures. Piles of bones mixed with the precious treasures that littered the large cave. Wealth enough to fund a country for centuries. His massive lumbering figure heaved in an attempt to enter slumber for the next century. Trollers had entered a time of peril, one where his treasures were highly vulnerable. And so he was going to shut himself off from the world once more, re-emerging once this demand for wealth and treasure disappeared. He had many names. He was one Grand Dragon Elders. He was the creator of the first true flame, and the Herald of Crimson, but humans knew him as the Hermit. His wisdom was widely sought after, his power always a point in politics, and his background a mystery. But none of that mattered, not when his hoard and home were in peril. Still, with no successor to the throne, Drillers entered an instability that he never thought would be possible. To think a hero would show up. He had no clue how strong the hero was, but thankfully as one of the Grand Dragon Elders, he was strong. Perhaps he was the weakest of them all, but being just a few levels away from the fabled SS tier, there was nothing to fear, not as long as his tier was also obfuscated to others. It was a trade-off of one of his skills. His tier would become invisible to others, and others would become invisible to him. However, it had worked numerous times in the past and scared numerous heroes off across the centuries. Which is why he could relax now. And a gust of wind swept through the cave. The hermit blinked as piles of gold fell, and in front stood a familiar person. White hair, clear blue eyes, pale complexion, an ice-like appearance, heroine of ice. Tier? Hey. We should have a small talk, she spoke with a smile. There are a lot of questions I want answered. The Hermit, Dragon of Flames, creator of the first true flame, rose, towering over the small human as it roared. You dare intrude upon my lair? Salon traveled along with Rory towards the hermit's hut. It was somewhat of an attraction, so it would move locations every so often, being rebuilt every few years. Though, being unable to find it wasn't even in her mind. Even as she noted the lack of monsters in the vicinity and how peaceful the trek was, Salon's mind was elsewhere. She was simply focused on Ark. She seemed distant. This was the first time Ark didn't want to accompany her, and she was worried that something was off. Perhaps it was because the journey was coming to an end. Salon thought about things, reminisced about her first encounter with Ark, how she had been saved by the hero, a newly summoned one that didn't know much about this world, and her job was to guide her. If she was honest, she hadn't been doing the best job, and maybe she was taking a passive role rather than an active one in terms of introducing things to Ark. But how could she? Ark was a hero, an existence that Salon just felt inferior to. It was hard to defy her, to push her towards things. Everything was hard, but Salon really thought she was doing a great job at it. But maybe that wasn't the case. She lamented as the journey continued, and finally after close to an hour they reached the hut. Except its door was wide open. The insides of the wooden disheveled shed empty. That's strange, Rory said with confusion. Do you think it's related to the dragon? Salon paused. The dragon? Then it clicked. They had just faced a dragon. And the reason Ark was acting strange, the voice of her companion resounded in Salon's head. That thrill, that feeling of pride and superiority. And now I seek for more, to grow stronger, to overcome my limits over and over again. That's when she realized, her eyes going wide, is she going to fight the dragon? And at that moment an unholy roar of hatred resounded across the mountains, sending shivers down her spine. He was furious. How dare she come to fight him all the way here? Whoa, I'm just here to find out more. I'll leave after, okay? She said, confused. Her words gave him pause. Was she just here to ask questions? She had said so, but the dragon of flames looked at her, and her gaze was simply looking at him, uninterested in the glistening treasure all around her. Not only that, but truth divination had told him that, indeed, that was her only intention. The creator of the first true flame shook his head. Fighting a hero was always tiresome. They were always abnormally strong for their tier. They were perfect killing machines made by the system. And so, it was best to entertain the demands. Fine. What is it that you want, young otherworlder? She nodded. You said my kind does not belong in this world. What is it? The dragon of flames let out a long breath. The system is always considered a plague by the ancient dragons, and mounted attacks on its heart. Fortunately or unfortunately they were unsuccessful, stopped by the likes of heroes. Now, none of my ancestors remain, and the now damaged system summons heroes every few decades in the name of that non-existent duty. So I heard, she pondered. Does that mean I can ignore the system's demands and do everything I want without repercussions? Based on what I've heard, no. Yes. The dragon nodded. Through the centuries no hero has received divine punishments regardless of their acts. Any other questions? If you can return home perhaps? She shook her head. No, that's all I suppose. I might come to ask more later. The dragon of flames frowned. But suppose that was a good compromise if they signed a ceasefire agreement. Oh, I almost forgot. I'm looking for the hermit. Do you know where I can find him? The hermit. He blinked. What does someone like you need his presence for? It's not for me. It's for my companion, she said, crossing her arms. She needs his help to rescue her family. The dragon of flames blinked. He was being sought after to just save someone's family? Wasn't that disrespectful? He was the creator of the first true flame, the Herald of Crimson, one of the Grand Dragon Elders, and he was being asked to save a girl's family? He snorted, flames coming out. Impossible. He wouldn't help with that. Do you know where he is? She asked, raising her brow. Of course I know, but I wouldn't tell you even if we fought. The dragon of flame shook his head. Forget about him. Press any further and your life will be forfeit. The hero might have been strong, but she wasn't strong enough to overcome him, that he knew of. He wasn't willing to compromise any further for this woman. She was an S-tier hero just like most. Perhaps strong, but nothing he couldn't deal with. So you will fight me? She asked strangely. Not fight. The dragon of flames rose from his spot, his oppressive aura filling the room. I will kill you. The woman began to shake for a moment, and grinned at him, and at that moment he felt it, the power. His eyes went wide. This woman was SS. Then let's fight. She spoke with happiness as her arm raised towards the air. The legendary beast shivered. Wait, don't. Judgment of the Ice God. And the cave exploded. Chapter 24, The Hermit. The dragon of flames barely managed to use blink in time as he heard the explosion beneath him. Looking down from the clouds he saw a completely broken mountain. All his hoard, all the wealth he had accumulated for centuries was gone, all at the hands of a hero. Rage exploded within him as he resolved himself. It didn't matter if she was SS tier, or just an S tier individual. Nothing mattered, for he was going to kill her. In an instant, he dove down. He was the creator of the first true flame. His strength would always be part of history. Just because he was an S-tier monster it didn't mean he couldn't touch upon the next tier. All he had to do was reach within his very self and use the basis of all magic. My fire, my heart, my soul. Unleash on. His more shone, as he chanted inwardly. Facing down upon the mountain his rage exploded as he screamed, everlasting purgatory. And at that moment, he fired. Salon and Rory had made their way outside, only to see a glinting star in the sky. Then they saw the flapping of its wings, and their eyes grew wide. Wait, that's... And a booming voice resounded. everlasting purgatory and the judgment from heaven struck a beam of death. The mountain exploded into an inferno of flames. Molten lava flew, rippled across the land. The earth itself shook, and all Salon could do was take a very deep breath, as Rory forcefully pulled her away. "Ark, what have you done?" This was it. I felt scalding pain from standing in the middle of my spot. The ground around me was melting, my skin was actively burning, and that feeling, that small jump in my heart I felt was everything I wanted and perhaps more. A grin spread across my face as I realized that the dragon was intent on killing me, and as I looked into the sky and saw its flying shadow I couldn't help but feel excitement. My life was in danger. It was something. A challenge. I lived for these challenges. These life-threatening fights are what made me who I was today. Without moments like these I wouldn't be what I am now. And I wasn't going to back down. I muttered to myself, using my skills to be stronger. Deft agility, blessing of the ice god, gift of frost. And I jumped towards the dragon. He flew on the sky for a few moments. He must have gravely injured her. The dragon of flames was sure of it. Even if she was an SS tier opponent, they normally wouldn't be able to come out from that attack without grievous injuries. The reason was simple. The gap between SS tier and S tier was a rather minuscule one in terms of stats and levels. But even then, the Dragon of Flames desired it, because when that point was reached a unique advantage was given, a boon. He had heard rumors of SSS tier skills being given, of great protections and blessings, unique items, or even a set of SS tier skills. However, even among SS tier advantages, those that could save the heroine of ice from his wrath were close to none. They were just an advantage, not a cheat. An SSS tier skill would take minutes to cast. The items, if too powerful, were too conditional, and more than anything, learning skills of a tier required to level up in that tier. Unless she was nearing the ultimate tier, she wouldn't have many SS tier skills. There was a reason why this was no longer called the Age of Oblivion. Leveling opportunities were no more. But now there was an opportunity right in front of him. The dragon's eyes narrowed as he looked at the billowing smokes and darkening skies, and he was going to take it. A shadow appeared next to him, his eyes widening as he saw a gigantic ice hammer. Impossible. And she swung. His body, his bones, his being nearly broke as he was thrown at ballistic speeds towards the ground. The Dragon of Flames spun through the air, watching the now burning forests, the flaming mountain and smoking air in confusion and pain. He had hit her with the skill, had he not? He hit the ground with an explosion of dirt. The Dragon of Flames could taste the flames in his mouth. He could feel the fuel in his lungs. His mana was missing. He hadn't held back, and yet, his danger awareness went off. Cradle of flames. A red barrier of flames exploded around him. Solidified flames that could withstand any blow. In the history of his life ever since he had learned this skill, nothing had truly broken through it, and today was no exception. At that moment, the ground around him rocked and the Dragon of Flames saw the whirling orange barrier bulge, slightly crack, which only confirmed one thing: an SS tier skill. But it wasn't enough. Not just one or two would be enough, or even three. And now, he could recover for his next move, one where he would bet his life all to achieve, all to succeed, and all in the name of revenge. Another skill hit the barrier as the cracks spread, but the Dragon of Flames paid it no mind. For now, I will focus on gathering my mana. And another skill hit, one that spread further cracks. The Dragon of Flames paused for a moment, raising his brow in strangeness as yet another skill hit the barrier. She shouldn't have that many SS tier skills, and it hit again. This time the crack much larger. Wait, that shouldn't be possible. Everlasting glaciation, and the barrier shattered. The Dragon of Flames was sent flying as his entire body froze over. His claws, his scales, his breathing, it all came to a stop as he crashed through the trees. His brain panicked. He couldn't make sense of what was happening, and at this rate he was going to die. He couldn't let it happen. From within his heart, he called as numerous skills were triggered, and finally, he used a preservation skill. Core warmth. His body heated up by several hundred degrees as he broke through the trees, and the ice didn't melt. It stood resilient as the Dragon of Flames panicked. At that moment, he realized that he'd have to execute his plan. Whether his attack would hit or not, it didn't matter. It was everything he had. Consumption of the crimson flame. In a blink, his body exploded. It became a mass of red flames as the ice instantly melted. It wouldn't last long as he felt his mana and his being rapidly being consumed, muscles tearing, scales shattering, limits breaking. In just a single moment he became an SSD being. Blink. He appeared behind the white-haired woman already swinging his claw upwards. Torrent of suppressive flames. And with that, she sent the annoying hero into the air, suppressing her abilities, as he reeled back, his rear claws digging into the earth. As he took aim, let my soul be the fuel, let my mana be the wind, and let my being be the flames cleared as he saw the hero's shadow as he finished his chant. Flames of destruction. A red beam of light hit his target. And at that moment, the world was silent before a grand explosion engulfed everything. The trees in the forest ignited ablaze, the air extinguished, the sky became pitch black as every monster in the forest died at that moment. He was the creator of the first true flame, the Herald of Crimson, one of the Grand Dragon Elders, and more than anything he was the Hermit, a godlike existence to humans. And right now he was. The Dragon of Flames collapsed. Tired, he had used all of his mana. He felt like he could die at any moment. His whole body felt like death, but he had done it. It was his strongest skill, it was his everything. All the power he was proud of had been used right then and there, but at least, he would get those level up notifications at any minute. And something crashed in front of him. What was it? The cloud of dust slowly cleared as a figure rose from within the smoke, and as soon as he saw her pale, now bloodied skin he froze. He saw as her body seemed to partly fall apart in chunks of ice. Part of her skin mildly burned as blood came from her mouth, all while she had a crazed smile. His heart nearly stopped. How? He forced himself to stand. Why you? What boon did the system give you? His entire body hurt, but the Dragon of Flames knew he had to stay away, no matter what. She was. He had no chance against her. The white-haired hero tilted her head in confusion. Boon? And after a second of thought, oh, all of my skills are SS tier. All? Then she shook her head, and grinned once more. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's fight for our lives. The Dragon of Flames immediately shrieked. No. He backed off as much as he could. It wasn't possible. Her existence wasn't possible. No hero, no rumor ever existed about such a powerful boon. There wasn't. And she walked forward. Stay away. She stopped. Are you not willing to fight me anymore? Why would I ever? I paused looking at the lumbering figure cowering underneath a carbonized tree. The Dragon of Flames had been so imposing earlier, so powerful. Both of his attacks had hurt, and the second one, I was certain of it. But it had the capability of killing me. I couldn't avoid it either, godstep, or do anything. All I had been able to do was protect myself. And so, I couldn't help but ask. Why? What do you mean why? The dragon said in a panic. You're a monster. I never stood a chance. What kind of hero only has SS tier skills on their arsenal? Don't all of them? I asked in confusion. No. Not in the Age of Oblivion, not now, not ever. He shook his head. I cannot. I do not have the capability to fight you, so please spare me. I'll help that person, your companion. I felt a mild annoyance knowing that the fight was now over. However, I had more important things to ask. How will you help her? I asked, raising my brow. You're strong, but we are looking for the hermit. Doubt you can blend with the humans. Then I frowned, feeling aches and realizing that this was just some dragon and not the person I was looking for. The same dragon that had pulled out of the fight when it was finally getting interesting. My whole body hurts. I'll make you repay in some other way later. And if you can't, then I'll just beat you up until I'm satisfied. The dragon shivered. I am the hermit. I'll repay you. I'll help your companion to the best of my abilities. I paused, as the flames around us extinguished and the tense atmosphere vanished. My mood became light as I realized that all the problems had been solved in a single moment. Salon's crystal hadn't shattered either, so she was certainly safe. Oh, that's great. I smiled. So I assume you have a human form? The dragon slowly nodded as his entire body was engulfed in a crimson glow, and it slowly shrunk, taking a human form until finally, I saw a white-bearded old man on red robes. He shakily stood up. He had blood trailing down his forehead and looked to be on the verge of collapse. This is my human form. He spoke softly. Let's go see your companion. Right. I nodded and expanded my senses. Just hold my hand. We'll see her soon. The hermit, Dragon of Flames. nodded and did as instructed, and I used God's step as we vanished from our spot. Salon was worried, but Rory was a mess, or rather, it was obvious to Salon. She had a strong front, but it was shivering all over and seemed to be almost on the verge of fainting. They had used mass teleport to run from the aftermath of the first attack, and managed to find a safe spot inside a cave before the battle turned for the worse. Even for Salon it was a scary thing. If it wasn't for the fact that Ark was out there, she probably would have fainted. For a moment, for a single moment, she felt as if the world was ending. It had been instant, an explosion that happened from one moment or another. And now, from inside the cave she could see the forest burning, the mountain itself melting as the world changed to one of flames and desolation. She couldn't understand. Rory didn't either, as she shivered non-stop. This is the might of an SS tier. She turned to me with a pause. I'm sorry, but it seems your friend is. And at that moment they both heard footsteps from inside the cave. They turned in horror expecting a monster, but instead what met them was Ark supporting an old man over her shoulder. Salon's eyes went wide as she saw her companion. The heroine of Frost was bleeding. Her jacket was covered in ash and blood. Her porcelain skin had burns, and yet she was smiling. What? Why, you are alive? Rory gaped. Yep. She smiled. And look who I found. It's the hermit. The old man nodded slowly and turned towards Salon, speaking softly. Your companion has saved my life. What is it that you need help with? Salon paused. This was the hermit. She couldn't believe it. The hermit was injured, but if Ark said so, then she felt her tears well up as she reached for her neck and took out a necklace with a dragon-shaped pendant drop, and rushing towards him, he immediately handed it to him. My parents said you'd understand, that you could help. Please help Arlo, please help our family, she pleaded. The hermit's eyes slowly went wide as he received the pendant. It was clear to her. He recognized her. It was true that he was indebted to their family. Then, the old man closed his eyes, shaking. This, I cannot help with. And at that moment, Ark frowned, looking at the hermit as the temperature dropped several degrees. Chapter 25, Resolution. Salon blinked. She didn't understand. Why can't you help? Ark said, clearly annoyed. Salon felt many things looking at the sight, including anxiety and a sense of impending doom, but one of them was confusion. As the hermit shivered under Ark's gaze. I never thought your friend would be from one of the noble families of Drullies, he said, trembling. I cannot intervene, not if it involves the elections of the new king. Why? Salon asked, still nervous. Why can't you help? My family is getting slaughtered. That is. The hermit swallowed. You better have a damn good explanation before I beat the shit out of you, Ark coldly said. The old man completely paused for a moment as he hurriedly nodded. Salon didn't understand how Ark even got hold of the hermit, and from the looks of it Rory seemed confused as well. But hopefully with Ark's help he'll agree. Salon quietly thought as she did her best to relax. I have an explanation, the hermit stammered, looking around at Salon and then at Rory. But it's best shared around privately. Salon paused and Ark raised her brow, before letting out a tired sigh. So if you two will please leave, I will be able to explain it properly too. And Ark flicked her finger. There, now speak. The hermit blinked. Salon too was confused about what had just happened, but Ark quickly brushed the matter aside. Explain now. I don't have all day. There was a moment of silence, and then the hermit's eyes widened as he looked at Rory. She is frozen in time. Ark crossed her arms. It's exhausting to upkeep, especially after fighting you, so hurry before I decide a better use of my mana is quelling my anger. Salon knows I'm a hero, so speak freely. She snorted. Salon blinked and realized something. The burns on Ark's skin were now completely healed, and all that remained was the dried blood. Even though she had been in a bad condition when she got here, now she looked almost normal. The hermit slowly nodded and turned to Salon. In short, I cannot help you because otherwise my life would be forfeit. To explain quickly, there are people that want to take over Drullies, and they are not people I can fight or go against. He sighed. I'll explain it in the shortest way possible. The hermit took a breath and met her gaze. Salon, your family is simply but a small thing on a grand scheme of a group of heroes. And again, why can't you interfere? Ark asked, this time more tired. That is because they will kill me. the hermit cried as he turned. Even if you are stronger than most heroes, or maybe the strongest aside from the monsters of old, it doesn't matter. What if two come after you? What if it's three at once? He growled. The problem isn't a single hero but multiple. This time, Ark got a pensive look on her face as she lightly frowned. Salon began to feel anxious as the hermit turned to look at her with a solemn expression. That is why I cannot help you, Miss Salon, not without sacrificing my life. At that moment, it felt as if her heart had broken. All the repressed emotions, all her stress and worries, it all came out. What do you mean? Salon asked, almost tearing up. My family said you owed them dearly. That's why I came all the way here, that you would help us unconditionally. Those were your words to my ancestors. Is your word worth nothing? The hermit paused and closed his eyes. These are different times now, Miss Salon. He grabbed her hand gently. Unfortunately, your family will be crushed under the machinations of those people. And he was punched. The hermit flew across the cave and into a wall as the place nearly threatened to collapse. A chilly mist began to form as Ark growled. Her family will not be crushed under the machinations of those people. I'll fucking make sure of it. Salon turned only to see Ark walking past her towards the hermit who was struggling to pick himself up. She arrived and held him by the collar, forcing him to look at her in the eyes. Say something like that again, and I'll make sure to kill you, dragon. The cave walls began to freeze, and it won't be a peaceful death either. Why yes. The hermit trembled as she dropped him into the ground. Salon paused for a moment. Dragon? Most of her concerns went away at that moment. Ark is here. But before her thoughts could get any further, Ark turned back to her. Let's go, Salon. You plan to intervene? The hermit said, coughing. To go against the established black organizations of heroes? Yes, Ark answered curtly. What? Are you going to warn me? The hermit slowly picked himself up, coughing. Yes, I do. I thought the only reason you asked for my help is because you didn't want to deal with them. But now that I think about it, are you even aware of the heroes? Aware? She asked, this time interested. Salon too raised her brow, still feeling some anxiousness. She didn't know what the heroes of the world were doing. Very little news about them spread to the masses. Aside from accidents that happened centuries ago, there were nearly no rumors surrounding them. Yes, aware, he coughed, finally standing straight once more. There are heroes still alive to this day from the era of Oblivion, the times where the system wasn't fully omnipotent, the times in which SS-tier beings were born. What I'm trying to say is there are monsters from that era still roaming the world. Ark looked on with interest. Are they stronger than me? I am certain there are heroes stronger than you. Even though all your skills are SS tier, your stats are still one of the recently born SS tier, he said, shaking his head. I just mean that there are multiple organizations formed by heroes, including heroes of old, and if you get involved you will die because they will gang up on me? She asked. Gang up? The hermit paused. Salon too felt confused, but decided not to ask about it, instead just letting the explanation continue as Ark let out a sigh. Will they group up and beat me to death? Not only that, but if they find out you are a hero, every single group will scramble to recruit you to their side, he said, shaking his head. I would recommend leaving drillers, especially considering you heroes have the appraisal skill. With just a glance I was able to figure it out. Others will too. All right. She nodded. Salon blinked. Was this it? Had Ark just given up? I mean, it made sense to her. Ark stood a lot to lose, including her freedom. If she made contact with the other heroes, as the hermit said, then it would put her in a position she wouldn't ever want to be in. Finally, Ark turned to her, her blue eyes meeting hers, and then she softly smiled. No matter what, I will help you. At that moment, Salon felt complete relief wash over her. She immediately started to tear up, and the hermit got angry. Did you not hear what I said? You are the one that didn't hear me. Ark turned coldly. I said, I'll make sure to save her family, and by extension her. Do anything else, and fine, I get it. The hermit let out a breath. I'd at least give you a farewell gift so you don't kill me should things go wrong, but my hoard is gone. Your hoard? It's all frozen in ice, you know. Anyway, it's whatever. Ark shook her head and turned back to Salon, dismissing the hermit. Leave before I get angry again. Salon looked at Ark, not understanding what was about to happen next. And before she could react, Ark pulled her into a hug. Salon blinked, feeling her coldness, except, it was comfortable. Don't worry, I'll make sure your family survives. Salon let the words of reassurance ring in her head for a few moments, before finally she started crying. Thank you, Ark. I nestled Salon in my arms for a while. Due to my low mana, I actually wasn't particularly cold, which helped her let out all of her emotions out. I heard a lot of things, namely gratefulness. It was nice. It told me I was doing the right thing. And more than anything, it was simply nice to me as well. Eventually the dragon left and we were alone for some time until finally, I snapped my fingers quietly, all while Salon still embraced me. Rory blinked and turned with confusion only to see me hugging Salon. The hermit was nowhere to be seen. She wanted to say something but in the end I just shook my head. I would have preferred if Rory wasn't present during this moment, but unfortunately my mana wasn't up to it. Stasis, unlike my other skills, had a mana consumption that wasn't sustainable. Of course it was still an incredibly powerful skill, but for situations like these I couldn't help but wish for more. I gave Salon all of the comfort she could have before finally, she separated herself from me sniffling. Thank you, Ark. I don't know what I would do without you. You're welcome. I smiled. She nodded as she slowly separated herself, and the first thing she saw was Rory sitting down. Salon paused, and I leaned in to whisper a small apology. Ran out of mana. I'm sorry. She nodded, though she still stared at Rory, who finally turned to her. It's fine, I'll do my best to forget about what I just saw. She shook her head before turning to me. Though, how are you healed already? You were quite hurt. Potions, I answered simply even though it was a lie. Then I shook my head. Since you're the more experienced adventurer, what do you think will happen with this place? Rory blinked and turned to look at the entrance. While the nearby trees weren't burning, the mountain and the forest itself were still ablaze, ignited in a blazing glory that would go on to last for probably days. That is hard to answer. It will probably become a forbidden zone, but it may also become recorded in the history books as a grand battle if enough information is found. She sighed. Where did you even find the hermit anyway? I found him in the forest gasping for air, and through his magic he teleported us into this cave. I shrugged. Quite lucky, to be honest. That does sound lucky. Rory nodded. But yeah, we also probably want to leave before the Imperial Army or something shows up. It's a very big event. I thought for a moment and agreed immediately. Since our business with the hermit is done, then let's just go now. End of Block 1.